Yo, hello, welcome to another episode of Geeked Out.
God, I didn't have my headphones
Well, you should have thought of that before we left the house.
on.
Tonight,
We haven't left the house.
we've exited one room and entered another. How you doing? How's it going? We're Geeked Out. Today we're playing a tabletop game.
Allegedly. We are allegedly geeked out. We make no admission of that.
Neither can confirm nor deny. So, let's go around the table. Who are we?
It's not a round table, though.
Yes,
I will mute this. I will pull the stream over right now.
This table is
Triangular.
Rectangular.
How many fingers am I holding up?
With wedge shapes inside.
How many triangles are in this table?
How many triangles are in? A lot, actually.
How many squares make a circle?
All these squares make a circle.
All these squares make a circle. So yeah, we're geeked out. I'm Ashley A. Button. I guess I'll start.
And we are losing our minds. I am Adam in the back.
I am Megahan. Due to circumstances surrounding our other players, we will be playing Monster of the Week today. I will be running. Ashley and Adam will be playing.
And I'm called Adam in the back because I can get the last Pringle out of the jar without turning it over.
Just like your moment of fucking zen from the Daily Show.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Completely nonsensical.
Yeah, it is.
But yeah, Gary, Allie, and Tony are just, sometimes life things have to come first. And that's just sort of what's going on. So until we can get back together from D&D, we're going to play some Monster of the Week.
And we love you guys. Show
Yes.
support. That's why it's like, yeah, it's just us. It's regular, straight up geeked out. But we love Tony, we love Allie, and we love Gary. So we are going to support them, and they are part of the show, even if they're not here.
Yeah.
Yes. Shout out to our squad.
Also, the next episode
Praise
of
the fallen.
next
That was
episode.
dark.
I'm just sorry.
The next episode of Geeked Out's new series, Otome O'Clock,
Let's go.
is Tuesday.
Plug yourself. Plug your new show.
Show me a
Yeah.
clock.
We are playing a game called The Good People this Tuesday at 6 p.m., which I should know what number day that is.
It's a number that's after Monday's day.
Yeah.
And before Wednesdays.
Tuesday.
The 27th. Tuesday the 27th.
For you, it is the greatest day of your life. For us,
It
it was Tuesday.
Yes.
Maybe I should incorporate that clip in Otome O'Clock's trailer.
Yeah, when we're playing spooky dark games.
Don't they all kind of get dark at some point?
It depends on if you're playing more of an Amera game or an Otome game, there is a difference. Otome is your traditional, either male or female going after, if it's a girl, you're going after dudes. If it's a dude, you're going after girls.
Are you guys going to do that literature club one at some point?
Doki Doki Literature Club, I don't know.
That one's like, everyone knows about
I know
that
that's
one.
a dating sim, and I know everybody knows it, but it was personally recommended to us at our one and only live event.
That is fair. We might
For
do that
funsies, we'll do it.
Yeah. But yes, today we are playing Monster of the Week. Now, to be fair, I wrote this very quickly, so it doesn't have a polished name. It just has the silly, goofy name I have in my notes. So we're, when we finish the game today, you guys can give me your opinions on what I should name this.
All right.
Okay.
So,
Same goes for chat as well.
yeah. So we'll just get into the world a little bit. I like to do that every time. So my Monster of the Week campaigns, they all start out at a place called the Devil's Respite.
And they all end with crying and death and despair.
Sometimes actually crying. Like, you really got me in the
I
fucking
know, right?
last one.
You
Like,
did. No, I was serious.
Sometimes they also end with you eating very cold CBD gummy bears with a werewolf in a living room.
Or writing
Was that a
slash
possible
fiction.
ending? Because could we have saved the werewolves?
No, that was a reference to a different.
Yeah, that was in
Oh,
Snowed
okay.
In. In
Oh,
Snowed
okay.
In, you could have let the werewolves
Isn't
live.
he still in Russia?
I don't know if he's actually still in Russia.
I think he is.
I think he might have left because of the war.
Oh,
We
with
here
the
at Geeked
Ukraine.
Out
Oh.
unofficially support everyone out there with ADHD.
Because we are those people.
So this, in this world, monsters exist. Magic only came to be for humans, for your regular average human. Magic only came to exist in like the summer of 1980. The hunters, at least the ones we're playing as today, work out of a place called the Devil's Respite, which is in the Pine Barrens of New Jersey, which admittedly, despite having this setting for a while now that I've made, I only discovered recently that the Pine Barrens is in southern New Jersey and not northern New Jersey.
Oops.
But it works for me because I have Philadelphia as the supernatural center of Pennsylvania. So, because what the fuck, supernatural in Pittsburgh? You can't have the Fae there. There's like,
Yeah. Iron and steel all over the place.
yeah, they'll die. That's where the Fae don't go. There are no Fae in Pittsburgh. But, so typically how hunters in the Devil's Respite get their, their little, like, what's going on, what supernatural things might be going on, what needs to be looked into at least, possibly not supernatural, is something called Bingo Night, which happens on Saturdays at the Devil's Respite, where everybody's sort of like name is put in like a little bingo ball, and it's just sort of like for each, like say there's a ghost, possibly some sort of spooky bad haunting that's hurting people. They'll pull out a couple names depending on like the severity of the problem, and that's who's going to look at the ghosts. Unless if it's like really hardcore, they'll be like hand pick people. But that's traditionally how the monster hunting jobs are chosen. Just so that everybody can really get their, fingies in the pie. So for this one, who's playing what today?
I don't know who. I am sharing the stream. I am being a good egg.
Okay, Adam, who are you playing as today?
Who am I playing? I am playing, well, a altered version, I guess, of Agent David Maier of the ONLA, who is borrowed from the Ophelia book series. But it's okay because I wrote in that series, so I think I'm allowed. And this is a modified version because in present day he would be former Agent David Maier. This is sort of a weird timelined version of him.
Adam, can you hand me a bottle of water when you're done?
I think on the other side of the there should be some full ones. Wow. On the angle you're coming at, you're not even blocking the screen. And then I'd have to readjust my gimpy leg. Yeah, he is a field agent. He doesn't really use magic, but he knows a lot about it. He's an expert in monsters and mayhem and all that sort of stuff. The ONLA publicly is known as the Office of National and Local Antiquities. And if you want to know what the acronym really stands for, you're just going to have to go read the books.
Are they still available on Amazon?
They are still available on Amazon.
Ophelia and Other Weird Tales.
Yeah, this character doesn't appear until the second book, though, which is Hades' Ascendant, which is, I think that's the best one in the series.
It is really good because it has a kind of overarching storyline.
Although Ophelia does have, the first book has some insane stories in it. It's just that the second one is a little more cohesive.
Yes, I would agree with you on that.
Because the first one, it's all done in short story format, so they're all little peeks into this larger universe. And in the first book, it's really not obvious at all how some of those stories intersect. And in the second book, it becomes a little more obvious how some of the stories in the first book intersect.
Yeah. It's been a long time since I read any of the books. Because it's been a long time since I wrote anything for that.
Yes, that's the other thing. There are two as of yet unpublished stories that are basically complete that where Megan was the primary on and I assisted her on.
Yes, they They let me write YA stories for the Opheliaverse.
Commissioned.
Commissioned.
Let. Our editor-in-chief commissioned them.
Yes. So, Ashley, you're done promoting things on the internet now.
Yes.
Can you
in
tell us
theory.
of your character?
My character, she goes by the name Striga. Her actual name, though she doesn't like people calling her by that, is Jessie Briggs. She is, what is she? The Chosen. If you were going to the player book on Monster of the Week, she's the Chosen class, so it's kind of like Buffy the Vampire Slayer. She's kind of like a punk rock monster hunter chick. Really nasty attitude, doesn't normally get along with people, has problems with authority, standard. And she almost, cried in front of a bunch of people in public over some lion werewolf men the last time we saw her. And we had the awesome shot of her fist fighting a fucking were-lion thing.
Hell yeah.
With some, divine brass knucks or whatever the hell I had going on. Or did I wrap a chain around my fist?
I don't remember.
Something happened. Just know that it was really fucking cool. So that is us. And Megan, can you tell us a little bit of how Monster of the Week plays in comparison to other games?
So Monster of the Week is a lot more loosey-goosey than something like D&D or Pathfinder. It really sort of goes moment by moment, and it is essentially like playing like Buffy the Vampire Slayer or early Supernatural, because later Supernatural got a little bit more like heavy plot lines, but like season 1 Supernatural, where it's like, ooh, we're fighting a Wendigo.
Yeah.
What's a Wendigo? La Llorona.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're Supernatural before they introduced demons.
Yeah. Well, before they introduced angels. I think demons, it was still a little bit more loosey-goosey. But once Castiel got there,
then it got real plotty. Yeah.
Then it got real plotty.
It was starting to, like, the moment they introduced demons, that was to me that's where the shift happened, where they were like, because even on the show they were like, demons, we fight monsters. This is.
Nobody even heard of demons.
Like that. Well, they've heard of demons, but yeah.
Yeah, but it was more like that was more like a fairy tale. Nobody had ever seen them.
If I remember correctly, they knew all about demons. They knew they existed, but they were just like, nobody fought one and lived, so they were like freaking out.
Yeah,
Sam and Dean are taking them out for lunch.
Yeah, now.
But yeah, that's Monster of the Week also only requires 2d6, which is beautiful. Also, speaking of 2d6, Ashley, remember how I lamented about not being able to get those silver-plated d6?
Yes.
You can get them for like $5 on the internet. Like, I lamented for like years, like, oh, I missed out on buying the silver-plated d6.
They were only $50. Now you can buy them for $5.99.
When I play in person, because I run these in person too, I'm going to get the silver-plated d6. I deserve it. You
do deserve that.
Because I write all of this myself. I've only ever done one pre-gen, and it broke my brain how they set it together, and I'm like,
darling, I love you, but we're not doing that anymore.
Yeah, it's like, ooh, I did that once as a test. I'm like, I'm just gonna write my own thing now. So yes. So I am going to finally reveal the name of this game where we fight monsters, or at least figure out what's going on monstrously.
Monsteriously?
Yes. So, you've done bingo night. You've been given your little, index card with what the fuck's going on. And this is what Randy Shaw of the Devil's Respite, owner and descendant of the founder of the Devil's Respite back in like the 1700s, Ephraim Shaw.
The family business.
The family business.
He's giving you the business.
Yeah, and it's got great Wi-Fi, honestly.
For being in the middle of bumfuck nowhere.
Yeah, just absolutely like fucking 7G.
It's like you work with private government
7G's
contractors.
Not a thing, but they must have their own servers or something. Oh, by the way, hi, Mr. Necro. I didn't even see
Yo,
that.
what's up, Mr.
Hi,
Necro?
Mr. Necro.
Monstrous bingo nonsense. Yes.
Yes.
So Megan, I have some lore that we could possibly add. So they can't get direct funding from different dubious government agencies, but maybe they get some sort of
Oh, they have so much
black
funding.
site technology that includes that internet access.
Oh, they have so many different avenues of revenue. So many. One day you'll get to
So
meet the
deep.
cook, and I can't wait for it.
We could have a whole thing about the cook. Maybe the cook had a family reunion.
The cook.
No, I have a plot for how you meet the cook.
Too many cooks.
No, there's only one cook. Only one cook, and I had to redesign the building on a map so that the cook could fit out of the building.
He's that big, huh?
They are.
That's a big cook.
He's a big cook. Just because you guys, we'll say you're still at the Devil's Respite. It's Saturday night. You're getting some late night nachos.
Hey, Dark.
What's up, Dark?
Ash, I got the game once human. Oh,
Oh,
nice.
let us know what you think of it.
Oh.
Mr. Necro, they have many forms of booze at this establishment. It is a bar restaurant.
Do they have
in New Jersey.
Do they have absinthe?
Of
Which
course they
brand?
do.
You want the Green Fairy? They got the Green Fairy made in
By
like
Green
Tier
Fairies.
Nanog.
I assume then they have sugar cubes as well.
They got like Fey alcohol. They got like alcohol brewed specifically by werewolves for werewolves.
I meant like on the jukebox. They have the sugar cubes.
Yes.
York's band before she went solo. No, sorry. Sorry, that was.
Oh.
I'm dating myself with that reference. Sorry.
But yeah. So you're getting some late night nachos as you look over your little index card of what you're doing. And like a tentacle comes out of like the little kitchen window where the food's given to the man behind the bar to give to you. And there's like a tentacle just go.
I love this fucking place. All right, so we haven't really set the scene with what our characters look like, or has Adam and I have not.
You should probably re-say what your characters look like.
Okay. So, my character, her name is Jessie Briggs, but no one calls her that without getting, like, clocked across the jaw. She goes by the name Striga. She's bright, dyed red hair, ripped up flannel, greasy ass jeans. She looks like a really kind of classic dirty ass gutter punk. Lots of chains, metal jewelry, and a shit ass attitude. For no reason. She just is absolutely awful to work with, but she is damn good at her job, and she lets you know that she's damn good at her job. Like, people will give her the side eye, but they won't say much because they know that she's good at what she does, and she gets her work done. And that's Striga.
All right. David Maier is a 6 foot tall, medium to slender build. He's got a whole Men in Black thing going on. Black suit, black trench coat, dark sunglasses, but blonde hair that is way too long for a government agent, pulled back into a tight ponytail.
Striga immediately hates you, but also clocks that you have long hair and is just like,
I think she found out he also wears Doc Martens. And
yeah,
that was the thing.
that
That
might
was
be
the
something
last
they
episode.
connected on. It's like, you're the one government agent I don't hate.
Right.
Like, completely. I hate you a little bit, but not a lot. I hate you less than a lot of people. And that's pretty damn good in my book.
David's not a huge fan of the agency. It just, like, gives him resources and access to things that he needs. And other than his, I don't want to say direct supervisor, but his direct liaison, Jesse Perfect, he doesn't really care much for the higher ups. Well, Jesse Perfect and Nathaniel Oren are the only two
Megan, you can't not share
uppers
that
in
with
the
class.
organization that oversee the organization that he cares for.
Which part of what I just showed you?
The picture.
I was trying to get you to read the text too.
I was too focused on that. Well, the text at the bottom of the picture. But Striga, that she would get along with you for the most part. Megan is sharing
nice.
a ridiculous D20.
Ashley, if you want to share it with the group, it's on the
It's on the
Discord.
Discord.
yes. So you're eating your nachos at the bar. There's obviously It's a bar restaurant. It's really sort of a hole in the wall looking place, shaped vaguely like an old church. So there's obviously, you know, a bar, and then there's like booths and a pool table, because you should have a pool table. The Jersey Devil's skull is above the bar with a gunshot hole just above its left eyeball. Well, the left eye socket. And your little index card states that in a small town that I didn't fucking name.
Name generator, away!
Did I name it? Did I name it?
Parksburg. Helvetica Sands.
I just noticed our character names.
Name
are not on
it.
screen.
You know what? Start naming towns after fonts. Helvetica. Name it Helvetica.
Fuck it, its name is Helvetica now.
Yes, it's Helvetica!
What the hell?
Just for now, because I wrote this at 3 a.m., okay? It came out of me. And I forgot to name things. So it's
Phrasing.
They say write drunk, edit sober, but Megan doesn't drink, and neither do she doesn't drink, and neither do I. So sleep deprivation is the next best thing we have to to writing drunk.
A small Maine fishing village called Helvetica that in modern times, with, you know, the lessening fishing industry, has become more of a touristy sort of place. The town council, which is mostly made up of old white women.
White women?
White women. Is very concerned about their tourism industry because over the past 6 months, and we will say this is like August and September time, like it is now for when we're playing. Not huge pieces, but small pieces of people have been like washing up on their shore, and like they're very good about cleaning it up before anybody sees.
Pieces of people.
Just, you know, like fingers and like part of a foot.
Well, that ain't good.
And they're like, they really don't want a serial killer in town because that's gonna hurt business.
They have a lot of boat traffic, right? I mean,
they also have a lot of boat traffic.
I mean, we could be talking about propellers.
Yeah, but there's like no missing people, and they haven't found like bigger pieces of body. So they're like, can you come check it out, and maybe it's supernatural so we don't have to involve the police except for the one cop we have in town?
Oh, it's always that one cop, isn't it?
It always
Also, here's
and
the
he
picture
did.
Megan shared with the class.
Dice,
there you
dice,
go.
Baby.
Rickroll, 34 millimeter D20. Jesus.
That's what that is. I couldn't.
All right, back to the
It's
game.
been a Rick roll.
You could literally get rickrolled.
So Randy's like, listen, small bits of people showing up on a shore in Maine. I don't know if this is supernatural, and even if it is, it's not gonna be a big thing.
I mean, cryptids aren't technically supernatural. It could just be some big thing we don't know about. I mean, some of them are, but I mean, for the most part, cryptids aren't inherently supernatural.
You say cryptids aren't supernatural as like the skull of the Jersey Devil is like staring down at you with empty eye socket.
Not all of them. Some of them.
Now, are we in the bingo hall still, or are we in the bar?
You're at the bar having your late night nachos. It's like 9, 10
Some of them are just unconfirmed animals.
Yeah.
Striga's just kind of like leisurely on one arm on the back of her chair, kind of leaning back on 3 legs, occasionally picking up a nacho. Whatever, it's a small town. It's either going to be the Hellmouth or it's going to be a fucking mangy dog. Or old man Willikers trying to scare off the new tourism board or some shit. And he's using, like, I don't know, pig parts wrapped up to look like humans.
Yeah, it's probably going to be some bullshit like that. So it's up in Maine, which is like, so, I mean, like, you could take a bus or something.
Wait, you said the name of the town was Helvetica?
Yeah.
Who the fuck names a town after a font?
You know, I don't know if the word Helvetica came before the font. Jesus, I'm still getting used to my new keyboard.
I mean, I did this investigation. It's like things don't always turn out to be what you think. I did this investigation once that there was these two kids described this thing as this gangly humanoid thing with enormous claws, and we're thinking, what, rake, Wendigo. We get out there, no, hairless sloth.
Well, goddamn.
I mean, not everything leads to something crazy. You know what I'm saying? Is all I'm saying.
You know what I'm saying is all I'm saying.
Forget about it.
Helvetica means Swiss in Latin because the font was developed in Switzerland. I had to know that right now.
I love the way your brain works.
So he's like, yeah, I don't fucking know. Listen, just go out there. It's either gonna be some Jessica Fletcher Murder She Wrote bullshit.
I love that show.
You know, it's a great show. But listen, it's either gonna be that, or it's gonna be like I don't know what you call the swamp thing if it's in the fucking ocean thing. We'll go with it. Just like, I don't know, just go around the like little cove, take a few boat tours, make sure nothing's there, and we'll like keep it. We'll keep looking back on it once you get back. If you don't find anything, make sure it's not literally a hellmouth.
Yeah, that would be bad.
That would be bad.
So you're gonna drive, or do you want to take a plane? It's sort of.
They could take David's van.
Oh, let's do a van trip. Everyone loves a good road trip.
Okay, but it is southern New Jersey to Maine.
Listen, as much as I hate
we can
driving
do that
in
in
New
like 12
Jersey,
hours.
it's still better to have your own vehicle.
Okay.
And that's not actually that far. I've done
When we did our
southern
Lovecraft road trip.
I've done southern Pennsylvania to Montreal with a stop off in Boston, so it's not that long a trip.
We want to make you come up with more names of towns on the way. Megan's gonna hate us.
I mean,
She
listen,
already
we
hates us
really
at this
can
point.
we can really just overshoot that. They got to stop for gas a couple of 100 times, but it's a van after all. But
It can have magical van energy attached to it.
in the books it does.
So there you go.
But that's I don't know that that's a thing that's available in the game.
Hold on.
I've turned off ads, so that shouldn't be a problem anymore. Forgot to turn that off.
How new is your van? It depends on how much gas money I give you.
Shit.
Wouldn't you have like a black card from the ONLA to get fuel?
It's a
like
black
a fleet
van.
card.
Oh, probably, yeah.
He has a government fleet card. He's fine.
It's fine.
Okay, then we
Yeah,
will save
because
that.
the van also probably has government plates on it, so.
Yeah. Okay, then I will save the gas card for that one motherfucker who is still trying to use his goddamn Ford Model T. That thing gets a mile to a gallon.
Does it even take gas? Does it take like pig shit or something?
I think it might take
like fucking moonshine? How does it still run?
It would be cheaper if it ran off moonshine, honestly. I don't know. I don't ask. He gets his work done.
So it's powered by like 1920s orphans?
Who fucking knows? I'm telling you, immortals are weird fuckers. Anyways, so you don't need the gas card to go to Maine.
I will take that Sheets card for $20 though.
You can have.
Oh, motherfucker.
They're getting hoagies. Yes.
Oh, Adam accidentally clicked out of the game.
Yeah, I did.
David Maier has disappeared
I
from
actually
the game.
didn't. I don't know what the fuck I clicked on. There's like some button on the side of this mouse that my thumb hit.
So, anyways.
Mouse? And now I can't speak.
Yeah, you can have. This is for your snackums.
Yes.
But it only has $100 on it.
That's all right. We can make that work.
And it's not refillable.
Okay.
I get these by the truck. There's like bundles of them.
It was like a one time you helped like the CEO of Sheets out of like a weird vampire blackmail situation. And like, you know what? You get as many gift cards as you want. I don't care what anybody says on the board.
Listen, I'm not saying that I discovered that if you have a threesome with an incubus and a succubus, you can make a baby out of that with a human. But I've discovered
like blackmail and child support.
It was blackmail, child support.
I mean, I'd need to see a paternity test at that point. If it's a threesome, you know what I'm saying?
See a lot of things.
There's some doubt in there.
I learned the mechanics of how that shit works.
I'll need to see your notes, for science. Can I see your notes?
For science.
Yeah.
I'm sure I can get some reports on that.
Is there any CCTV?
No, there was no CCTV.
Damn it! I mean, okay.
But apparently, there can be part incubus, succubus children. Anyways, that is not getting your asses up to Maine. Now just take the highway.
All right, we got to get to the main part of our story.
Yes, you got to get to the main part. Now go. Go.
Get out of this goddamn establishment.
Yes. Chef needs to go to bed.
When he gets grumpy, the shadows start chittering again.
He starts chittering. You don't want him to start chittering. He's... And you hear like a whoop-wah.
Oh, he needs some milk.
I think it's his bedtime. We need to let him outside. And he like leaves and like closes the chef window and like locks the door into the back part of the Devil's Respite.
Agent's note. Send survey team to Devil's Respite.
You need to, like, very slightly, you hear... And, like... So, it's Saturday at 9. You don't need to leave yet. We'll say you'll leave, like, Sunday morning.
We're totally getting snacks. We're hitting up if there's, like, a dollar section or, like, food they're about to throw out section at Sheets. We're stacking that fucking van up. We're going to have munchies for days. We're going to make poor dietary choices. And Striga is so excited for that.
So what are we
Striga loves road trips.
We just taking 95 all the way up? Or how do you want to go?
Sounds good to me, man. You're the one with the wheels.
Taking I-95 all the way up. It will take you 7 hours. What time in the morning do you want to leave?
I would say leave early to beat the traffic.
Right?
Yeah, you want to leave at like 5 a.m.?
If we make good time, can we stop by Salem?
Honestly, no matter how early we leave, we're going to hit traffic at some point.
But you want to get...
Unless you want to leave really late tonight and just do an overnight, because I can cut that down to 5 or 6 hours.
Listen, I just need to know what time of day you guys are leaving so I can know what time of day you're getting to that town.
I got government plates. We're not getting pulled over.
We're going to be leaving at, let's say, 9 o'clock in the morning. It's a reasonable time. I don't want to leave too early in the morning because I'm not getting up.
Well, you can just sleep in the fucking car. Yeah,
but I still have... Oh, am I going to sleep in the fucking car overnight? I got to get out of bed and get in the car and get everything loaded into it.
It's a van. There's plenty of space to stretch out.
Oh, my God.
So, we'll say you...
It's not letting you play. Oh, that sucks. Wait, one's human or...
Yeah, I think they might need either better graphics.
You need a better graphics card.
Or you need more RAM. I have discovered I need more RAM in my computer. It has 8 gigs, and I'm putting 32 gigs in my computer come September. Because I'm going to play Dragon Age the Veil of Guard come hell or high water. Back to the game. So, let's see.
By the way, this is what it looks like when Allie's not here to rein us in.
We need the one non-ADHD person here. Gaming on
you might be, I'm not sure when, but keep an eye out for when the mobile version of Once Human comes out. It should be a similar experience to the regular full game.
Necro, don't you have that gaming laptop you're looking to sell or get rid of? I don't know where Dark Warrior is, but I think he's...
I think he's at least on your side of the planet.
Yeah, he's on your side.
Relatively speaking. Closer than we are.
I think he's in the same continent as you.
Well, No, he's the Necro's on an island.
So if you leave at 9 a.m.,
Yes.
if I do my math right, you'll get there around 5 p.m.
Yeah, something like.
Does that sound correct to you, Adam, who has done many drives?
Sorry, say that again.
If you leave southern New Jersey at 9 a.m., you should get to Maine around, well, I put it Portland, Maine, around like 5 p.m.
Stops and all that, depending on traffic. Yeah, that sounds reasonable.
Well, all right, Dark Warrior, you go have good sleeps so you can.
Yes.
Thank
that
you for
money.
hanging out with
Yes,
us.
thanks for
Warrior.
popping in, Warrior.
Go get sleep.
It's good to see you. We haven't seen you in a minute. By the way, we're doing Fallout 76 again. So, you might want to pop in on that on Saturdays.
Or there's any other Xbox games you want to play with us? Shout out.
Yeah.
So you get to Helvetica, Maine, which is on the coast, around like 5 p.m. And you enter like, just sort of a Cape Cod looking building. It's probably one of the bigger buildings in town that's not near like the wharf. It's essentially the town hall. It's also the community center. This town has like.
It's also the fire hall.
It's also the fire hall.
It's also where they have weddings.
Well, I mean, it's a
and
fire hall.
funerals.
It's the fire hall. No, there is one funeral home in town.
Okay, they have the funeral service at the funeral, but then the reception is usually at the fire hall.
Yes, because it's the fire hall. So when you get
nice. Star Wars: The Old Republic. Sorry, I was reading chat.
So when you get to town, specifically when you get to the town hall, you are greeted by the town council, the chief of police, and the mayor.
Mayor?
Mayor?
That's me.
So,
David, sit.
the town council is Phyllis Bosley, Loretta Booth, and Alan Calhoun. He is also the town's only medical doctor, and he does not, I repeat, does not use computers in his medical practice. Everything is on paper. If someone needs like a new prescription for a pharmacy, on paper, and he faxes it.
You're lucky, and that's high tech for him, because usually he'll just like
walk it
use
over.
a word of mouth.
He'll walk it over to
Like,
the
hey, I'm
pharmacy.
putting this through. You built different.
The chief of police.
Night Warrior.
Dark, we love you.
The chief of police is one Mr. Rory Wells, and the mayor is Skip Faulkner.
Skip Faulkner. That's a fucking name right there.
And they're like these 5 people are just sort of like they're in the town council room, which is just sort of the other end of the fire hall that has one of those like, I don't know, chat, if you've ever had one of those rooms that just has like a wall you can pull out to divide a room.
I'm familiar
Like an
with
accordion wall.
it. Yeah, I've seen it.
It's just like an accordion wall that's got like decently okay soundproofing.
I tell you what, they really thought they were doing something when that was first installed in the 70s.
Oh,
It's a
no,
little
I
creaky
know,
now.
right?
Oh yeah.
A little creaky.
This one is just for Ashley, but do you remember the walls in the rusty tuna can?
Yes.
Those exactly.
For those who don't understand, there was a school. It was like an open concept where we lived.
Oh
where it
my
was
God! The
giant-
Stroudsburg Middle School is just.
It was a giant circle. It was a circular building with
But yeah,
no walls,
before-
because they figure, oh, everyone can learn something. Bitch, we were all distracted.
Right? Yeah, because middle schoolers aren't easily distracted.
And middle schoolers could open that goddamn
But
wall.
the reason it was called the Rusty Tuna Can is the original exterior. It's been refaced since then, but the original exterior was metal, and not well constructed. So it was just a big building of tetanus.
Like
It was
it was
literally rusted.
It looked like a tuna can. It was one story. It was a giant circle. It was a fucking can of tuna.
Yeah, I didn't go there, but I drove past it all the time.
Yeah. So that's what the town council room is. It's just like a wall that you can pull out, and there's like a door in it.
Okay, you know normally Striga's an absolute bitch. She is living for everything that this town is. She feels like she's living in an episode of Murder, She Wrote. And she has suddenly become very specifically and emotionally and spiritually invested in solving this case for this town.
I just imagine like her and David leaning over, whispering and making fun of everything the whole time.
It's like, it is so adorable.
Oh
Look at all
my
these
God.
old people. Everyone's like the average age is like 55.
They
Oh,
have
yeah.
not redecorated.
Oh
in
my
here
God,
since the
everyone is so
70s.
old.
Oh
So
my
it's like
God.
55 and up, and then like all the grandkids that are visiting.
All
they're,
the young kids are like in their late 40s. And they still call them kids.
So it's mostly 55 and up. Then there's random tourists. And then there's the grandkids of the 55 and up. And like the great grandkids are here too.
An old retirement community with fishermen.
But like on your way in, you definitely saw like there was like your cute little Cape Cod. Like, ooh, this is just like a seaside. Ooh, there's a little bed and breakfast. But then there was like your weird like gentrified coffee house there popping up. Like
Specifically for the tourists.
Specifically for the tourists. Like the off-brand local Starbucks that's not a Starbucks.
Buck stars.
So when you go into the town council meeting room, it is two old ladies who look like they just came out, like they look like just.
I want to confirm. Do they have tissues they currently store within their little gold watches with elastic bands?
No.
Or their sleeves? Like some tissue sleeve action happening?
One of them is like
Some
tissue
hard candies
sleeve.
getting passed around.
One of them is tissue
You've
sleeve.
got 500 hard candies in your pocket, Ashley, that people have handed you.
No, there is just a cut glass bowl of hard candy in the room. One of them looks like she's also the.
Have some Werther's, dearie.
One of
Thank
the
you.
Phyllis specifically looks like she works at the local hair salon. She does have the perm to prove it.
Oh, God.
Does she have
Old lady perms.
Does she have one of her grandkids beaded like eyeglass kind of strings to keep her eyeglasses from escaping her shirt?
That would be Loretta, the one with the tissues in
The
her sleeve.
tchotchkes. Yes! Loretta! Girl!
And then,
So many sweaters.
Love a
there-
good sweater?
so Dr. Alan Calhoun is definitely like old white man, very sort of chubby, you know. He's got suspenders on his pants.
This is a
That are hiked
town
up too
full
high.
of nice, warm grandparents that all love you.
Okay, we're going to die.
And
They're all eldritch monsters.
Skip looks like he just came off the water hauling lobsters in. Like he's got that like fisherman farmer tan going on. And he's also got that like where Alan is that sort of like all pudge. Skip's got that like pot belly but like thin arms.
Oh, he got a beer gut.
He got a beer gut going on.
It's been my experience that the more normal someplace goes out of its way to prove it is, the more fucked up shit is going on.
I don't care. I love them. As long as they're not harvesting our souls,
And then
let them be.
Chief of Police Rory.
Rory?
He is the youngest of all of them.
Rory the Roman.
Rory the Roman!
He's literally Roman, but he's still the youngest. That's how old everybody is.
He's literally the youngest. He is 45 years old.
Oh,
a young buck.
He's actually he's actually pretty close in age. David's in his early 40s.
Yeah.
That's the funny thing is when he was written, he was older than me. But since he's a fictional character, I've passed him.
That shit happens.
Yeah, I know it does.
There is part of your soul that dies when you get older than like a character you used to read about.
It's worse than when it's a character you've written for. So.
Yeah. So yeah, there's just, it looks like a bunch of grandmas and grandpas in this room, except for Rory, who does look like a dad. He looks like he just got off a barbecue. Just like flipping burgers and dogs. And they're like all talking to each other. They're real fucking nervous. Like, we gotta figure this shit out. Now, what are we gonna do? and like you walk in, government agent with the hair of a hippie.
Yeah. Hey, it's pulled back neatly. On duty.
And goddamn Striga.
You know what? Striga's actually behaving because she knows.
You're behaving, but your hair screams manic panic.
Yes, but you know what? I have a feeling someone look at it was like, oh, she looks like my great granddaughter.
Phyllis is like, Phyllis has like a little streak of purple in like her old lady perm.
Yeah, I kind of feel like
Striga's so excited.
I kind of feel like like extreme subcultures have been around long enough that
Yeah.
they're not probably like.
Oh, dearie,
much
they
as
still
they
wear
used to
Doc
be.
Martens. I remember when I wore those. Like,
In the
ooh,
You know there's some weird old people shit going on in this
I
town.
think I still have a pair of my old Doc Martens. I don't know why she suddenly became Irish. My old Doc Martens.
She came over during the Troubles.
There's real shit kickers.
But yeah, they're just like they're all fucking like murmuring to themselves, and they see you, and they look at you, and they're like, government, and
Granddaughter?
they're like, yeah, fuck it, I get. Are you the people?
She's
from...
a suspect. She's being held for questioning. No,
Really?
I'm kidding. I do not say that. I do not say that.
They like look at it like, are you the people from the place in New Jersey? Like they do not want to talk about the name. They're like real fucking sketched out.
You see Striga. She swears all the fucking time.
Striga just met her grandma.
She is like, yes, ma'am. We're here to help you guys out.
She's like, oh, they're like, oh, okay. So, this has been going on for about 6 months. Doc, if you could sort of give the rundown of this, and sort of Doc gets up and it's like, well, so while we have gotten rid of the parts,
Gotten rid of? Because I feel like that's important evidence.
well, at first it was just like, oh, maybe somebody like it wasn't like full, like it started off with just like the tip of a pinky, which like
Someone
You
could
know
have
how
lost
many-
that in a wood shop.
yeah, you know how many pink tips of pinkies that I've seen cut off in this town because someone didn't know how to use a saw properly.
It's like Loretta,
Right.
the dudes, and one of the other old ladies.
Sure,
like, showing like
finding
we're missing
small
a couple
bit of
fingertips.
finger in a river is not a huge. I get it, but
yeah, so
when
it started.
when we started finding bigger and bigger parts, you didn't think maybe.
Well, we didn't know what to do. Like, then it was like a finger, and we were like, "Ooh, somebody got caught in the boat propeller." But like,
Sure.
there was nobody came to us. We just thought it was like a boating accident, and somebody went to the hospital. They thought they lost their finger. But like in the
Is
past,
there like a lost and found for fingers that you guys have?
well,
You didn't think maybe to check against local hospital records or even nearby town hospital records to see if there was.
I don't use computers.
Buddy, you should probably think
You
about doing that.
maybe think about reporting to somebody who does, like the local hospital.
The closest hospital is 75 miles away.
You are
You've got a
shitting me.
clinic.
Wow, and I thought the Poconos was bad.
He's like, listen, so we just sort of like put him in the pet cremulator. Because we got the people cremulator, but we also have the pet cremulator.
Wow. So much for
But like this,
forensic evidence.
but not all of them. Not all of them. When it was just like parts of fingers and fingers
Right.
and like a toe, and it was like, toss it in the cremulator. What are we gonna do?
Cremulator.
Is it actually called a cremulator?
Yes.
No, it's a
The cremulator
it's a
is
cremator, but
no. It's also called a cremulator.
It sounds like it's.
it's just like sounds
A name
like an
somebody
old
made up.
personism. Yeah,
That's
it does.
the damn cremulator's acting up again.
Cremulator.
You mean the microwave? Yeah, the cremulator.
A cremulator. Oh, excuse me.
The glowy heaty uppy thing.
I'm sorry. The oven is what you put people in to burn. The cremulator grinds down all. bones.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Oh, the cremulator.
Sorry,
So
you
they're not even
you
burning
got
them. They're
me.
just
You got me.
grinding them up into paste and feeding them to the pigs. I see what's going on
No,
here.
no. The cremulator is what you put the bones in.
I mean, yeah, that's where probably a lot of that shit.
You know an awful lot about how these things work. What
Oh
are
yeah. Oh yeah. Also, I'm the doctor.
Megahan is the queen of research, by the way. Also,
I am the doctor, and I also am the borough
coroner.
No, not the coroner. I am in charge of running the crematorium.
You run the local funeral home as well, or no?
No, that's my brother.
Okay, family business. Got it.
Family business, yeah. I wanted to take care of them before they got in the grave,
Yeah, got it.
Oh,
Got it.
yeah.
Do offer discounts on caskets and coffins.
Got one.
Weird
Thanks.
place for an ad.
Listen, so we do have like a medical freezer. Technically, it's the body freezer at the funeral home. But we did put like the stuff in baggies when it got bigger. And by bigger, I mean we started finding like half a foot and like a hand.
Your hand's pretty serious business. People are gonna tell you they lost a whole ass hand.
And like when that started, we started keeping them in the freezer, in bags. I can show you when we get there, but we don't know what's going on. Literally, there have been no missing persons reports and like Rory Johnson, there have been no missing person reports.
I'm guessing you don't talk with other local towns.
I mean, oh no, we get together for a poker night and beer all the time.
And nobody mentioned anybody going missing in those other towns? Like anybody within a... Like, how does the river... Alright, so are they found in the water, right?
Well, they wash up on shore.
Okay. Is it a moving body of water like a river?
No, the shore connects to the ocean where they, get the lobster.
Alright, so... I'm just wondering if there's any towns along where the current flows that might be missing people. How far out do you contact towns?
Just sort of the local area.
Alright, I guess we just need to look at the parts.
This might take a bit. My laptop just decided to update in the middle of game. Don't worry.
Okay. Quick vamp for time.
No, I've got this.
Okay.
Just we're only using these character names for a little bit.
We're just gonna theater of mind it, baby. Pew, 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 pew.
This one is a lot more role play than some of our D&D
so this
campaigns.
is easy.
Yeah.
Like I just need names and to know monster stats. But so we can, like, from what I know, like I've looked at Bolos, I haven't seen any local missing persons. And the other thing is that the parts were waterlogged, so we couldn't really like fingerprinting wasn't really.
How close are you to the Canadian border?
Oh no, there's still a few states till the Canadian border.
As I'm wondering, has there been any kind of drug cartel activity? Is there a local Coast Guard that we can talk to?
We haven't contacted the Coast Guard about this because we don't.
Trying to keep it quiet.
Trying to keep it quiet.
Yeah,
don't
I'm wondering.
most seaside towns have...
Yeah, I'm throwing all kinds of wrenches into
riverside
making shit.
towns.
Like, what about drug cartels putting people in oil drums, and maybe the oil drums are leaking body parts?
Okay. Listen, we're hoping this is something not particularly natural first.
You're hoping for supernatural?
Supernatural doesn't involve the police department.
My curiosity then is why you're so concerned about involving police in what might either be just your garden variety accidents or murder.
Because if it's murder, there's going to be newspapers and tourists aren't going to want to come, and that is the only thing keeping this town alive. We are hanging on by a thread.
I mean, the odd murder doesn't seem to have hurt Vegas very much.
That's Vegas.
Have you ever tried marketing to people like, look, if you
or
have
Atlantic
like
City. If you want a more...
Man, I feel like I'm about to endorse bad behavior here, but people are into true crime, right?
Listen, we don't want that kind of shit here. We are just a small...
after that Blair Witch movie came out, holy shit. That was a lot of tourism.
We don't want that kind of tourism here. We just want to live our lives. And
I mean, sometimes you got to steer into these things. I mean, look at Roswell, New Mexico, man. They
but
steered
then
into the whole alien thing, and now they're making big money.
It's not about
Are
the
they?
money. It's about trying to like.
Well, I thought it was about the money. You didn't want to hurt
It-
tourism. That still makes it about the money, doesn't it?
We just want to live out the rest of our days without getting bombarded by police. And Jesus fucking Christ, roll 20. Oh my God, roll 20. I'm going to punch you in your fucking throat.
Are we gonna theater mind it?
No, I'm back in.
Oh, okay.
What about local law enforcement? I imagine that this
I
hasn't
am the local
escaped-
law enforcement.
I was
Oh,
going
shit.
to say, I just can't imagine that this has escaped your attention. You just don't want to, involve the Stadies?
He sort of like looks at you and does like a quick glance around the room and like looks back at you like very specifically, David, and is like,
So you thought instead of involving the Stadies, you'd jump over one and involve a federal agent?
we called the Devil's Respite because we want to make sure
And you
that
think
this
we don't watch that place?
he is begging you with his eyes.
David, this is Striga, and I can't believe you're up here. I need you down here. You need to calm the fuck down, sir. Like, excuse us for just a minute. And I just like to pull David aside. I'm like, David, I appreciate you being a shithead. You know, game loves game. I see what you're doing. I appreciate it. These people are not going to fucking talk to us if you don't fucking tone your shit down. Okay? And I'm whispering because I don't want them to hear me
Right.
cussing.
I'm actually just trying to take him off balance a little bit so he slips up and says something.
Like Rory is looking at you.
That man's
But I got
about
it.
to have a stroke.
If you think this is the wrong tact with these people, we'll do it your way. Go ahead. Take lead.
Oh, now I feel like he's doing it to just like, no, you got it, clearly. I'll watch. Good luck. Like,
There might be a little
David,
bit of that in
why
there,
are you
but-
fucking doing this to me right now?
Okay, Striga, what are you gonna give this council?
It's like, so what's going on?
Listen, we don't want to involve the police
Mm-hmm.
because if there's police, there's going to be reporters. If there's reporters, there's going to be all sorts of yahoos, and there might be copycat killers. We don't want that. Yes, there are tourists. We don't want tourists. We just want to be able to live in the houses we have lived in, some of us for all our lives.
I get that. But you're going to have to be upfront with us if you know of anything weird that's going on, any weird stories, anything that... How about we'll go crazy? Are there any weird stories that you hear your grandkids or your great-grandkids talk about?
They talk about those animatronics.
Those animatronics?
You know the ones. I think there was a Nick Cage movie about him.
Oh my god, really?
That doesn't narrow it down.
I know what she's talking about.
You know those? I think there's a video game series.
Legally Distinct, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
Something. There's a bear.
Teddy Slow Bear Pizza. I don't know.
Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
Yeah.
No, Willy's Wonderland.
Yeah, that's the name of the movie, which is
Yeah.
also a good movie, by the way.
But
Nicolas
Yeah,
Cage
it
at his
was.
Yeah.
cagiest.
And you know what? I think it's one of his best performances because he doesn't speak at all.
God damn.
No. I don't dislike Nick Cage
I
most
just
of the
realized
time.
I never put our character names on here.
I'm about 50-50 on Nick Cage.
But they're like, I mean, you know, there's always stories about, something sinks ships, but there's been no sunken ships recently. So, I mean, there's only your traditional ghost stories about seeing ghost ships. Other than that, there's not really any, like, there's haunted houses, there's, this fishing boat went down with all hands, and now on the day that the boat sank or when the weather's bad, you see the ship.
Would you say the kids in this area are pretty close knit? Like when they come to see you guys, they like have distinct like the friend groups that they hang out together a lot?
My granddaughter did not start a cult.
Weird way to start a conversation. You're gonna need to give me more information now.
It was just a group of kids in the woods.
I didn't ask anything about cults. I just asked if you had friends. My granddaughter started a cult. I'm like, sounds like she started a cult. I need to know about this cult now. Now I'm interested.
In the cult, or in that as a possible?
I'm interested to
Vector
know
point.
what's going on. That there's like this grandma would be like, I don't care what they said. She's not in a cult. It's not a cult. I'm like,
Alan sort of like raises his hands in sort of like a calm down motion. It's like, it was just some kids fucking around in the woods. They played chicken on one of those old train trestles over like a valley. Her granddaughter won the game of chicken by almost stigmataing herself in the feet.
I gotta meet these kids. I would, if it's okay with you, I would like to. How old are your grandchildren, by the way? They're like 25, 30?
Oh, she's 17 this year.
Are they here for the summer or?
Well, this happened last summer.
Yeah, I'm saying, are they here now?
Yeah,
visiting
yeah.
now?
Her mom and her moved back to town. 'Cause my husband is, ill and I can't take care of him all the time.
Hi, Buffy, by the way.
What's up, Buffy?
Hi, Buffy.
We're playing Monster of the Week, Buffy.
But
Think like early seasons of Supernatural.
or the entire run of Buffy.
Or the...
But she's like, do you want to go see the body parts first, or do you want to go investigate the group of kids that, depending on who you ask in town, were either part of a cult or just dumb kids?
I do want to see some meddling kids, but I also want to see body parts.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe we should investigate the physical evidence first before it decays any further,
So-
or
Yeah.
before somebody, grinds it up into pulp.
So Loretta's the one who is like, my granddaughter did not start a cult. in the
She
woods."
joined one.
Um,
I'm kidding. That wasn't in character. I'm
So-
just kidding.
Alan and Rory will escort you to the funeral home where the pieces of people are kept that they've found.
Pieces of people.
And Loretta's like, well, you can just come to dinner at my house tonight. And maybe my husband, Harry.
She wants to have you for dinner.
Since we did find these
David
pieces
whispers that into her ear real quick. He's like, she wants to
see-
have you for dinner.
Harry is semi-retired. He should be fully retired, but in this economy, we can't really be
This
fully
economy.
I can't blame you on that one.
This economy.
He does still do lobster fishing, despite the everything, the emphysema and the COPD and the gout and the everything.
Yep.
But I can probably convince him to take you out on the lobster boat, so you can
that'd be nice.
after dinner. We'll have
Thank
we'll have a
you.
nice seafood dinner at my house. You
Thank
can meet
you.
my granddaughter. She's lovely. She's fun.
I elbow David. Thank you.
It did take a little bit for her to start being able to walk again after the incident in the woods on the train trestle.
Yeah.
But
The what now?
Alan's like a
Her little incident in the woods. We're going to talk
when
about
she
that
tried
more
to
at dinner.
stigmata herself in the feet to win a game of chicken.
Teenagers.
Yeah.
Give them an inch, they'll swim all over you.
So Alan and Rory take you to the funeral home and sort of like,
Competitive. Yeah.
and it's literally just like,
Is there deer sausage in this cooler?
no, that's not in this cooler, that's in the fridge.
That's my other cooler. Although they are the same color, so, mistakes
I
may
pull
have
out a
been
bag
made.
that's marked Buck 12 point and with the month and the date on it. Like, I think they messed up. I don't think you want this sausage.
Oh, that's not sausage. That is my secret stash of venison ring bologna.
Just gonna gingerly put it back down in with the corpse meat.
So it's a
Don't
steak.
worry, it's vacuum sealed.
A mistake.
Ah, great.
Don't worry. But and they sort of like pull out one of the like corpse drawers in like the corpse cabinet,
Corpse drawers.
and it's just like various body parts, and like the long refrigerated wall unit of bodies. There's like pieces of a hand with part of it missing, fingers, a foot. Something that looks like it might be part of an internal organ. Some of them are older than others.
Does it look like there's bite marks on them, like they were ripped or torn?
You think any of these?
Teeth impressions?
You think any of these fingers go with any of these fingerless hands?
Actually, do you know what time it is?
It's 3:49 in the afternoon.
That's not what I meant.
Oh, it's picture
It's a Tome time?
time.
It's a Tome.
It's a Tome o'clock.
No.
It's time for finger foods.
Finger sandwiches?
No, it's time for you to roll some dice.
Oh,
Ooh,
shit.
Dice, baby.
Oh, shit. Okay.
So you were looking at just like I'm gonna say that having like regular like venison in this freezer next to the bodies, you might, you know what? So you're not kicking some ass.
I'm investigating a mystery?
You're investigating a mystery.
I'm going to investigate that mystery.
All right, Raggy.
Investigate a mystery. Roll plus sharp.
The fuck is my sharp? Man, this is a poor part of the game to...
Da 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 da. Na 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 na. Hold on, I'm coming to your page.
Oh, okay. It's just to add it, like, want to add edge or whatever.
Yeah.
Mixed success.
What mixed success?
Yes.
Oakley dokley. What is the number specifically?
When you investigate a mystery, roll plus sharp. On a 10, hold 2. On a 7-9, hold 1.
Okay, hold 1 means you can ask one of these questions. Ooh, it's a 9, so I might give you a little bit more. Because you're closer to a 10.
Striga's picture is still Tina.
I'm not sure I have control of that at the moment. What sort of creature did this? Or I can't ask that question in particular. It has to be what sort of creature is it?
How do I want to...
Or what happened here?
What happened here? Oh, Jesus Christ, computer. Holy fuck. I'm still getting used to my new laptop.
Oh, Lappy.
How happy the laptop.
So you're investigating the wounds to see what may have caused them?
Yeah,
Yes.
like bite marks, rip
Bite,
marks.
claw, blade, yeah.
Or how about did they fall off?
It
Like a
doesn't-
lizard
Like-
loses their tail when they're in danger.
Or did they rot off like necrotic or something, yeah.
That too.
Sort of creature, what can it do? What can hurt?
Did they
Some
explode
sort of-
off?
Some sort of leprosy action?
Maybe there's some sort of creature that can fire its fingers at predators.
With a 9, it doesn't look like they've rotted off.
Well, now you're getting into X-Men territory.
Or it doesn't look like they fell off either. There is definitely like damage to the bone. But you're like,
So does it look like blade damage or
Is it
claw
clean, or
damage?
is
Is
it-
it clean or yeah?
You see, she rolled a 9, so it
Okay.
definitely looks like it was removed. But you can't really tell if it's like a blade or something else.
It was not a fun time being
It
removed.
was not a fun time.
Well, I don't know a lot, but that was not a pleasant experience when these pieces of body were removed from the original body.
You don't say.
Listen, our line of work, you got to be open-minded.
Agent Meir? Agent Meerkat?
Mayor.
Mayor. Would you like to do any... look at these?
Agent Meowcat.
I would. I would love to investigate.
Now I need
these
to
see.
have
Okay.
fan art of David Maier.
So do I
as a
roll from
cat.
my character sheet or David? Meow.
David
Yeah,
Meow.
just roll from your character sheet.
David Meow.
Why are you? Mouse is giving me not. Not mouse things. Here we go.
David Maier having
I forgot that this
trouble
mouse
with his
times
mouse.
out, and I gotta push a button, which means that if I left my arrow hovering over something, when I push the button to turn the mouse back on, it will click on whatever my mouse was hovering over. It's a whole problem.
That's why you right click.
So,
No, right click is wrong.
so Ashley, you asked what happened here, correct?
Yes.
So Adam, when you roll, you cannot ask
What am I? Oh, investigation. Investigate a mystery.
investigate a mystery, which is roll plus sharp, and you cannot ask what happened here. But I will let you ask any of the other questions.
Did that do a thing? I clicked on it.
I don't think any of us are currently. Hold on. Oh, Jesus Christ. You did not roll.
Am I doing that right? Am I from the character sheet?
Yes, you should just be able to hit the dice.
I did that.
There's another window that pops up after
Yeah,
you click on it.
There's another window that should pop up. So, go back to the other screen.
One of these days, we're going to get Adam
okay.
trained and
All
then
right.
just roll 20.
No. Well, because every one of these games, the interface is slightly different. So,
That's because they're different
Okay.
games.
all right. Is that
Hit submit,
okay? So it just should be 0.
and you can hit cancel on that one. So you got a
Okay.
10. You got a success. What question would you like to ask? I will bring up the question. Well,
The questions I can ask.
questions you can ask. You should have the sheet yourself, but I will tell you the questions.
And why are you not going away? Oh, there's probably a bunch of them open because I clicked on it a bunch of times.
Yeah, there's probably like a bunch of them open. Laptop, I swear to fucking God. I don't want you to be at 100% anymore. Be at 75. Fucking PDFs. I hate PDFs. So, you cannot ask what happened here. What sort of creature is it? Doesn't really fit yet. You don't know enough. I would say where did it go? What is it going to do? What's being concealed here? You can ask one of those questions. Actually, is there something else? You can ask 2 of those questions.
I can ask. Sorry, say that again. I'm still trying to get all these freaking from clicking on that dice 100 times. And it's just no, they're not going away. How many are there?
All right, Adam, you're just asking what questions you can ask?
Yes.
All right, so...
What sort of creature is it?
Mm-hmm.
Which you don't really have enough info yet for. What can it do? What can hurt it? Where did it go? What was it going to do? And what is being concealed here?
Okay.
What is being concealed here sounds juicy.
Yeah, it does.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm leaning towards. Like, I'm wondering, like, the first question that comes to mind is, like, how long ago did this happen? Like, how long did it take the body part to get from where it was killed to where they found it?
So I will put that under what is being concealed here. And I will give you, because you got a 10, which is slightly higher than 9. So going off Striga's...
That is how numbers work.
That's how numbers work. You beat
Well-
me to it.
Well, if this was golf, a 10 would not be better than 9. So fuck the both of you.
Isn't that funny how the point of golf is to play as little golf as possible?
It's almost like golf is so boring you don't want to play
We
it.
are fucking unhinged.
So,
Golf. The best way to ruin a good walk.
what is being concealed here? I will say that going off Striga figuring out that these like fingers and toes and parts of people came off aggressively, let's say.
Shoulders.
This is an aggressive removal of fingers. Usually, that's not... There's not a non-aggressive way to remove fingers, but...
While surgery is a little less aggressive, that's a little bit more delicate.
Yeah, these weren't sliced off. They were torn off, so...
David, you have been around the fucking supernatural block so many fucking times.
This is true.
You can tell when something has been bit off a human body. So all of these parts have like something chomped.
Right. Like several grooves that would indicate teeth rather than a single blade.
looks like real sharp teeth.
Mhm.
What my concern is, What bit them off and didn't eat them?
So not blunt teeth, sharp teeth.
Sharp teeth.
Sharp
So
teeth.
sharp teeth bit fingers off,
So
but these
not-
fingers
not
have
a-
not been
Well,
ingested.
that's
not
the
not
thing.
not a human cannibal. We're looking at not a human. Humans don't have especially sharp teeth.
You can ask one more question.
Oh, we can have
What
taking regular cannibal
what
off
can
the
it
bingo
do? What
sheet.
can hurt it? Where did it go?
Yeah.
What was
Anyone who had cannibal on their bingo sheet? No.
so you can ask one more question. What sort of creature is it? What can it do? What can hurt it? Where did it go? What was it going to do?
All right. I can't ask what sort of creature, right? I don't have enough evidence for that. That was
If you had rolled a little higher, I might have given
Mhm.
this one to you. So
can I get in a family of creature area, like from the size of the teeth?
Family and genus.
you think it is a sharp-toothed aquatic creature.
Okay, aquatic tooth. Good. That's a little bit.
And because some of the bits, like the organ meat, it was like a liver. So it's a little gross, but you can just, because liver's sort of, it's not like a stomach, there's not like an open cavity in a liver.
Right.
Despite what a science teacher once tried to tell me.
Oh God. Don't get me started on public school teachers and their lack of information.
God, I can get into this later, but for now, you can see that the spacing on the teeth was similar to what would be in a humanoid jaw, but from what you can gather, like it was found off a shoreline, and like the sort of sharpness of the teeth and how this was, bit into, you would say it's some sort of aquatic humanoid, did some om-nomming munching. And I will give you that you can't tell whether or not the om-nom munching was the lethal. You might think what's happening is some sort of aquatic humanoid just, left some crumbs behind when they were having dinner.
Megan, I would like to add some lore. Do you have actual bingo cards? If we fill them out, we get like a free snack at the bar, the Devil's Respite.
You get free nachos.
Yeah, so literally when it said not a human cannibal, I was like, fuck, that was on my bingo sheet. I had to like cross that out.
No, you can still have it. It could be something else.
Yeah, but
You can
specific. Okay, so it might still be human cannibal. No, I'm saying like human cannibal was on my bingo sheet.
Yeah, it'll be a bingo sheet, like your index card for that tells you everything that Randy needed you to know. On the other side is like a bingo thing that you fill out, that what might happen in this thing, and it's like humanoid camera.
I will
human
say
cannibal.
that's a way to make sure.
Well,
it's
well,
like
she could hold on. She could be half right. We can't rule out were shark.
You can't.
Yo, where shark? There shark. Okay.
Okay,
But
so
like, I could see that as a way for them to make sure that we're actually doing our job and not just fucking off and getting drunk
yeah,
on the respite dime.
yeah,
All right, so I will share that information with Striga.
yeah. So you like some sort of aquatic.
Look here, these look here, these spite striations. That's sharp teeth, most likely aquatic.
Yeah, and if you look, there's some abrasions that Alan thought might be from hitting rocks, underwater.
Right.
You're perhaps claws, perhaps something that has sharpie nails
It's like,
for
all right,
grabbing.
Mirror.
So all right, I'm gonna call up one of our agents, Abe Sapien. He's a little more rigid. No, sorry, that's BPRD.
Yes,
That's
yeah.
a whole
B-
different organization. Sorry,
different
sorry,
organization.
I'm
sorry.
Sorry.
But they are
No.
based out of New Jersey, so maybe. Let me
Maybe.
put a call in, see if I can get a hold of somebody at the BPRD.
We're sorry. The number you've dialed has been disconnected.
Son of a.
So,
Oh, someone
so
blocked your
Alan,
ass.
Alan Calhoun, the town doctor.
To be fair, Martin needs to work on his tact.
He sort of stays to close up the funeral home and put the body parts back, and Rory escorts you to Loretta's house. It's now like 6.
Okay,
7
before we
at
go
night.
to Loretta's house, we need to properly prepare. We need to stop at the grocery store. I'm getting a nice cake.
Okay.
I'm getting some nice beers in glass bottles, like a 6-pack.
Yeah.
And I'm getting like a moderately priced bottle of. Does Loretta look like a red wine or a white wine lady?
Oh, she looks like a red wine lady.
Okay, get her a red wine, maybe a rosé.
I'm feeling maybe coffee cake.
Yeah, you're right. Coffee cake for the whole family.
Yeah.
Beer for the dad.
And
beer
don't
for
skimp.
Grandpa.
Entenmann's. Get Entenmann's. Don't skimp.
All right, getting Entenmann's cake for the family. Beer for Grandpa. Wine for Grandma.
Yeah. Yeah.
And this is
Okay.
how we get people to talk.
So,
With a nice gift basket.
while and also about this town,
don't get the store brand. Get Entenmann's. You don't skimp on that.
so this town isn't really like
it
built
depends. It depends. If you can tell the bakery's decent, Entenmann's.
Yeah, but
That's it for guests you
bakery,
don't know.
Hold on, bakery's fine, but if we're going to a grocery store, then don't.
It depends on the grocery store. Some grocery stores are banging with their bakery section.
I will say that there is a local
Occasionally.
bakery. You can pick up coffee cake at the local bakery and some booze.
And we
All
go
right,
to the
that
wine
might
and
be-
spirit
okay.
store.
And you go to,
All
they're
right.
right next to each other.
Like, listen, we're from
So
a
strip
smaller
malls are
town
universal.
area that's a bit of a tourist trap. We know how to go to fucking houses
Yeah,
as guests.
yeah. And
Come
so
bearing gifts.
Rory's escorting you through the town. This isn't really like, this town wasn't developed for cars. It's mostly biking and walking. This is Cabot Cove, Maine. I'd like everyone
I
to
am
know.
looking for, like, old ladies on bicycles.
There are plenty of old ladies on bicycles. We don't want to get fucking knocked out by Twitch. Anyways, so you're in Cabot Cove, Maine, essentially. And you're being escorted through town, and Rory's like, okay, now that Alan's gone, I am so glad that Mr. Shaw sent a federal agent. There are something's happening in this town, and I want to get to
That
the
much
bottom
is
of it.
clear.
But the town council, they
Our
run
town
the
counseling here.
They run the town. They know where to hide the bodies. And I just got this job.
Or what's
I
left
like
of
this
them.
town. I don't.
Have you heard any stories about something strange happening in the waters? Any weird things that the fishermen are bringing up?
Weird things the fishermen are bringing up? No. But one of my buddies in the next sort of town over, which is like 25 miles away, he's seen some illegal boating activity. But like when he sent a deputy out, or like a police officer out to investigate it, like there were like his body cam showed that he went somewhere, but he turned the body cam off and said nothing was there. Like you could see on the body cam there was a large boat, but not like super large. I think he got bribed. That's what my buddy and I are thinking, but we
Dave,
have no evidence of
I have
bribery.
I have a new theory. Okay, were sharks? Possibly
it's
a
on.
were shark.
It's
that's-
on the list.
Or maybe a were orca. I don't know. I don't know if they can fit
if we're
in the
talking
waters
about
here.
teeth and claws, we could also be talking about merfolk.
Now, hear me
We
out.
could be
I'm not
talking about-
finished.
All right. Go
So
ahead.
where orcas, they might have a history in the Coast Guard, and they've been taking out drug cartel boats off the shore, so nobody's been reported as missing because they're flying solo. So as orcas have been known to go after boats.
Sirens, not a bad idea.
I
But-
love where your brains go when I pull
that's-
this out.
All right, make sure that's on your bingo card.
I'm scribbling that into my bingo card. Where orca coasty? Where orca coasty?
I'm gonna go out on a
Taking
limb
out
here
drug
and
cartels.
reject were orca.
They'd be
Not
pretty
because
big.
because it's not a thing. Because those bites aren't nearly big enough.
Yeah, were orcas are probably a lot big. I'd like.
Scratch out where orca. Put in where fish of some kind.
That's
Where
still
danger
a possibility.
fish.
That is, I'll give you that one.
But,
But
like,
orca too big. This
Yeah.
is not.
As Rory
Vigilante fish hero.
is like telling you this, like I want the government looking into this. I want to know what's going on. I think there might be some sort of illegal, like coming from Canada.
Damn were shark is a menace.
Like there's something coming down from Canada, and maybe they're dumping bodies in the water and like. I don't know.
Well, Let's
I'm
not
so
just go out.
excited.
Let's not just go blaming Canada.
Dave,
all
you
right,
gotta
it's coming
put some stuff
definitely
on your
from the
bingo card.
direction of Canada.
Direction
but,
of Canada. I don't know. Maybe New Hampshire's got some shit going on.
maybe. I mean, even it could even just be here in Maine, further upstream. But
Yeah.
yeah. Maybe we should Iceland. That's a little bit. That's a hell of a length to travel.
Yeah. Well,
That's
I'm
a
sure
lot
an
for pieces to
where
travel.
Orca could do it.
Yeah, no. All I'm saying is that's a long distance for body parts to float down a river without being
Yeah.
It could be a group.
eaten
it
by
could
some
be
other,
Yeah.
a group of
aquatic life.
were creatures, but one maybe their leader is a were orca, and they can have like a were dog shark.
You're really on this where orca thing.
I just find it whimsical. Maybe a
Okay.
kelpie.
Okay.
I will
So
listen.
y'all,
If we
Kelpies don't
if
have
we can
sharp teeth.
focus a little
Okay.
more, I will arrange for you to meet one. If you calm the fuck down.
Okay. So like Rory's just letting y'all talk as you're walking down
It's
the
a
street.
fish wizard.
Actually, he's driving you there in his like cop car.
I will follow.
Yeah. No. Like you guys can be talking about this over the phone, whatever you want. He drops you off at Loretta's house. And he's like, "Listen. So the kids, it was kind of. Listen, there's not a lot of things to do for a bunch of fucking 16-year-olds.
It sounds like they did have a cult, and everyone's trying to not talk about how
Right.
there was most definitely a fucking cult.
Listen, it's those kind of labels.
Things happen when you're a kid. Sometimes cults just form, but then they dissolve usually pretty quickly afterwards.
I mean, people like to throw the title gang around a little fast and loose sometimes too.
it's
so.
just a tight knit collection of children that do dumb shit.
That's pretty much what it was. Honestly, it was.
Fish cult.
It really
Fish
was.
cult.
From what? So I did have to take a police report because there was multiple people involved. It was two 16-year-old girls playing chicken on a train trestle.
Yeah.
And
I mean, you
God
listen.
damn, did Loretta's grandkid win it? Like,
Every once in a blue moon, one of these teenage groups really do summon something, but
It honestly sounds like someone's grandkid got a hold of a
nine
copy
and
of
a
the
half
Lost
times
Boys.
out of 10s, they're always a red herring.
I mean, those railroad ties went right through that girl's feet.
All right, I need to talk
Hold
to these
on.
meddling kids. Wait,
No,
these
hold
railroad
on.
ties went right through this.
Not the wooden part, the metal
metal
part.
part.
Yeah, no, I got it.
Jesus.
Railroad spikes.
Railroad spikes, that's the word, yeah. Right through her feet.
Somebody put iron spikes.
No. So the railroad trestle's like old and all fucked up, and there was like some just sort of the metal was twisted.
Hold on. She stepped through it, or there was because those things are point down when they're in the
They
ground.
point down when they're in the ground, but this was sort of it was fucked up.
And
over
I've
the
seen
years.
railroad spikes just lying next to railroad tracks, and they're heavy and long, so they end up being on their side. It's not like a nail in a board you can just step on.
Yeah,
you got
I
to
know.
paint a
Cartoon.
picture for me here.
So
I need to talk to these
It's
meddling
kind of
kids.
hard to put a railroad spike through your foot on accident because they're not
It
that
was
sharp.
an accident. Please don't call the police.
Loretta says it was an accident. That girl was fucking T-posing as my
Like what did somebody lay the spikes, some loose railroad spikes on the tracks and wait for a train to hit it? I'm
No,
trying
no.
to
No,
paint me a
no.
picture here, guy.
So this is a decommissioned railroad trestle. It's broken, but there's a way to get to the
Were
other
they
side.
fighting a changeling?
So
Putting that on the bingo card.
like it's broken railroad trestle. One 16-year-old girl was on the one side of the ravine. The other was on the other side. And the game of chicken was them walking out towards the ends. And on the one end where Loretta's granddaughter was, someone had taken the railroad spikes and sort of like put them spike up through the wood and stuff. Just because
They're being a little shit.
being little shits.
Okay.
And like
Still, that's a lot of force. Those things are not sharp.
oh, these were sharpened. Someone had sharpened
Someone
them.
sharpened them.
And just
Still,
so they
they're
could get them through the
iron.
wood.
This sounds like a very convoluted teenage
really
story of please don't let
fucking
people
does.
think we need to let them know that we're definitely not a cult. We definitely didn't try to just literally crucify each other as a bunch of
You're
16-year-old
gonna have
shit
to-
hordes.
Listen, you're going to have to talk to Loretta's grandkid because it was a wild. My youngest was, he wasn't like part of the group, but he knew people. And, like, they were doing that thing where each one walks towards the end of the, like, broken part of the bridge, and whoever walked the furthest one, but on Loretta's granddaughter's side was, like, all the sharpened spikes that were upwards, because fucking teenagers. Not this group. I don't think it was that group of teenagers. I don't think they're that fucking crazy to get tetanus and stigmata in both feet. But goddamn, did she... She stared that other girl in the eyes, and she stepped on those railroad spikes. What did my youngest say?
Stupid. Ballsy, but stupid.
What did my youngest say? Oh, T-posing for dominance, I believe.
All right.
That's great. Striga actually laughed at
I
that.
kind of like whisper or try to say it low to Striga. It's like, the reason I'm on this is because it's not well known, but driving nails through the hands and feet is thought to be a cure for theranthropy. Not just lycanthropy, but anywhere.
You're standing outside Loretta's house now. Rory
Right.
has driven off, and you've got your booze, you've got your cake.
And according to
If we
the
are
experts
going
I
to
know in that
encounter
field, that's
werefish people, I will scream.
So
I'm not looking at anybody for
I'm
any
just gonna
evidence
say
or clues.
that you like ring the doorbell, knock on the door. Loretta lets you in. You meet her husband Harry. And in the dining room is her daughter. Names. Her daughter, Serena. Serena's daughter, Annette. And Serena's new husband, who she married upon coming back to town, Kevin.
Does he look like he has skills?
I'm going to tell you this right now. Serena and Kevin look like every Hallmark movie main couple that have ever existed.
Is he wearing a sweater tied around his neck?
No,
he's not going to play tennis.
No,
That's summer.
He's
What is summer?
He's wearing a t-shirt. He's got a flannel on. He doesn't have a ball cap on because he's at the table, and you don't wear hats at the table.
Bobby's like, they did it.
Annette is just like sort of annoyedly sitting at the table, but she's like, and then she sees you and she's like, who are you?
What, the daughter?
Yeah, the granddaughter, Annette, the one who
She just looks up and is like, wow.
Oh, she's just in awe of Striga's style.
You look like you know what the internet is. I miss the internet. We moved here from Boston.
Oh,
Oh,
I'm
honey.
so sorry.
They don't allow me to drink soda.
And Serena's like, honey, this place is so much better for you than Boston. You're out in the open. You're not near any of, like, bad influences.
I know
It's
you're
good.
going bored out of your mind, but she's got a point.
It depends on what you classify as a bad or good
And
influence.
Annette just looks at her mom like,
I mean, it's Boston.
It's like, I
I
see
know.
where you're coming from, ma'am.
No matter which way you go, it's going to fuck up your A's.
But how are you going to know what a good influence is if all you are is surrounded by good? If you have no example what bad is, then you're...
Annette is just like, they still have dial-up here.
Oh,
That
good
still
Lord.
exists? Like,
Oh, yeah.
Annette is like looking
this
at you.
is all in character.
Annette, so this 16-year-old girl is like looking at you with like just, she is desperate to leave this town and she cannot. She is the child from a Hallmark movie who has been stuck in this town.
Striga was concerned that she was going to have to I can't give this kid alcohol because that gives off all kinds of weird messages.
You know
But
what,
I could
Buffy?
just let her use my phone to
You know what,
access
Buffy? As a
Reddit.
parent, I shouldn't say this, but you're right.
Oh,
You do need at least one bad influence in your life at some point to round you out a little
well,
bit.
let's remember, Annette is the one who chose to stigmata her feet.
And this is why people join cults, because they don't know no different.
And, like, you bring up the sort of, like, oh, jokey cult thing, and, like, Serena and Kevin are just like,
And then-
it was a little accident last summer. We don't need to talk about it. And
Oh,
Annette,
of course, yep.
And Annette suddenly just goes like, we can discuss it.
I can tell you everything. I know where all the things And I'm like, I clock that, and I give her like a slow nod, like that cool girl nod, like, yo, yeah, I got it.
Like
Like,
Annette,
keep it cool. Keep it cool.
like Annette is this just like she was taken from the big city to bumfuck nowhere.
Like, she was on her way to be like a Striga.
She
Or just have her own group of friends. She misses having friends.
yeah, all of her friends are back in Boston, and she does not have the internet connection to talk to them.
Even David is sympathetic on this one.
Like
That's rough. You got to be going out of your mind.
and like her mom is the parent who like yeah, you have a phone, but it's a track phone, so she can't like text her friends really either. Like
You think
Annette is vibrating.
Buffy thinks the grandparents are the original leaders of the fish cult.
So Annette is just like you can feel it deepen within your soul.
a fish cult.
You could feel it deep in your
Oh,
soul.
it's deep ones. It's deep ones. Holy shit.
So deep ones.
Annette, just like deep in her soul, is so bored out of her skull. But just like, and you go to the kitchen and you put like the cake and the booze down, and Harry, Harry very much reminds you of Skip. Beer belly, small arms, boatman's tan.
Little T-Rex arm action.
Well, not short arms, just skinny arms, big tummy.
Oh, okay.
And he looks at you like, the fuck are you? What are you doing in my house? And Loretta's like, oh, honey, they're going to help us with the problem on the shoreline.
I show him the label of the beer I brought.
He's just like, meh. Could be worse.
So you brought beer and wine. All right.
Thank you.
Beer, wine, cake. He's like, meh,
That's
this
as
could be worse.
close to as all right, you can say
Yeah.
that you're going to get from this guy.
Yeah.
And Loretta like taps him on the arm. And it's like, and honey, you're gonna take him out on the bluegill tonight to show him around. And he's like, whatever. And he goes, he takes the beer and he goes to the table.
That's his beer now.
All
No
right.
one can touch it. You'll lose
So-
an arm. And it'll end up in the cooler with the
Do you
beer
wanna-
sausage.
Striga, do you want to talk to the kids first or go out on the boat
there's
first?
one. No, we could talk to the kid first because you're gonna have to. Harry is going to want dinner before he goes out on the boat.
David, can you distract the parents with some like
Booze. Get them booze. Get them liquored.
But I mean,
Like
all
the
right,
parent-
so we're
like, you
not
work on the
gonna
parents,
we're not
I'll
gonna
work
get
on the-
access to the whole group at this point. We're not going to be able to go to their local little hangout where the kids meet
No,
up.
this
Let me
is-
worry about that.
Okay.
You're not gonna get to talk to all of them, but you can talk to Annette.
Yeah, I agree. You should handle that. They're gonna open right up to you.
That's why we make the best pair, the dynamic duo.
Right.
Good cop, punk cop. I don't know. Goth cop, punk cop.
Hell yeah.
Sure.
So, with enough booze and chit chatting, like David, I imagine you know something about guns. Vaguely.
Yeah.
A federal
here's
agent,
the thing.
yeah.
Here's the thing. David is well known as the worst shot in the ONLA. He has just barely passed his proficiency.
As long as you can get these old people talking about something where they're let a net.
Would you
away
say
from
that
the
the
dinner
dad,
table.
since they're from Boston, he likes the idea of guns?
So-
He's maybe looked and touched one once.
No. For Kevin is a local.
Okay.
He works on a lobster boat. He actually is he works on
I'm not talking about the granddad. I'm talking about the dad.
No.
The new dad.
I know.
Okay.
The new dad, Kevin, works on Harry's lobster boat. That's how he met Serena.
Okay.
No, if you want gun chat, you want David's oft cohort Agent Abraham Surd.
Just Adam.
That's guns guy.
Adam, tell me how you distract the adults so Striga can talk to Annette.
I just go into the porch.
I imagine he's going to use the shotgun conversation approach. He's going to throw out a few topics until somebody shows some interest and bites on something.
Yeah. And I feel like Annette's at that point just like, can I leave the table now?
Throwing out that fishing net.
Or Annette, you know what Annette does? Annette is the good grandchild who takes all the dinner plates.
I was
and
gonna say,
silverware.
So I'm going to cast a net, and you're going to talk to Annette.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So Annette's like the good kid who takes all the glasses. Well, not the glasses maybe, but the dinnerware and sets out.
I
stuff
will
for
help.
dessert.
I will help clear
I do
the
that.
table.
So Striga, what are you gonna say to Annette?
Well, first, I was like, listen, I want to know about what happened out there in the woods. I need all the details. I'll
The
let you use
details
my
of last
phone
summer.
for like until the parents get wind and start moving again.
So
All
yeah,
right.
a guy like that, to distract him, you let him educate you on
Oh, yeah.
something.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
on
yeah.
something.
Ask him about
You are
lobsters.
so good at
Ask
that.
him about the lobster industry.
Oh, so tell me about the lobsters again.
So, Striga, you're talking to Annette, and Annette is like, I can tell you everything that happened last summer.
Dish that tea, sis.
You know, Grandpa's getting sick. Grandma's not doing too well either, so Mom decided to move us from Boston to here. You know, whatever. My bio dad's not in the picture. Fuck it. I thought we were just visiting last summer, and then she married Kevin, my stepdad, and Kevin was the one who got in her ear about me only having a track phone. She took away my smartphone. We have like dial up here. We don't really have. I only get Wi-Fi to do my homework from school.
Ugh.
Oh,
And then they take the
Fucking
Chromebook from
Kevin.
me.
can you even use Wi-Fi off a dial-up? I don't think
No, I have
those
to.
things don't
we,
pair.
we have a LAN cable I have to connect.
Oh,
like-
good lord! So that's not even Wi-Fi.
They're gonna
Yeah.
be the type of people that put like a padlock on the fucking LAN cable when it's not in use. Cause like at that point, why don't you just be fucking Amish?
Like, God, that's what it feels like sometimes.
Can you even LAN cable off a dial-up?
Yes, that's how we used to do
Okay.
it. We used to have a LAN cable.
It's been a long time.
It has been a long time.
I did
But,
dial-up.
The bad old days.
It's been a long time since I did dial-up.
But
That was-
like, and then it's just like I was just so bored last summer, and it was just me and all the other grandkids, and well, some of the grandkids in town, just got together and we were fucking around in the woods. That's how it started, you know, just fucking around in the woods. There's the remnants of old colonial houses. You can tell them sometimes. There's like squares of
Mhm.
vegetation.
I'm gonna bet they got a web TV box somewhere stashed away.
Listen, if they do have a web TV box, it is to watch ESPN.
No,
You
I don't know.
know-
I don't think you can
you know
use those
what?
anymore. I don't think there's
You
anything
know
that supports
that
them. But
fucking Kevin,
like in a
hashtag
closet
fuck
somewhere.
Kevin. Apologies to all the good Kevins out there. He has like a smartphone. He has the latest model smartphone, and he has like top tier internet access that's available to. Like he has a hotspot, a Wi-Fi hotspot, and a decent laptop. He keeps locked up somewhere
Yeah.
for himself.
Yeah,
But fuck everyone else.
It's on the boat.
when I'm not doing,
Yeah.
when I'm not like writing a paper for school,
Well, also all his porn is.
when I'm not writing a paper for school, they
I mean,
take
we
the
all know that the
Chromebook
internet
away.
is for porn.
This is true.
They take my Chromebook away when I'm not doing schoolwork, and they lock it up in their room.
My God.
Well, I don't agree with it, but I can understand why they do it.
And I'm not allowed. Like, I have a track phone. It's 25 cents a text message. And there's not great connection out here. I can't talk to I've lost all my friends. I am so fucking lonely.
All your Boston friends, I imagine.
Yeah, like all my Boston friends, all the friends I had online.
Sorry, I'm not even in the room for this.
No. But like
I'm gonna stop. Ashley, this is you. Come on, jump in.
I lost, like, I don't get to talk to any of my friends anymore. Like, I get it. You don't supposed to talk to strangers online, but like, people I would chat with on like Discords
Mhm.
or whatever, just for like fandom stuff. I'm not allowed any of that anymore. I am so lonely. That's what happened. That's how it started.
How
in
old
the
is she
woods.
now?
She's 17 now.
It's like, all right, you're gonna turn 18. You
God,
wanna get yourself. Look at me.
No,
Action plan. Look at me.
I've got the money stashed away. Don't worry about
All right, you got a plan?
I got a plan.
All right, you got places to stay?
I got places to stay.
You done your research? As much as you can?
Yeah.
All
no,
right.
I got places.
Okay.
18.
That's good.
I'm out of here.
All right, so tell me in detail what happened in the woods. Do you know of anything weird going on here, like people disappearing, weird stories you've heard, like maybe other people's parents talk
So-
about?
So, I mean, just to clear up what happened in the woods last summer. We were bored, and we found, there was this tree growing out of one of the old, what used to be a colonial house or whatever. And, like, we found, like, a broken porcelain doll, and we just stuck it up against the tree. And at first it was, oh, haha, silly, we speak to something through the doll. And it was just silly, goofy times. And then, like, I don't know, man. We got a little weird with it. We got bored. We started slightly worshipping a porcelain doll in the woods
For like a weekend.
for a couple, for most of the summer. But like
Mass
I mean,
hysteria is a
really,
thing.
it was a little, it was, I guess, mass hysteria. We were just sort of going through the motions, being like,
Did anything weird start happening to other people while that was occurring?
oh, no, it was just us.
It was just you being, no.
And I know everyone talks about me stabbing my feet with the railroad spikes. And, like, yeah, it fucking sucked. But you know what? Tracy Gamble ain't done shit recently.
Fuck Tracy Gamble. Fuck that bitch.
Yeah,
You showed her.
So, like, she didn't like that I had started this group,
Yeah.
and, like, she wanted to take over. She wanted to be the one running it.
But she didn't have the fucking balls.
She didn't have the balls. That's why we're doing the chicken on the... That's why we were doing the thing at the railroad trestle. Whoever won got to lead.
God, being a teenager's wild times.
And,
I
like,
gotta tell you about the time I did an exorcism in college.
I mean, yeah, that's what Tracy's friends called it. But, like, let's be real. There might have been a little bit of religious hysteria going on. And I might have less T-posed, more did a Christ position. But listen, if you're gonna fucking
High five for that, sister.
yeah, she's like,
Up top.
yeah, but like she's very
Yeah,
really
I remember
quiet.
the 80s. Satanic
like-
Panic and all that.
Listen, if you're gonna do it, you gotta go all the way. I looked Tracy Gamble in the eye, and I willingly stepped on those railroad spikes because I wanted to show her how dedicated I was.
Yo,
Was
that
that
is
dumb?
some Lord of the Flies shit, and I'm here for every second
So
of
she
it.
could have sidestepped those?
I could have.
I'm not there. I'm distracting the grandparents.
no,
So I'm
like,
asking
yeah,
out of
I'm
character.
riffing off you, Adam. But like, could I have like maybe stepped around them a little? Yeah. But would that have freaked out Tracy?
Well,
No.
Chad
And you
has
know what?
rised up against Kevin.
And you know what?
Yeah, fuck that guy.
So I told we told everyone that we're just like, we've stopped going to the woods. We're just a study group. And like, honestly, what a lot of we did was just, we made sure we got good grades so we could hang out in the woods. So we haven't been hanging out in the woods as much. We've been down by like the shoreline. But
Striga gets in close because it's starting to get interesting.
but like, I
Or
would
as
like
interesting
to
as this
say
town gets.
that I didn't ask. The other people in the group willingly carried me through the woods home after, the railroad spikes to my feet. And, like, oh, God, I couldn't walk for, like, the rest of the summer into school. And it sucked. And people thought I was crazy. But, God, do you know the rush of power to be that person in this kind of town?
Essentially, you became their head priestess for your porcelain
yeah.
porcelain
Oh,
doll
yeah.
cult.
Yeah. The doll is still in the woods.
Does it speak to you?
I mean,
This is some
It's
This is the
more-
part I say, girl, it's a
This is-
fucking doll.
this
I
is
was
some
just being
Rasputina
stupid.
shit going on up in here.
it's less it actually speaks to me and more it just,
It's a symbol.
it's a symbol.
It's a symbol of
yeah.
rebellion.
It's a symbol of rebellion, yeah.
I'm down with that. Fuck
But,
yeah.
So, about the beach, you know what's been coming up on the beach, right?
Yeah.
The, like,
We might have heard something about it.
the people pieces.
It's not the only reason
Yeah.
we're here or anything.
So, like,
What are the other kids saying? What do you think it is? What stories have you
you
heard?
know,
What's the rumor?
so there's, like, drug cartels and, like, serial killers and, like, Jason Voorhees. But, like, Jason Voorhees wasn't in, like, the fucking ocean. He was in a lake.
Yeah, landlocked. Hello, come on.
But,
yeah, and
like,
that's Jersey. We just came from Jersey, and no. That's not a thing.
But, like, there's totally this, like, fucking yacht that you can see sometimes out in the water. And, like, sometimes it, like its lights are never on. And we never see it, like, park anywhere. We've never seen it, like, docked anywhere in any of the towns.
There's just a yacht that hangs out.
It just hangs out in the water sometimes. There's, like, this, like, rocks over there, and she indicates to you how you'll see it. There's, like, this big rock formation that comes out of the water, and, like, sometimes they're around there. You gotta be careful. There are, like, coral reefs and rocks around here. The grandpa knows where all the rocks and shit are and how to not hit them with the boat. I heard you talking that you're gonna go out on the boat today.
Yeah.
Listen, if you're into some wild shit, and, like, I know you believe me, there is weird shit going on in these woods, mostly in the water.
Mm-hmm.
Bring earplugs. Listen, I don't know, man.
I'm looking for Siren on my fucking bingo card.
Oh,
Fuck, I don't have Siren on my bingo card. Fuck.
Buffy may have called it. Although, to be honest, anything that's primarily aquatic can probably make some kind of ear-piercing sounds.
She's like, I don't know, man. Like, so Tracy's ex-boyfriend, I don't fucking remember his name, I don't care. But, like, his cousin, like, came up, like, earlier in the summer.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, the adults aren't going to tell you this, but, he almost drowned, and, like, that was really weird, because he's in Coast Guard training. And, like, and he was, like, top swimmer in high school and all that. So, like, him almost drowning is, like, super weird. And he was swimming at night, which is also, like, extra fucking weird. So, like, I don't know what's out there in the water, but, like, I think something, maybe the yacht, maybe something else.
Alright. I hand her, like, I pull my Devil's Respite phone. It has, like, this really cool, sleek, matte black, but you can just, with the right light, see the logo of the Devil's Respite on there. And I put it into guest mode. So it's, like, it doesn't have access to any apps or anything. It's just, like, regular internet access, but they still get the bitchin' internet access. And I hand it to her.
She looks at the logo for the
You got
Devil's
30
Respite.
minutes.
So, I would like to say, so she looks at the logo for the Devil's Respite, which is, the Jersey Devil skull, which is a horse skull with ram horns.
Oh, the disenchanted walruses. Yeah,
so
Jesus.
Horse skull, ram horns coming out of it, and there's, like, a bullet hole over the left eye socket of the Jersey Devil. And she's like, what is this? What is this logo?
When you turn 18.
I was like, I imagine you, like, hand her it. Like,
I'll give her a business card when you turn 18.
Would you
Give me a call.
And she's like, I'm going to memorize this, and then I'm going to burn the card.
I'm going to eat it.
She's like,
I'm going to burn it and eat the ashes.
New Jersey, that's where people are. There are people in New
I
Jersey.
guess they're people. I guess you could classify them as
Listen,
people.
I know this is bad,
All disrespect
but
to
don't
people from
aspire
Jersey.
to New Jersey. All offense to New Jersey.
All offense.
I love New Jersey.
Do you know how many, I guess there was, like, a lot of mercury in the water back in the day, because some of the old people here act like deep ones. Like, I haven't been able to read any
Oh,
HP.
great. We're in Innsmouth.
I haven't been able to read any H.P. Lovecraft since we moved back here, but I had read it previously, you know.
Got one better for you. I am besties with this girl who is, like, basically Wattpad royalty. Deep 1/fix. Here you go.
Oh my god.
Top shelf. Just
Like-
came. Like, homegirl just dropped these last night.
Like, she is typing furiously, and, like, she's just like, I'm just, like, she's, like, just immediately, like, her fingers are flashing everywhere, and she's like, oh my god, I can talk to people again. I'm just, like, telling people I'm not dead.
Not dead. Send help. Send nitro. Send Discord nitro.
Okay. She's like, yeah. All right. Yeah, I got this. Okay. And she's just like,
We got to at least
huddled
leave
in a
her
corner.
a Kindle or something, man.
She's like,
Are there burner phones that we get? Do you have any extra burner phones in your van?
I do, but they track those things.
Well, in case she gets in trouble, we can track her later.
Don't worry, I'm
No,
gonna-
I mean, like, I have to account for why they've gone missing.
Oh.
and she's just like,
We're tracking a teenager.
she's like on YouTube. Oh my god, a 12-minute YouTube video loads in seconds, not minutes.
Oh, child.
She's now like half hidden in the pantry, just like going through YouTube. What's happening in the world? Are my friends still alive? Do they think I'm dead? And she's gonna be doing that.
Far more effective than alcohol and not nearly as creepy.
Like, yeah, she just like, she goes ham on that cell phone, and she's like constantly like looking over her shoulder, like, tell me if Kevin's coming. But yeah, so Annette basically tells you that the cult was just a bunch of bored teenagers in the woods, like it was the goddamn 80s.
Mm-hmm.
But she does let you know to bring earplugs. So once the half hour's up, you can go back in the room, and Harry is still going on about lobster fishing and how he doesn't believe in global warming, but something is causing the fish.
David is doing his best to look intrigued, and he's not doing a bad job.
He doesn't believe in global warming, but he does believe something is happening to the lobsters. He cannot explain what.
I asked Kevin if he's seen that YouTuber that specifically he'll catch lobsters in YouTube shorts and then clip the female tails just to catch and see if he's actually watching YouTube. Like there's this one creator that catches lobsters and feeds them
the
snacks.
spa claw.
Yeah,
Claw
spa
spa.
claw. Oh, you like
Claw
the claw
spa.
spa?
I mean, you know, I got friends who, you know, we don't really use internet in this household, but I got friends who watch it.
I think
I got
he
friends who
notices
watch
you're
it.
done, so to end that conversation, he's like, well, I mean, climate change. I mean, let's be honest. The climate's always actually changing. It's just whether or not humans have affected it, right?
And there, and then the shoe drops.
So it's like, it's enough. It's enough disagreement. You know what I mean? Not to offend him. To get it.
Yeah, and at this point, Loretta's like, okay, honey, I think it's time, you know, when you get back, you can maybe have another beer, but
Why am I David Maier?
I don't know.
Maier.
I don't
Okay.
know why it didn't change. Oh, Ashley did something.
Oh, I just didn't spell it right. There was nothing there before.
Maier. I noticed that, and then I noticed that there was up there. Yeah, Maier. That's. I mean, I guess that's how a redneck would pronounce it. It's David Maier.
Listen here, you little shit. Was it M-A?
Aier.
So, but Harry and Kevin will go out in the lobster boat with you, just to make sure there's, you know, if something happens to Harry, like if he has like a COPD attack, there's somebody on the boat with you. It is called the Bluegill. It is down at the docks. So now we can go back over to the Monster of the Week stream, and I can show you.
So sirens, possibly.
So, let's see here. Which mysterious note now? This one. Show 2 players. Did you see it? Did you not see it? You didn't.
So I'm reasonably certain David would have earplugs, even if just, you know, for the shooting range,
But
for
listen,
target
you know,
practice. Yeah.
Job safety.
It's probably got them quality ones.
Oh, good. The first mysterious note worked. But this mysterious note doesn't want to work. SS Bluegill, what did I do different for you? Do you see the bluegill? Oh, I see. I see what I've done wrong. That's sort of the shoreline. Like part of the shore near the house where Annette can be like, yeah, sometimes like over there, like we've seen like pieces come up, like there was like a couple fingers, but like it doesn't happen that often. Maybe like a couple times a month.
Kevin is feeding sirens. The Kevin
I don't know,
Kevin
like
sentiment
that-
is rising quickly.
That yacht sounds suspicious. Like maybe these body parts are being dumped rather than, you know, being
Chumming
slaughtered
the
on some-
sirens.
So
I don't know. See, here's the thing. They were definitely severed by bite. Oh, I forgot to ask if we could tell if the bites were pre or post mortem.
I will give you that they were pre-mortem.
Okay. So it's
Can you pass me
unlikely
a cookie?
Excuse me, I was incorrect there. Post-mortem.
they're post mortem bites.
They're
Actually, 2
post-mortem.
cookies. I'm scandalous.
Oh, I forgot they were cookies.
Kevin is the current stepdad.
Kevin is the stepdad.
He's the okay.
He likes to think he's the dad who stepped up, but he's just the dad who stepped in.
I'm raising these kids. Raising their fucking blood pressure.
Raisin.
And
Raise it-
lowering their expectations.
Oh!
Is Kevin previously divorced? I think he never married. I think him and Serena were childhood sweethearts. This is just a Hallmark movie channel movie. They were childhood sweethearts. They broke up at the end of high school. Serena married someone else, had Annette, moved back to town, you know, after the divorce.
Was she a teenage witch?
No.
She's Serena the Teenage Witch.
That's Sabrina. And Serena
I
would be
know.
fighting justice in the name of the moon. Sorry, it's cookie break time.
Cookie break. So, you're now out on the water.
Does he have a fish finder?
I mean, probably something in there. He doesn't have his, like, lobster traps on the boat currently. Like, they're probably all out in the water. But he does have lights on his boat. So he just sort of toddles around. You do see, like, a rock formation in the distance. He does also have, like, a current map. You know, I forgot to ask you guys this. What weapons do you have?
I don't know.
David has a service pistol and a blade made from every metal known to man.
I'm usually better at this.
Every blade, not all in the same blade, obviously, but no.
I'm not sure where, like, the rest of my character sheet is.
Actually, let me check my actual character sheet and see, because I think he has, if I remember right, on the sheet he has a pistol and a. No.
There it is. I didn't scroll far enough.
I think he might have pistol and rifle, right?
I have a chain. I have a magic chain.
Okay, magic chain. And what's your artifact?
It's like I think, it's my special weapon. So it's artifact blade. Damn, it's my,
Oh shit,
like
he's got grenades. I forgot he had grenades.
Okay, you have some sort of bladed chain situation. Okay. Okay, so... And you've got, like, military... You've got a gun.
I'm trying to. I thought he had a bigger gun too, but he's got flak vest, grenades, and a 9mm.
Are you wearing the flak vest on the boat, though?
I don't
don't
Yeah,
know.
they're pretty light. You can wear one under a
Under a flotation device?
flotation device.
It's like
Okay,
American
cool, cool,
Express. Never leave home without it.
Okay. Ashley, do you have any armor?
Just my razor sharp wit.
All right. You were just sort of hanging out.
Who was it that somebody had a heavier weapon, I guess, in the last campaign? I thought I did, but I guess I didn't.
It might be Agent Franks.
Oh, that's right. That might have been Frank's.
So you're just sort of...
Oh my god, Agent Franks. I remember Agent Franks. Such a Frankenstein-ass motherfucker.
You guys are just sort of chilling on the boat. You don't see jack diddly shit. You see some, like, fish.
David, you passed me a set of earplugs, right?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. So you got earplugs in. The other two don't. And you're like looking at the water. I think you're on different sides of the boat. One's on... I don't know the sides of boats. I am not a boat person. I was only
Okay,
Starboard,
the
port.
front is the bow.
bow, aft.
The back is aft or
Stern?
stern or aft. I don't know why those terms are... They're not interchangeable, but they're both refer to the back of the boat.
I know port is one side of the boat.
Port
And
is...
starboard.
Port is the left side. Starboard is the right side. Starboard is a slur of the word steerboard. That's the side of the boat you would steer from. Being so that most people were right-handed, you'd steer on the right side. Port side is the side you park the boat against the port because the steerboard is on the other side.
Yeah.
That's why that happens. So that's how that works out. Don't ask me why I know that. All right, I looked
Elaine
it
on
up.
Facebook, port is left, has the same amount of letters.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Elaine.
But yeah, port is because that's the side you pull into port, because traditionally your steering board is on the right side.
Okay. So where do you want to be on the boat?
I'm going to be by the controls.
Harry.
Where's
is-
the rope on
So
this ship?
yes, Elena
Where's the rope on
is
this
correct.
ship? Do you still have the picture up? You need me to put it up again for you? Do you need to see the SS Bluegill again?
I do.
I show you the SS Bluegill.
Is that
again.
what is that one? That's how I remember, same letters.
Wow, that Zoom didn't help me at all.
Whatever works to help your memory is valid.
I would like to clock where the rope is in case I need to start hooking some fuckers up to a mast.
Sorry, what chat is that? That's not.
That's on Facebook.
That's,
Okay, that's
I have
Um,
Restream open because I noticed that I was getting other messages that weren't appearing at Twitch. I'm like, oh wait, I also stream to Facebook.
Yeah, because I was gonna say, because I didn't know we did Facebook anymore. I thought it was all Twitch and YouTube.
I automated to well no, I switched to Facebook for a while because I'm posting things to YouTube to make sure I'm hitting everything.
Okay.
It's working a little bit.
I mean, we're getting interaction. I suppose
Yeah.
that's something.
So,
Thanks for joining us, by the way.
William's
a homie Clarion homie.
So, what part of the boat do you want to be on? Harry is at the controls, which is when you can't currently see the bluegill because you're looking at your character sheet.
Oh, I see the Facebook F now. Okay. Now I feel dumb for asking.
But if you would look at your Twitch, you would be able to see the bluegill. It's a small image, but Google didn't want to work with me. Well, no, it disappeared on the other screen. We've lost the bluegill again.
No, the bluegill was up there for a minute. You just didn't see it.
But yeah, no, I forgot David had grenades. I don't know why I picked
So,
grenades, but
You've got
kind of glad I did.
you've got your weapons.
Yes.
You do have life jackets on.
Safety is important. It is
Safety
paramount.
first.
What part of the boat are you on? Port, starboard, aft?
Well, looking at how that boat's set up, we're probably center, but more towards, like behind the...
You know what? If there's weird fish people around, I'm at the center because I don't want to get yanked off the side of the boat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's.
But we
say-
also have to be close enough to be able to look into the water. I suppose if we hear something hit the side of the boat, that's when we get close to the edge to look over.
But you know what?
Belt, chain, weapon, artifact is at the ready.
I will say there might be a pair of binoculars on this boat.
Standardly, yeah, they
Yeah.
would be.
Whether or not you can see very well, is a totally.
I mean,
different
at
thing.
night, yeah, probably.
But they
not.
do have lights on this boat. So you're just like fucking going around, and Harry and Kevin are making sure you get around all the rocks and shit. And you are looking like at one's on port, one's on starboard, and you're just sort of like doing like.
I'm looking for that yacht to see if that yacht's out.
Yeah, good call.
But
If the bites are post-mortem, then yeah, it could have been dumped. The thing that gets me about that is if they're aquatic bites, that feeding should have been done in the water, unless they're dumping dead bodies. And then they're just like, these might be two separate incidences we're looking at.
Yeah, there might be
Two connected separate incidents.
there might be a secret team of fish people working for the Coast Guard that happen to be taking out drug cartel members, and it's a massive government cover-up to dispose of the bodies. And then there's also sirens, and they happen to be chumming the water for sirens. Very convoluted, I know, but it could be true.
It could be. I mean, listen, it could be disconnected. It's like there could be some kind of aquatic creature that is feeding on bodies that are being dumped just to dispose of them. And they're not even aware of what's eating them.
So you're looking.
What I'm saying is these things might not, they're connected, but they might not be as connected. They might be tangentially connected, not intentionally connected.
At this moment, what are you guys specifically doing?
I'm scoping out for like weird fish shit or
On this-
the mystery boat.
Okay, you're looking for weird fish shit. You're looking for the mystery boat.
Mm-hmm.
Agent Maier, what are you doing?
I'm generally scanning. I'm scanning for everything. I'm not looking for that yacht, but also, yeah, there's supposedly a yacht that runs without running lights, so I'm keeping an eye open for that. But
So
also, I'm trying to look. I'm looking for basic movement or anything in the water.
It's not like it's almost a sliver moon.
It's
almost a crescent.
it's dark. I'm not gonna see much
you
of
can
anything.
See the stars. It's beautiful out
Is
on the
there
water.
is there any sonar equipment or a fish finder on this boat? I mean, I imagine he's got some sort of fish finder if it's a fishing boat.
He currently is not letting you near the little like enclosed area where he stands. You're not allowed.
Yeah, I
there.
don't need to touch it. You just keep an eye on it.
he's like, all right, keep an eye on it. God damn it, my boat.
Yeah, I know it's your boat. I don't need to touch your toys.
Maybe you should, like, all right, try, like, a more friendly, I don't know, macho charisma banter you could have with him. Like, hey, man, why don't you tell me about your boat? Let him educate you. I'm like, so, how's this, like, how does your day go? Like, what do you do? I want to know more about you, my guy. You're the star of the show.
So you are.
Honestly,
You do currently
with
have earplugs in that are very
males
good.
more often than females, they kind of expect to be responded to in the vibe they're throwing out.
Oh, so they want.
If he's being grumpy, I'm being grumpy.
Yeah. So you're like talking to him, but he doesn't. It's a real grump off. So you go back to your side of the boat and you're looking in the
I'm just
water.
going to my side of the boat. Like,
You're
men
just
are weird.
looking and like there's rope on the boat. You're just not seeing shit. You do see the rocks that Annette was talking about earlier. Like you see them sort of in the distance, but like the boat's sort of. You're not near the rocks. You're not near the up above the water rocks. And it's been a couple hours, and you're just like, don't see jack shit.
Is there a loose piece of something on the ground I can throw in the water real quick?
Yeah.
Alright, I'll just chuck some random small object in the water. See, I don't know. Anything weird happen?
So, as you go to throw, you feel like, and like the boat hits something. And you're like,
Oh, shake the camera. Oh, God. Oh, action camera. Alright, that was exciting.
Shake your camera.
so,
Shaky cam.
Oh,
Action.
Oh, God. Oh.
so
I kind of want to bump the table now
boat
so to shake
hits-
Megan's camera.
the boat
Oh, man.
hits like something, and like you kind of feel like a scrape. You more feel the scraping on the bottom of the boat than you hear it, but you're like, oh fuck.
Ooh.
What do you want to do?
All right, we've got scraping on the side of the boat.
On the
Does-
bottom of the boat, like you feel it.
Right.
Does it sound like metal?
Well, you have really good earplugs in,
So we
I'm not
felt it
taking
more
this
than
out.
saw
so
it.
you felt it more than heard it. It's just like this.
I looked at the captain. How's the captain doing?
The captain is looking dead fucking ahead.
How
he
dead?
doesn't- he doesn't
How
note it?
dead is he looking?
No, he's upright. He's on a little steer.
Does he look like
Him
he's
and Kevin are looking straight forward. Just
Oh, they're just zoned out.
All right, I'm clicking. I'm snapping my fingers. Hey, guys. Hello. Any response?
they're kind of just like, he's slapping your hands.
Okay. All right, that's a response, I guess.
No, but he's like looking dead ahead, not really paying attention to you, but he's like
Swatting it, right.
he's swatting at you to shut the fuck up.
So he's not completely locked out. He's
I
just
think
focused.
He's focused on something, but he's also very unconcerned by the scraping on the bottom of his boat.
Yeah, that's not okay.
And you're like,
David, you get one
All
head,
right.
I get the other. I clamp my hands on the side of his, like I cover his ears. Any
Um,
change?
You know what? You try and I dig out another like set of earplugs for you to
ooh,
take care of one. Do I have? I don't know.
Ooh, Adam, I want you to.
Because
Pick
I want to
some
go.
Adam,
I want to go investigate. Because I
here's-
want to go investigate what we hit.
Okay. Here's
I'll
what I
do
want
the
you to
wrestling.
Ashley, if you're gonna do this, let me see what.
Can I-
Hold on.
Bind them with my holy chain.
I want you to act under pressure.
I'm gonna act
Roll
under
me
that
some
pressure.
dice. Roll me plus
Pressure.
cool. Under pressure.
Coming down on me.
Coming down on you.
All right, that's enough of that.
Yeah. What screwed me up with the dice roll before is I have my character sheet open at a different window because
Let's
layering
go.
things-
Success.
Fuck.
Cause Striga's a boss bitch.
Okay. We're gonna say that. What did you roll specifically, Ashley?
10.
You rolled a 10. So, David didn't happen to have any extra super awesome badass earplugs, but you do see like some like old foam earplugs with like the sort of, you know how grandma glasses have like that string?
No, I got what you do. Yep, the safety string. So you
Safety
don't lose
string.
them.
They got the safety string on them. And you just like, there's only one pair, but you can shove them in like one of their ears. Whose ears are you shoving them into?
The guy driving.
The guy driving?
I gotta say,
Okay.
it's really difficult to put those foam earplugs in somebody else's ear.
Yeah, he's like fighting you on this. Kevin's
bet.
doing jack diddly shit other than staring straight ahead.
Yeah, I don't like this. Don't like it at all.
And like the boat is starting to fucking sink.
Because those.
I'm wrangling
things
this
are-
fuckface.
I'm trying to wrap my head around putting those on somebody else because you have to like roll them into a cone shape, compress the foam,
Yeah.
and then pull the back of your ear to open the ear canal to insert them.
Yeah, it's not a good time.
Yeah, you'd be having trouble.
And like at this point, as you're doing that, and Adam, what are you doing?
I am looking to see if there's a spotlight on the side of the boat to try and investigate
Okay.
what we hit.
So no one's taking care of Kevin. Kevin takes off his life jacket,
Oh, well, shit.
and he just fucking walks off the front of the boat.
I just start screaming for Mir. Like, David! David! Get hit! Oh, fuck!
But Adam, you can roll me an act under pressure because you're kind of freaking the fuck out right now. That's plus cool. Like you're freaking the fuck out. You're like, God damn it, son of
All
a
right,
bitch.
my cool is 2.
Okay, well, just hit that little dice next to it, and we'll.
Next to cool, next to cool, or next to
cool.
under pressure.
Buffy is hoping
under
for Kevin's
pressure.
imminent
Act
demise.
under pressure.
It's like,
Yeah.
yes.
Act under pressure.
I hope he gets eaten.
Yeah, kind of fuck Kevin, honestly.
Buffy has dealt. It seems like Buffy has dealt with many a Kevin type
Do I have
in her
pluses
life.
on that for my cool?
No.
Or okay, so it like figures it out by
Yeah,
itself.
it figures it out for you.
Son.
Oh, you failed.
Oh,
So-
Kevin's dead.
Oh well.
Hashtag not all Kevin.
Hashtag not all.
So, what exactly did you want, Adam? You do get to mark for a level up.
I
But,
lived with Kevin's. Buffy, I'm so sorry.
So
I love-
what did you want to do specifically? You wanted to look for a spotlight.
Yeah, I want to find a spotlight so I can try and see what's in the water.
The
I am-
only handheld spotlight.
Well,
Kevin,
I thought maybe that's why I was thinking there might be something mounted to the boat.
that would be in Harry's cabin, but there was like a handheld one, like a handheld spotlight.
Okay.
But Kevin actually he wasn't paying attention, obviously, and kicked that overboard as he like went into the water.
Oh, wonderful.
But he is going straight ahead, and you notice the boat is now heading towards rocks that are outside of the water. And
Okay, well, it's not hard to steer a boat, so let's do that.
so like Ashley, you're like like you get the earplugs in, but he's still like sort of trying to like he got like one earplug out, and you're like,
I'm going full jujitsu on his ass. I'm like, all right, motherfucker. I'm
Yeah,
wrapping him up like
yeah.
a pretzel.
You
like,
got a chain.
I'm chaining his ass
You're
up.
like wrapping him up, and he's
Wrapping
like
him in my
fighting
Wonder
you.
Woman holy
He's
chain.
like,
Like, you do nice. You stop that.
Adam,
That's the closest
The
he's been to a
ancient
woman in
mirror.
years.
you get into the place, and I will let you do another act under pressure roll.
Hopefully this one doesn't fucking...
Or
You're going to succeed because
can
Kevin
be-
had to die.
it can be act under pressure, or it can be investigate a mystery.
Oh, shit.
Bat with newspaper.
What?
I guess it's investigate, right? If I'm still trying to... Like, because I'm not diving.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
yeah,
I
yeah.
am not diving in the water for Kevin.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Roll plus sharp, investigate a mystery.
Ooh, 8 missed.
Well, you got a mix.
Mixed.
It's not a
You got a
failure.
mixed. You got a mixed. Adam, do you want to know what sort of creature it is?
I absolutely want to know what sort of creature this is.
Adam, don't look at my computer screen.
I'm
really
not looking
fast.
at... I'm not looking
I just have to double check.
You need to get you a DM screen for your laptop.
Yeah. So, like, on these rocks, like, near them, there are some, like,
It's hard to not look at Megan's computer screen. I'm sitting next to her.
there are some ladies on those rocks, like, hanging out by them, and they're, like, very aquatic looking.
I swear to God, if Kevin's a siren, I'm going to be salty.
They're just like they're singing. They're like, I'm gonna get some fresh meat tonight. Like they're doing their siren. There.
All right,
You're looking at a couple fucking sirens, like
okay.
3 of them.
I am steering away from the rocks.
The problem with that is your boat is going down, down, down like a
Okay, so
fire.
it's already hit some rocks.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
this bottomless boat is the SS Bluegill is sinking.
All right, so then I am angling it towards shore. I mean, it's a river. It can't be that big.
No, you're sort of. It's like a cove, and there's the ocean,
Yeah.
and then there's rocks.
I'm just gonna like get it as close to standable land as I
Do
can.
we see Mystery Yacht at all while we're out here?
The
Like I
mystery-
don't have any illusions of making it to shore. I'm
Yeah.
just trying to minimize the distance.
Yeah, so I'm gonna let you try and like you're fighting. The two of you can sort of hold Kevin upright and away from the sirens as Kevin.
Is
sort of-
Kevin in the water or is
Kevin's-
Hank in the water?
Oh no, the boat is sinking. You're sort of all mostly in the water now.
Oh, so Kevin's there.
Yeah, Kevin.
Who
Kevin
walked off
is
the- who-
swimming towards the sirens.
Okay, I was gonna say who
Okay.
walked off the boat.
Yes,
was Kevin.
it's basically a bay.
Can it be called Michael Bay?
No, it's not Michael Bay. You
I'll
already,
do the puns around here, thank you.
I
Especially
already
the
let you name
puns.
the town Helvetica.
It's a bay.
Anyways,
Hey, Bay.
so the bluegill is sinking. I'm gonna allow you to let Kevin sort of like bob in the water. Like you got, well, not Kevin. Harry. Harry can live. Kevin is going towards the sirens, and the sirens are like, "Fuck yeah, fuck yeah."
Okay, well,
Yeah, Kevin's going to
being
die.
low
So-
on options, I don't know how useful.
I would also like when you see the sirens, they're all female sirens. You don't see any like masculine looking ones, but you don't know if male sirens. You don't know how sirens reproduce, but you do notice that there are two that look like, adults, and one that sort of looks like
So
teenagery.
if we're not hypnotized because of the earplugs, what do they look like to us? Because depending on the legend, their appearance is affected by the music.
So for these
Makes
ones
them look beautiful.
specifically, they have like a really pretty face. Like you can still see there's like some fishy goings on in the facialar region, but it's more when you look underwater and it's sort of like Barbie doll shaped. You know how there's like boobular-esque regions,
Right.
and but there's mounds, but there's nothing.
Not that lot. Not
They
a,
don't
yeah, yeah.
got.
There's mounds, but with
they're
no
female
almonds.
shaped.
Yeah, they're female shaped.
A female-shaped object.
you
Right.
can
No, I
def-
get what you're saying.
You can definitely tell that one of the sirens is younger than the other two. Like one's like a teenager siren.
Siren in
My
training.
Teenage Siren Assassin.
All right, I'm
New anime
gonna.
drops this fall.
And like you're at this moment, you're like bobbing in the water, and the sirens are like.
Well, the boat is sunk at this point, or
So the-
sinking, because
it-
boats
it's-
take a minute to sink even with damage.
It is still sinking, but all the electronic bits are underwater.
Is there like an
That
emergency
can't be
kit
right. But
before the boat is completely lost?
Well, it's like
With like
the
a flare
front,
gun?
So the front was heavier, and that's where most of the damage hit. So the water came in there first, and
into the hold, and
into the hold, into that front area first.
so it's going nose down.
It's going nose down.
So we're gonna be towards the back, and if this is a fishing boat, I assume there's nets and rigging and all kinds of shit
They
towards
took
the back.
most of that off because you were just doing like a tour.
But there's still got to be like cranes that can't be easily taken off to haul up fishing nets and things.
Yes, but that's sort of more mid-boat, and you're sort of in the air a little bit at this point.
Right.
Is there any reachable safety equipment I can get to? Like, I'm thinking like a flare with flare gun.
That was probably in the front of the ship. But the light, you did have the spotlight, like there were lights on the ship, so if there were other ships in the area, they would have seen you.
Is there light control close by, or is that underwater currently?
That is it's basically underwater.
Okay.
So like as you're like starting to go down with this fucking ship Titanic style, Kevin, like this, you don't see the sirens anymore. You also don't see Kevin anymore.
Oh, I was gonna
Bye,
say I
Kevin.
want to take a shot at. I was gonna
Bye,
try and take a
Felicia.
shot at the sirens, but
Well, like as soon as Kevin got close enough, one of the sirens was like,
went into the water after him and then just dragged him down?
Oh yeah. They're
Okay.
having fresh meat
That's what I'm
tonight.
guessing.
They're having Mac tonight, and by Mac I mean Kevin.
They are so like they look
Kevin McRib.
excited.
Oosh.
Like they look legitimately excited. They're like, oh.
But they generally, I'm guessing they drown him first. They don't eat him alive. It seems like if the bites are post-mortem, then my guess is that they drown them first.
Hold on. Don't write my story for me.
It's a question. I'm not writing it for you. It's a.
Because as you're sort of like hanging out in the water and you're like, well, fuck, we are miles offshore. All the electronics are underwater. Our phones are wet. This is just fucking perfect. You hear, it's fairly quiet, but you still sort of hear a boat engine.
Can it please be the Ware Coast Guard Division that is doing training exercises off the coast of Maine? Please.
I mean, I've worked with Theranthropes before. I don't have a problem with that.
I want there to be Ware Theranthropes so bad.
So what you see
That was kind of redundant.
is sort of like, I don't know if they paint yachts
For anybody
fun
wondering what
colors.
that term means, people tend to refer to all wares as lycanthropes. That's wrong.
Which is
Lycan
a
means
species
wolf.
neutral term.
Yes, Theranthropes is a species neutral term for all wares.
'Cause we believe in representation of
Yes.
all Ware creatures.
So I don't know if they make yachts in colors other than fucking I have too much money white. But I'm going to say that this yacht is sort of a gunmetal gray. And it sort of like very semi-quietly pulls up to you. Or the last position of the bluegill. And then like they sort of, and like some people dressed like really nicely. Or, like,
That would
with
be funny if Kevin
holding-
actually seduced the siren.
He got fucked. Yeah, we got a different type of catfish.
Like
Oh.
they're like holding like champagne flutes.
Yeah, he got
and
catfished.
Somebody has a champagne flute. Somebody has got like a highball glass of whiskey, and they're like looking overboard, and they're like, "Do you need some help?"
If you have some Grey Poupon,
Yes.
that'd be great. Throw me a fucking line, you capitalist pig. Please.
I mean, now
Rude.
who's now
Rude.
who's now who's now who's misreading his
I
situation?
am wet and sinking.
I mean, that I didn't need to know. That's TMI.
he was paying child support via
I mean,
dead bodies.
I'll grant you that this is an exciting situation, but I didn't need to know that you got wet over it.
Buffy is writing deep Kevin lore right now.
So, she's like, "Hold on, I'll get one of the servers." And the lady with the champagne flute walks back into the boat. I like some, just, like looks like he stepped out of the fucking Bellagio in Las Vegas. He's like wearing like a nice like suit, and he's got some like fucking like life rings, life preservers, and he's just like tossing them towards
So
you.
did he attach a rope to them first?
Yeah, there's a rope on him.
Okay, I'm just like, good luck. Goodbye.
It's like, hey, I guess you're coming aboard. You're gonna be a little moist.
That's fine, man.
Yeah.
You're the
I-
best. I love you. I
Don't
know who
worry.
you are.
I think we have like towels. We might be able to find.
So
you
all right, so Kevin's gone. Did we get the first mate off? Henry?
Kevin was the first mate. You got Harry the captain.
Harry's the captain. Okay. There's a Harry captain.
There's
Harry was the
captain.
grandfather, right?
He is also
We
the
saved
captain.
grandfather. That's
You
what
saved
matters.
grandpapa.
Okay, cool.
So he's on the boat. You're all on the boat. Harry looks like he's currently having a COPD attack now. Like he pulls the like.
Does he need a CPAP machine?
He's gonna need medical attention. Yeah.
Don't worry, we have doctors on board, and
Oh God! Thank God for rich people.
and like they.
Yay, capitalism!
He's taken
I am
off.
swinging back and forth.
He's
Between...
taken to another part of the ship, probably where the doctors are. You are given some like towels.
Right, this is the part where the side characters go off screen and don't become part of the story anymore.
You are given like some hand towels that have embroidered on them SS Ceres, CERES.
Oh boy.
And like you're drying off. They give you like a place to put your stuff if you want to take it off.
Nope.
And they say absolutely fucking nothing if they see that flak jacket. not a peep.
I didn't. No, I'm not. I'm not getting out of my way.
They do see that chain that's like got weapons on it, and they like give you a little look.
It's like, if you're cool, I'm cool.
And they're like,
Like David's also armed and shit.
It's
So
like, look, you
yeah,
just pulled me
he's-
out of the
he's
water.
not-
I'm not gonna fist fight you unless you give me a reason to.
they're just like, hey.
No, I think David's gonna go up to whoever looks like they're in the most in charge.
There's
and
like a head of security.
yeah, and flash his badge and go, Agent Maier, ONLA. We need to get back to shore.
We'll get back to shore. It's all right. Probably not in this town though. This town's full of a bunch of fucking old people.
Can
Yeah,
I pull
well,
the
I
guy
don't imagine there's a dock big enough for you to pull this thing up to.
Can I pull the guy who saved us aside?
Yeah, sure.
I want to talk. Like, did you hear anything weird when you came up?
No, I didn't hear anything.
You ever see any weird stuff on the water out here? Hear anything weird? Any weird music?
Weird music, just the fucking polka the old people listen to. I swear to God.
I imagine there's
Is
probably.
polka like kryptonite to sirens? That would be hilarious.
Yeah,
So the invention of polka
hold
was
on.
to block out siren
Right.
noise music.
But I imagine there's if they're on a yacht, they're probably out for a pleasure cruise, which means there's probably music, which means it's probably drowning out the sounds of the sirens.
Yeah. Like,
That's why, like, that would kind of
Yeah.
explain why they're not affected if they're blasting their own music.
So once you get dried off, and maybe we can find you some clothes your size if you want.
That's fine. I'll dry out.
I'm good.
We can get you some bathrobes. We have embroidered bathrobes too.
No, I'm good.
Let me see those bathrobes.
Yeah, he hands you like it's a white bathrobe. It has gray lettering on it, the same sort of color as the ship. He's like, red would bleed. They didn't want bleedy embroidery because it's white and fluffy. But here, you can use one.
How many do you have?
How many do I have personally? Well, I don't own them. They're just on the ship.
I give him a look.
They take a count at the end of the night.
Wow, that's wild.
Yeah.
You know, get what you can, man. I'll give you like a gentle fist bump.
Yeah. Hey, it's a good gig.
I bet.
But yeah, I gotta get back to my station.
Yeah.
Thank you.
gonna-
I really appreciate it, man.
I'm
Thank
gonna
you.
kind of try and quietly talk to Seraph and just be like, we can't stay on this boat either. We got to see if they've got like some sort of inflatable raft or something we can commandeer and get the hell out of here, because they're gonna be going wherever they're gonna be going, and we've got to get the fuck out of here.
You're sort of walking around the ship, and you encounter what would be like.
By the way, I just want to point out I have not changed out of my clothing.
Neither
David's
have I.
been way more uncomfortable than this.
I was just checking out the robes. They look nice. I was gonna try and steal one, but it looks like they're hard asses about that
So
shit.
as you get deeper into the ship, you see this.
Is that a diner?
That is not a diner. They are all different card game tables.
They have a straight up casino on this boat?
This is a fucking casino yacht.
Goddamn capitalist bastards.
And there are people,
I mean, floating casino. If it's not on land, that's a way to get around.
yeah.
Yeah.
And they're like they see you looking a little moist, but people are just like back at their game, and they're like, you see some like weird shit on these tables. Like there's like wedding rings. You know.
I mean, it's not unheard of for late game poker games to start getting into some weird items.
One of them looks like a dried up umbilical cord on one of the
Okay,
tables.
that's weird.
You see like a variety of different jewelry items.
But I've seen some absolute junk somebody put a good story behind to add some value to it. So
Yeah, there's probably some of that going on. But you do also like, you're like walking past some of the tables very moist, despite having tried to dry off. And you're like looking and you're like, is that a fucking amulet? What the fuck? Is that from the Ottoman Empire?
Am I tracking anything not normal in humans of humanity? A roll for like investigate that bit. I'm gonna investigate that bitch.
Sorry, I just want to out of character point out that like how I'm kind of playing David is why he kind of like is always looking for the the simple explanation is when you deal with crazy on the day-to-day, you got to work really hard not to make that your go-to in every situation.
Yeah.
I rolled a 9.
So he
mixed
kind of
success.
sort of steers the other way. Knowing
So-
those kind of things are real makes you have to steer hard in the other direction, not jump
What
to
is
that
being
conclusion.
concealed here? Who
He-
are these people?
From what you can tell, they are regular humanoids. You can't really tell anything, but you can tell that they are actually, like, at least some of these items are legit magical artifacts.
I tell David.
Wait, which one is the Facebook chat? Did you move that?
A Facebook chat is blue over there.
Okay. No, that's the...
No, that's Facebook.
It
Oh, 'cause
has
I'm
both
seeing-
of them.
Oh,
It has both
oh,
of
that
them
one has
combined.
both of them in it. That's what I was saying. I was like, those are the Twitch comments. Okay, that's why.
Restream is a nightmare sometimes.
So you are noticing that people are, like, betting legitimate magical objects.
Oh, fuck.
And you're like, and like, just for flavor, I'm going to say that maybe David, like,
Probably recognizes some of them.
yeah, like, you recognize the use cases of some of them. You're like,
Yeah.
that's probably not going to do shit. That might be a little something, but it's nothing major. It's a bunch of rich people collecting old weird objects. That one of them looks suspiciously like a rusty oil can, but goddamn, can you feel the magic coming off of it?
Mm-hmm.
And it's an angry oil can, like, it shakes occasionally.
Aw, buddy. He's upset. He wants to get out of there.
Do I notice any item? This is sort of kind of going deep here a little bit, but do I notice anything that the ONLA would consider something civilians shouldn't have?
All of it.
No, because I mean, there's plenty of magical stuff that you're just like, yeah, fine, they're protection amulets, whatever.
There is some stuff you're like, they probably shouldn't have this, but, like, do I care enough?
It makes
I mean,
fart
not in this moment, but
It's
it's
an
like
amulet that
I
makes-
might have to start an investigation on these people.
Like you put a tracking
If they're-
device in the
if
bottom
they're
of the
yeah,
table
if they're
somewhere.
Yeah,
if
you're
they're trading in magical items,
And, like,
then that kind of stuff's got to get
I'm gonna
monitored.
say, Striga, how much do you know about magical world? Like, what? Like, you're the chosen. How much do you know about magic and bullshit like that? And, like,
I know
and
about
such?
I know about my stuff, and so I would think I would wonder if anything feels like resonates, like my magic weapon resonates with me.
You think there is a fucking sword on the other side of this room that is giving you, like, similar but not exact same vibes to, like, your shit? Like, somebody else's super cool, awesome chosen weapon is just, like, being put in for, like, fucking poker.
Oh, that is sad.
That has so many tragic stories tied into it. That could either be like they're so hard on their luck they had to give up their chosen weapon. What happened to them that they gave up on their chosen life? Did a villain kill them and take their weapon and pawn it off? Did somebody happen to find it after they died? Yo, it's all bad.
Yeah. But, like, David, you've encountered the Fae multiple times. I'm aware of this. I know that.
Yes.
So you're like, I don't want to, like, write this for you, but there might perhaps be a
I
little
mean,
bit
some of his best friends may be Fae, just going out.
You get, for the umbilical cord, it does not feel itself overtly magical.
The
But-
umbilical cord?
Yeah, there's an somebody's like, there's an umbilical cord on the table. Like,
This isn't even an auction. People are just hawking shit for
no,
poker.
not even. This is just like, here, my firstborn's umbilical cord.
I mean, not magical in and of itself, but as
be
part of a
used for
ritual,
magical
could be used for a
shenanigans.
ritual, yeah.
They're like, yeah, you want to use my firstborn child for some sort of weird fucking ritual? Here you go. Here's its umbilical cord.
As a ritual ingredient, yeah.
Yeah. Is that child perhaps maybe illegitimate?
Changeling even?
I mean,
So you're just like walking through this and you're seeing like some interesting shit. There's old shit, there's new shit, but it's different flavors of magical. There's open tables. Like, you're moist, but they're like, listen, we'll put some like plastic covering on some of the chairs if while we're waiting to get back to shore, you want to like play a couple rounds.
Is anyone like eyeing up my magic weapon?
A lot of people are just very engrossed in their poker game.
Okay. Just making sure I don't have to keep an extra. Well, I'm gonna keep an extra hand on it because I don't want it suddenly getting away from me.
Yeah. But like you pass
You know,
by
Oberon put an end to that changeling bullshit decades ago. If somebody's still continuing on the practice, heads will fucking roll.
Oh my god,
Like,
there could be an
here's-
underground black market of changelings.
Okay, no wait, like you say something about changelings and there's this like fucking 21-year-old dude in like a corner. He's like, what? Somebody say changeling? Oh, what?
Oh, honey.
He's like, and like you can just see like the hint of Fey features on him. Like mayhaps he is a Fey
motherfucker.
changeling.
Or maybe he heard you mutter out Oberon. I'm like, huh?
Whoops.
His-
Yeah.
But like he's not really doing anything. He's
He
like,
just heard it and was
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
where?
Listen, that's not me. That's like if he gets found out by the fairy court, there's going to be problems.
he's like, nah, dude, I'm chill. I have my paperwork.
Just to make sure he's okay. He's not trapped and they're not harvesting him for Fey parts to get
Right.
hawked in poker tournaments.
I will let you know the little bit of backstory here. He is an adopted changeling, as in like there was that like changeling shenanigan where like a Fey child and human child were exchanged, but then the re-exchange happened where they got the human kid back, but the Fey parent didn't want the changeling child. So the changeling was adopted by separate human parents, but he's literally just here playing poker. It looks like he's trying to like win something.
I'm concerned about the entire
Well, thanks
life
for
story of
risking
this
your job to
changeling.
watch our show, Buffy.
What's up, Striga?
I want to know the terrible tearjerker. I know you have a terrible backstory for this poor changeling. Is he on hard times?
He does look like he's on a bit of hard times.
We need to get him. Is there like a way we can get him reconnected with the fairy kingdom if he wants to go home?
Like, listen, that's a completely different story, but like he does have some sadness going on in his life right now. I cannot pronounce his name, but his nickname is Coin.
Like, I'm just wondering if David like would have a business card he could slip him. Like, if you need to get out, contact this.
He's like, listen, bro, I don't want to get out. I need to get in deeper.
So deep.
Well,
He's like-
if it comes to it and you need out,
I would like
just
to.
take this.
He is one of the objects you see on the table. Does Agent Muir, I will say, have some like, you know, it can be connected to necromancy. Like it looks like he's trying to like win some sort of necromantic.
All right. But I think thing one is to figure out
Yeah, he's just
if this
I'm
if
getting
this is
distracted by
if
a
this
side
is
character.
if this is
Yeah. the sidest of side characters.
right. So we need to figure out if this is in any way involved with those sirens. Now it's suspicious, but despite prevailing logic, birds of a feather don't always flock together.
I have a feeling that they just have so much magical shit flying around on this ship that the sirens aren't even going to be like dinging anybody.
Right.
Yeah, like they're
Like yeah, I mean half of them are probably immune, the other half probably have protections. It's
yeah.
but
Some
that
of them may
but
have
but
killed-
what I'm saying is did those sirens hop off this ship to grab a snack?
Like
Like I don't want to blame everybody for the actions of a
Now,
few, but
are you
we need to find out if there's any connection to this ship or not.
are you mentioning sirens out loud?
No. I mean not loud enough for anybody to hear.
Should we talk to the head of security about
Anything I say to Striga in this environment,
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
assume it's being
Yeah, but like yeah, you can leave Coin back to his game of trying to win some sort of necromantic idol.
Coin? I want to know your story, Coin. But we're gonna go back
Listen,
to the
I have to
actual
write his story, okay?
All right, I need to know the story of Coin.
I know his story, but I have to write it.
Okay. David, we should talk to the head of security about your suspicions and see
About sirens?
yeah.
I gotta be
if
honest.
There's any siren-shaped
if the
objects
head
have
of
guests on
security
board.
knows anything about anything of what's going on this ship, the ONLA badge would have caught his attention.
Actually, the head of security comes up to you. He's like, "Hey, can you come over here for a minute? You're kind of soaking the carpet. I want to talk to you over here."
Sure. Don't want to ruin the upholstery.
Yeah. This is
I'm following.
So like.
It's
here's the
fine.
thing.
She's with me.
Yeah, that's cool. I know you wanted to get back to shore, and you're very moist right now, and I appreciate that you don't really want any fucking shit from us. Like I get that, The not the captain of the ship. That's a completely different person. But the owner of the ship would like to speak with you first, if you're willing.
Absolutely.
Cool. I'm just gonna keep this image up. So you were led deep down into the bowels of this shit into an office. I'm trying to help Adam. Jesus Christ. I'm still not used to this laptop. It's brand new.
What if you use the paper towel roll and just use the paper towels as a guard?
Okay, I can just go.
What are
there.
you, wait? What are you having trouble with?
I'm just trying to help you not
See
see my
my
screen.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah.
I was angled the other way, but then I every time I talk to you, I spin the other.
Yeah.
I'm
Talk-
saying,
talking to the
take
microphone.
the paper towel
I'm
roll,
gonna-
unfurl it,
I'm gonna sit next to Megan, but not look
and
at her.
then pin the towel.
It feels. It just
cookies.
feels rude, is all. There
Yeah.
you go. That'll work. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Do you have a screen
So-
ever?
You
I have a screen for the screen.
So you walk into this office. It's very well decorated. Again, this is giving Las Vegas. This isn't giving Atlantic City. Granny's going to Atlantic City for a weekend. This is giving Vegas. This is
No. This is a speakeasy gambling casino in Vegas vibes.
Oh yeah. This isn't 2024 Vegas. This is mobster era Vegas.
It's classy.
It's
it feels
classy.
classy.
Sitting at this desk is a dark-haired woman, dark eyes, sort of palish skin, like a pale tan. She's not copy paper white, and she's just sitting behind her desk.
Does she look like familiar comparison to that group of ladies on the rocks?
No, she looks humanoid.
Okay.
She looks human. And she's just like sitting at her desk casually. I will say that her nails are painted of like the brightest fucking red you've ever seen.
Nice.
And she's wearing a very lovely dress. She's just like, I heard you need to go to shore. I'm going to guess it has something to do with the waterlogged nature and the man who is currently in my doctor's office.
It's about the size of it.
Did something happen? I would assume something happened down on the water.
All right. Look, I'm going to level with you a little bit here. We know what you have in there. So you're aware of things.
Yes.
Your head of security saw his badge.
Yes.
We work in...
the Office of Nonlinear Acquisitions. Ooh.
Oh, you used it.
Roll credits! Post a link to the book. God, I need it.
Well, you've done your homework.
Oh, yes, yes, I know. That is why I've decided. You're not my everyday customer. That is why I've decided to speak with you. Agent Maier, was it? I think
Maier.
that's what it. Maier. That's what it said. Oh, I see.
Agent Meow?
And yes, before you ask, my mother is Senator Maier.
Oh, esteemed pedigree, I see.
But we're not here on an ONLA investigation.
Well,
We're here with...
I'm on loan,
Yes.
and the ONLA is aware of my investigation.
I see.
We're hunters. We were here to investigate a situation.
Mm-hmm. What sort of
Do
situation
you...
gets you this?
I'm not sure if you have any guests in your boats. I know you have some people who aren't exactly human. I have friends of... I have, like, some werewolves I hang out with on Friday nights.
Shit, my best friend
It's
is a
fine.
goblin.
Exactly. We have no issue with non-humans.
No.
Well, there were sirens out on the rocks. Looks like they've been snacking on people. Do you have someone that is like a regular clientele that are sirens that just kind of
See, the thing with
disappear?
sirens is like
Oh,
that. They're not like the sirens. I think I've seen them on. That they've been seen on occasion. We do give our outside security earplugs and objects to deflect their hypnotic.
and
sound.
I get it. Not all supernatural things are connected, but I know that better than most.
we just wanted
but-
to check in.
if you're sailing frequently, because you've been spotted before, through waters that are known to be frequented by sirens, it is a little on the suspicious side. You'd have to agree.
Well, the sirens are basically just sort of here first.
Yeah, I
Okay.
got it.
But like,
But why take the risk? There are other waters you could sail in.
These are really nice waters.
Fair.
It's just a nice area.
Look, it's picturesque. I'll grant you that.
We occasionally get tourists off the land, you know. This is
So
sort
I'm
of,
not accusing you of anything. I just like to know what you know.
I understand that. You know, the sirens are there. I'm here. The people like being picked up in sort of a lesser known locale so that their dealings aboard our vessel are a little more clandestine.
Yeah, I understand clandestine.
So here's the thing. Oh. I'm not I want to know why you're really here. Like, yeah,
We're really here to investigate the body parts that have been washing up on shore. That investigation has led us to what are apparently sirens, which are the most likely suspect, let's just say, right now.
most likely suspect.
We happened to be on the boat taking a tour while we were doing our investigation, and they drove past the rocks. Sirens are on the rocks. We had our suspicions of siren activity.
However,
other people on the boat did not have ear protection, so they succumbed to the
however,
hypnosis.
since most of the wounds on the body parts that were found were post-mortem, now sirens tend to like to kill their own things, but we are not discounting the possibility of a body dump that was just an opportunistic snack.
Yeah, and like she's again just chilling behind her desk. You can see she's like, what do you think might be?
Have you seen anything on the water since you guys frequent this area?
It's too early in our investigation to make those kind of speculative leaps.
No. I mean, was there any identifying marks?
Just that they've been not on post like after death.
I just don't know.
I mean, it's entirely plausible that they were drowned first and then eaten.
Yeah.
But we don't want to rule anything out. I mean, that does seem to be the most likely thing.
Yeah, I mean, what else would it be?
Well, I think I mentioned a couple of things I think it could be.
And you notice there's She sort of opens a drawer in her desk.
I reflexively just kind of like have to resist the urge to not immediately grab my weapon while surrounded by security.
Oh, no, security's not in here anymore. It's just the three of you, and the door is closed behind you. Security has left you alone with her. She pulls.
Bold.
She opens a drawer in her desk, and like you stiffen for a second. You're like, what the fuck? And she sort of grins sheepishly, and she's like, this is going to seem a little uncouth, but I am a little thirsty. And she pulls out like one of those fucking like Yeti Stanley mug things from her desk. And like the straw's opaque.
Yeah.
You can't see what liquid is in there.
Is she popping a Capri Sun?
And she's sort of like, she's trying to hide it.
It's fine. You can just drink the blood openly.
You think I don't recognize the smell of blood?
She's like, it just feels weird to do it in front of people, you know?
You're fine, girly.
Yeah, you're nowhere near my first vampire.
Yeah.
I go out for drinks with a vampire every once every month or so. I run a great goth club out in Philly.
I mean, I don't really know too many socially, but
Oh,
so
they're
this
blast.
is just Keeper Megan talking, but I'm gonna say you're talking about Katya from the last game.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, oh, Philly's a nice place when you want to hang out with other vampires, you know. It's not like New York is so oversaturated these days.
Yeah, tell
There
me
is,
about it.
and it's you lose that sort of clandestine nature when you're just around so many people who are kind of like, yeah, fucking vampires.
Like you want to be in a den. It's like dark
Yeah,
and brooding.
you just want to kind of be like, you want to you want to feel. Sometimes you just want to feel like you're a vampire, you know.
You know what I wonder? Why? Maybe we can get.
See,
these
that's why I
sirens
moved to
into, like,
Philly.
club
I mean,
music.
most of them are veggies these days.
I mean, it's so the vampires that I've hung around with. I'm not from this side of the United States. I'm from the other coast, but you know, I can't really do once. Like, I know people say there's no aftertaste when you get, like, the blood from the blood bank. But there's just sort of an aftertaste, you know?
It's not fresh.
It's not fresh.
I
It's been
hear you.
sitting a while.
It's the container you're drinking out of does affect taste. If it's plastic or metal or skin,
Yeah.
I get it. There's a difference.
Like, even this, it's still like, prefer fresh. But,
You're
like,
cracking open a boy with a cold one.
yeah. And, like,
Hey.
but, like, you definitely see, like, when she's talking now, you can see that she does have, like, you know, there are some fangs going on in this mouth. She's not actively trying. She's no longer trying to hide from you that she is, in fact, a vampire. She's like, you know, I've been around this. You know.
I kind of imagine they would have that David and Striga would have both noticed anyway. I mean, there's
Yeah,
there's
she's like,
signs that
"You know
you'd
what?
be able to pick up on.
If the siren, like what you're saying, does sound like the sirens have been drowning locals, and that could be very bad for my business. And I
Well, see, here's the thing. We don't think they're drowning locals. That's the mysterious part. There aren't enough missing persons to account for the body parts they're finding.
I'm
So
wondering
this
if
isn't. But the thing is, we just saw the sirens. So they're not killing the townspeople, and they're not killing upstream, and the body parts are washing
you
down.
know who we need to talk
So-
to? We need to talk to the sirens. Is there some way we can communicate with them without getting hypnotized?
I don't know
I don't know
that's.
anybody who speaks siren.
Is there anyone from the Grecian Peninsula that might?
You might have to call some people in for that one. But you work for the ONLA, so
Yeah.
you might know some people who could talk to the sirens. But I
As soon as my cell phone dries out, yeah, we'll get right on.
And what do we think? You know what
Yeah,
I
we
was
don't have
thinking?
any rice on board.
What if the sirens ran their own like EDM troupe?
What?
Play raves and stuff?
Oh, you know what? I think I saw that like a
A little auto tune so people don't, get drowned and go to their death.
You know, I have heard of some half
Bummer.
sirens who I don't know how half sirens are made. I don't know how sirens are made. But
I mean,
I have heard of
probably the old-fashioned way, since the siren bite isn't infectious.
Some, yeah.
I
mean,
realize that as a vampire, you would consider other avenues, but
Yeah. But no, I don't know anyone who speaks siren on this ship. But I have heard of some half sirens who make good money in the music community. You know, not even singing. I've heard some of them are very good at mixing music.
well, there's Susie and the Banshees.
those are banshees.
Yeah, but those little banshees.
And also, where did she get that spelling? I mean, I know where she got the hairspray for the hair, but the spelling of that name.
What, Susie Sue?
Yeah.
Yeah, with the X. I think it's.
I thought it was derived from the Native American tribe.
I might be, but I think it might also be
You know, I always
Celtic.
thought- yeah, I was thinking it might be like Welsh or Celtic or
Yeah,
something.
I'm not
Again-
I'm not sure on that. I'm speculating too.
Again, that's just not my purview.
Do we have to roll something? Because I want to really get into an interview with these fucking sirens.
I love how much you want to interview these sirens. It's like, you know what? I will have security go through every table, and I will see if there's any sort of siren amulet, interspecies communication devices.
For a doctor on board. I believe I speak Greek.
Well, it's
Now,
I
if
know ancient Greek
If
dialect.
I'm remembering right, sirens are reasonably territorial, which means they're not usually killing up north and then are just happen to be here today. It
Yeah.
seems unlikely.
They might be locals.
what if,
Here's the thing. They're not feeding local. like you said, there's not, like I said, we were told that there aren't enough missing persons to attach to those body parts.
You know what a townie would do if they were a siren? Eat the fucking tourists.
Well, that's the thing.
I mean, you know, you've raised an interesting point. That's a possibility. But if a tourist went missing, they'd still report it in town.
Yeah. You know, that is. I will go through, see if there's anything to communicate with the siren. I also don't think sirens understand the written word. I have heard of some sirens. Some have
Probably
sirens.
not modern English.
Is it like some sort of rhythm game we could play with them, or like singing at each other?
I have heard of some like a
You want
siren.
to communicate via Dance Dance Revolution? Is that what you're trying
Well,
to do?
I have heard of a half siren who's who like in the day has
Trying
like
to breach the language
sort
gap?
of developed like a sort of sign language that sort of works for sirens, that sirens can understand and humans can understand.
I'm envisioning like that scene from Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Do, 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 do. Communicate through music.
But yeah, we'll have that looked into. Yeah. We are just trying to run our, you know, I'll be honest. I'm not exactly the oldest vampire in the world. You know? I think there is actually a Greek man who has that title. Not that anybody's seen him. He's ancient as shit. But, you know, I just wanted to recreate, like, old Las Vegas, old Hollywood vibes.
Well, you did a really good job. It was really nice.
Thank you.
It's really,
I'm
you
sorry for
know,
dripping the
I
carpet.
gotta say, I'm a fan of vintage myself, so.
It's fine. I can just... We can have carpet cleaners in here. I make sure my boat is
I don't know why
spotless.
I'm more chill with you being a vampire than if you were just a regular human. I think I would dislike you more if you were human.
I mean, to be fair,
I don't know why I said that out loud. I'm feeling very disarmed right now.
I mean, a regular human with this boat means they have committed some sort of grievous misdeeds.
I mean, it
That-
explains why your boat doesn't have any lights.
Well, yeah, we do kind of want to keep quiet here. But also, like, we do, like, a human to have, like,
I mean, I think the ONLA has vampires on payroll, so, I mean, it's nothing to me.
hey, who's going to work night shift?
Right?
But,
I mean, I
yeah.
work night shift,
You're
but yeah,
literal
it's-
children of the night.
I mean, like, I lost my train of thought. But, you know, a human to get, like, $500 million in like, a human lifetime, that you are not paying people properly, you know?
Ugh,
You're not.
don't get me started.
But, like,
And inflation is just out of control.
oh, yeah. I mean, that's why we don't really use money here. We use, you know,
Right,
magical
right. They
objects.
retain their value.
Bartering.
Yeah, yeah. It's like, you know, using gold back in the day. I was still alive back when we used gold. I know that wasn't that long ago, when the dollar was based off what gold we had.
Oh,
before.
please don't get David started. I just had to listen to him bitch about that on the van ride up. It was 7 hours.
7
You brought
hours.
it up.
7 hours.
And I regretted it every
Uh,
second that conversation dragged.
Listen, all I'm saying is our economy has gone to shit since 1962 when Nixon took us off the gold standard. And people want to blame it on whatever current sitting
Should I
president
start to
there
look
is
and
for
see if the
problems that have been
windows are
around for
secured?
40 years.
Are there any
Um,
windows in this office? I'm thinking about jumping off the boat
So,
and joining the sirens.
there's actually no windows in this office. It's actually below
Damn.
deck. But
Makes sense.
you came up 7 hours ish. That would be what, New Jersey?
Mhm.
And you said you're not working currently for the ONLA. You're on loan. Ooh, there's a couple places down there.
Well, this isn't I'm currently working for the ONLA. This
Well,
isn't an
I mean-
ONLA assignment.
ONLA assignment.
We're not a group of murder hobos. We only kill
No,
monsters
no,
that are
you're-
actual problem, that are actually
Yeah, I mean-
destroying communities.
So did you come up from Philly or Jersey?
Jersey.
Jersey, okay.
I mean, I live in Philly. Yeah, we were dispatched out of an
You
office in Jersey.
Obviously know where we are. You've probably seen the Blaze built.
Oh, no, I'm not that old. That was 1700s, late 1700s. What is it, Devil's Respite?
Yes.
Yeah. Devil's
Yeah,
Respite.
yeah.
That was 1700s. That's way before my time. I was 19. Oof, I'm old enough now that I can't remember what year I was born. 1930s, 1940s, more my time. 1950s. I was, alive when Vegas was built. Hence why the boat is Vegas themed.
Nice.
I worked there in the casinos back when the mafia first owned them.
Oh, wow.
See, I actually worked my way up. Did that involve killing some assholes and taking over?
These things happen.
Hey, a couple of mobsters lived their lives in Vegas in the 50s.
No one's surprised.
No one's surprised. And so what if I happen to get all their assets? And then just, put it in the stock market, put it in other things, get my own amount of money, and just have this boat.
There you go.
And honestly, what you're saying about the sirens, I don't think I'm going to be, around these waters much anymore. I don't...
Yeah, even if it's just to allay any sort of suspicion on you, and I'm going to be honest, I'm going to keep everything to myself, but I've seen some objects out there that would raise some eyebrows, and you don't want that kind of heat, especially if there are killings going on in the area. I would recommend that you try to stay out of the area.
Yeah. But we're going to take our boat to different waters, and we'll figure out other places, and we'll sort of mark this off as siren territory.
All right, so I guess we're back to figuring out how many bodies. Do we have an idea of how many different bodies were found, like pieces belonging to different bodies, on a number?
Ooh, that does raise a question for you, though. Are you going to kill the sirens?
I would rather
Not if we don't have to.
I mean, if someone's just dumping bodies, I think the problem is who's dumping the bodies. Who do these bodies belong to? Why are they not reported? Is the actual problem. I'm not going to blame water for being wet.
Yeah, that raises an interesting question. To go back to your tourist thing, what if they're being offered up as sacrifices to protect the townspeople?
Hey,
A group of
that could
teenagers
happen.
with a fish cult vibe.
I mean, I seriously doubt it's the
No.
teenagers. That's a little organized for teenagers. Not unheard of, but damn rare in the extreme.
I would like... This is Keeper Megan talking, not Sabrina. That's the lady's name, by the way.
That's great.
Her name's Sabrina.
The middle-aged vampire.
Yeah, Sabrina, the middle-aged vampire who worked her way up from cigarette girl to, fucking owning her own goddamn casino.
Nice.
But yeah, she's just Keeper Megan here is the only organized kids in that town is Annette's group of possible cultists.
Cultists that also on the high honor roll because they need to study.
Yeah, literally, they all got high honor roll.
I happen to be an expert on cults, and let me tell you, there's a big difference between a group of bored teenagers and a fucking cult.
Cults are what adults do.
Yeah, I mean... But, yeah, the old people could be doing it. Or just college students coming up from the big cities, going off on, trying to jump off those rocks over there.
Has anyone from the town been trying to try to purchase magical items from you?
Oh, no, we don't see any of those old folks.
Okay.
They're too busy having swinger parties in the fire hall.
Do they have the loofah code? Do they hang the different color loofahs on the door? Fuck.
Yeah, no, they are... Listen, you...
VD runs rampant in that town.
By the way, out of
there.
character sidebar, David has literally written the book on cults.
But Sabrina's I wouldn't be surprised I know. Ooh, what's his name? Rory. He's the sheriff
Yeah.
or chief of police or whatever in that town.
Yeah.
Mhm. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some children and grandchildren that come from his lineage. I mean, he is what? Oh God, 45. He is a young buck in that town. And ladies are just...
Thirsty.
Oh.
But we've been keeping you for a long time.
And
Oh,
we
yeah.
do really, really appreciate your cooperation and help in this.
Yes. So I can't drop you off in the town.
That's
No,
fine.
I
That's
can
a
understand
little-
how that would be problematic.
but I can drop you off like somewhere else and sort of let you.
If you ever have items that you
Yeah,
wanna
as long
get
as you
rid
can
of-
get us within like taxi distance of the town, that's great.
We could probably get you in like driving distance. Yeah. Ooh.
In case you have like magical items that you want to exchange at some point in the future, here's a card for our business. You get in contact with our supplier.
A Devil's Respite
Yeah.
card. Yeah. Thank you.
Maybe we can do like some sort of exchange. They got stuff they're getting rid of.
Let me just. And she sort of like picks up a phone on her desk. She's like, hey, I believe we have an older gentleman in your office currently. How is he doing? Ooh, yeah? Ooh, that doesn't sound. Yeah, we're gonna have to get him to shore quickly. Yeah, we are gonna. So, like, all our life rafts are inflatable.
That's fine.
You are gonna have to do that, but it
That's
does look. We're gonna have to drop you off.
Well,
You know
apparently there's no hospital in that town, so maybe it would be
No.
better if we docked somewhere else where there might
don't
be.
worry, I'm gonna have a private ambulance set up for you because he's gonna need it.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think you said sirens and like I heard something about a boat crash.
Yeah.
Well, most ambulances have sirens, sure. Oh, sorry.
He might have been MMA
Sorry.
grappled as
I
well.
couldn't resist the joke. It was right there. I'm sorry.
yeah.
I apologize to
It does
everyone,
seem-
both in
Oh
and out
God!
of
I
character.
just got it.
It does seem like he might have had a heart attack. We fed him some Bayer aspirin, but like we're gonna call a private ambulance for him, and we're gonna.
Maybe I choked him a little too much.
Hey. Well, it was either that or get drowned and eaten by a siren.
I mean, yeah. I
Or
think
three,
you
you
did what you
know.
had to do. Striga, nobody's gonna.
And she sort of like does a little. And she sort of like pulls the drawer open again, and like puts the drink cup in it, and you can see there's like little. Like there's not condensation on the side of it. You think it might be some sort of thing where it's not like a cooler as so much it keeps.
At room temperature, at,
Yeah.
like body heat.
It keeps like 98-degree blood. Yeah.
So that's a fancy ass Stanley Cup. That's
Yeah.
from their special reserve edition.
Yeah.
Stanley's Cup.
And like she's like, you know what? We're gonna have someone. We're not gonna like dock, but we're gonna like anchor the boat. Boat will come out, pick you up. Private ambulance for him. Pick you guys up. And we'll just let you sort of iron out the details. And what's that? What town would be that? What would be that? That little Cabot Cove sort of place. Helvetica.
Yes.
Yes, Helvetica. Yeah. Well, you can take care of getting back to Helvetica.
That's fine. We'll take care of ourselves.
Yeah. So like, yeah. Well, I'll get that called up, and you know, I will say as the keeper in the next few hours, dude. There's like a fucking speedboat that goes. And comes up, picks you up.
Like boof, boof. It's going so fast, it's skipping across the surface. Like, whoa, oh my God!
And it takes you
So
back.
fast.
Takes you back to shore. There's a private ambulance for Harry. And you are driven in what looks to be a limousine to the sort of outskirts of town. And he's like, yeah.
You need to get the fuck out.
Yeah, you're already paid for. Don't worry about that. I would suggest walking up the shoreline. I don't know how you're gonna explain. This isn't. Listen.
That's
outside
fine.
My pay grade.
We got this.
Have fun. And
Bye.
he like takes off, and
Peace.
you get to walk back in town. And at this point, the sun is starting to come up.
Yeah, we're gonna have to get back to the house and break the news to Loretta. Or do we talk to the town council first?
Well, Loretta is on the town council, so.
Yeah, but do we want to talk to Loretta privately in her home and let her family know what happened? Or talk to the town council?
You can talk to Loretta first. She'll let you use her laundry machines. And get you some clothes. Kevin's old clothes.
Does she
She's
have like
not
a
gonna
robe?
need them
Does she
anymore.
have like a robe with embroidery, but it's red and it causes a little bleed?
Yeah, it
Like a
has
tie.
it has like embroidered roses on the collar.
It's cute.
But it's like a grandma robe. It's not like the really fluffy hotel ones.
Right.
It's gonna be really awkward.
And like you get to the house and you're like hopping wet. You're kind of
Well, it's clearly a robe that's been stolen from a hotel, and she's
Yeah.
added the embroidery by hand later.
yeah. And like you get there and she's already up crying on the phone. There's coffee being given. Serena looks fucking beside herself, and Annette's just like,
I'm guessing he doesn't usually go out on the boat at night.
yeah. Well, Loretta knew you were going out on the boat.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm imagining that's not a usual occurrence, that fishing boats don't generally go out at night.
No. Well,
Well.
He was taking us on a cruise.
yeah.
Yeah.
And like you get there and you like knock on the door and like Serena opens and she's openly sobbing.
No, I'm just like, that's why this hasn't happened before now.
Yeah. And like you all get inside and you're like talking, and like Loretta's already been told. She's like, Harry died in the hospital.
What?
Yeah, heart attack. I guess his heart couldn't take it when he put his heart and soul into the bluegill. And
Fuck.
he went. I guess his heart
Out of
went down
character.
with it.
Fuck. I really tried to save him.
His heart went with it.
Ugh.
Yeah. It's a tragedy. And what about Kevin? We just know that the boat sank. Nobody's found Kevin. Like Serena now is like crying. She's like, "Have you seen my husband?"
We couldn't find him. The boat hit a rock. It went down. We were able to save Harry.
Well,
We
almost.
We tried to.
And like Serena's like openly fucking weeping right now, and Loretta's weeping, and they're like holding each other. And
how
Annette,
much?
Annette's like sad that her grandpa died, but she's like, "Fuck Kevin."
Yeah. Yeah.
Buffy, if you're out there, we got him. Is Serena Redden?
She knows.
Is she read about the weirdness of who we actually are?
That you're monster hunters? Probably not, but she does know about the body
All
parts.
right, I will pull Loretta aside. Like, and we'll have
She's like openly sobbing on you. She's like,
Loretta is?
yeah, Loretta is.
Okay.
Like her husband and her son-in-law just died.
God damn it, Megan. Why did you let Harry die?
Because it's
Like, 'cause
Megan, and
Megan-
we should have known.
So,
God,
like-
every fucking
Because
time.
it's Megahan, and Megahan will
So-
always.
Every time I
Go
try to
for the
save someone, like,
tears.
nah, they're not going to live.
she's
This is
always
going to be
going.
great.
She's not happy if you're not crying. She
it's
feeds
like,
on your suffering.
So
and she's just like, yeah, what are you doing? My husband, I've known Kevin since, I watched him grow up in this town, and now my Harry is gone. And what am I going to do with my life?
So we found out
Well,
what
there's
it was.
still a granddaughter to look over.
Yeah, we do still have Annette.
It was you do have creatures out there
And
in the water.
she's gonna need you to be strong for her.
But I'm letting you know
Mhm.
there was something out there.
Did you get it?
We are working on that issue now.
We're working on it.
Yeah, okay.
They're called sirens.
Do you really want to do this? All right.
We have to report to them anyway.
Okay.
She's like,
We're giving her information. It's something that she can rationalize with.
Hold on. I need, hold on. And she like goes, the phone in her house is that like cream colored wall phone with
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
yeah.
She like gets out a binder and like flips open to a page, and she's goes, boop, 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 boop. Phyllis, I need a council meeting called back. I can't. Harry.
I'll hold her and let David talk on the phone.
Okay, David, do you want to talk to
I'm holding
Phyllis?
Loretta.
Well, I don't know what she's trying to. Council
she's trying
meeting.
to call
she's
a
trying
council meeting so we can discuss about our findings.
All right. So David explains that over the.
Yeah.
over
And
the
Phyllis
phone.
is like, oh my god, I just, yes, oh my god, yes, oh my god, yeah, we'll talk, we'll have one this afternoon. Okay, yes. And like that afternoon, you're like Loretta and the Loretta's family is just having like, they're in mourning. The whole town's sort of in mourning. Everybody knew Harry and Kevin. And they're just, they're in mourning. And Phyllis, Rory, Roy's the chief of police. Phyllis is just on the town council. Alan Calhoun, the doctor, who's also on the town council, and Skip Faulkner, the mayor, are all in the meeting. And what do you say to them specifically?
We lay it out like, all right, we did our investigation. We find that you have sirens off the coast, the rock outcropping. I don't know if you're familiar with sirens. They sing. They give out like a hypnotic, like suggestion. It's like a semantic component, or it's like singing verbal. You know.
It's essentially a sonic lure.
Yeah, sonic lure, and it draws them in, and people usually drown and they eat them. That's possibly where the body parts are coming from.
I like when you say eat them. They're like, there's like some like.
Y'all need to get it. This is what you
Listen, there's
need
a
to grow
lo-
up, and this is big. Need to be big
I
kids
realize it comes as a shock to find out you're not at the top of the food chain, but to
You're
be
more in the
honest,
middle.
humans don't even crack the top 50.
now. Yeah, you're like in the middle of the food chain.
It's like, okay, yeah, God, okay.
But I do have other concerns because these are sirens, and you got to treat it like you would an animal attack. Not trying to be speciest, but it's a lot like an animal attack. Like if a bear eats somebody, if you find that a bear is eating a lot of people and leaving parts behind, where are the bodies coming from and why are they not being reported? That is the actual issue. Yes, it's bad the siren is eating people, and yes, it's a danger to people around. But where are these bodies coming from, and why is nobody reporting them as the issue? And I feel like y'all are not being as honest as you fucking could be.
That-
With
You know,
that.
now I
That's
have
it.
to wonder if they're being fed cadavers. No, I don't think that's a bit much. That's a reach.
Not necessarily. Like, are you aware of these sirens?
No, I don't even really know the siren. So the siren. Oh, Phyllis is like siren. That's
Sexy fish lady.
No. Jason and the Argonauts, or was it the other
There
one?
it
The
is.
Odyssey.
Yes.
My college degree is in Greek
Mhm.
mythology and
Yep.
folklore.
So you have sirens.
I'd like you to know, Phyllis. She's got a little fun hair streak. Got the old lady perm. She's got the long old lady nails
Mm-hmm.
that are always very nicely done. And she's just like, oh yeah, I dual majored, in the general Greek mythology and music in college.
Thank you, Phyllis. So you have sirens and they're eating people. But do you have any tourists that have been coming up missing at all?
Yeah, here's the thing. We know they're eating people.
Where are they getting the bodies
What we
from?
don't know is whether or not they're killing them themselves.
But is that what happened to Kevin?
That is what happened to Kevin. The problem is the amount of, like you pointed out, the body parts you're finding don't correspond to any missing people in your town, and there aren't enough missing people for that level of body parts that are being found.
I'm concerned, but I'm less concerned about your siren problem. I'm more concerned if you have a humans killing other humans problem.
I guess we do have to call in the government now.
Probably a good idea.
Probably, yeah.
Okay, we'll call in the government. I mean, you are the
Well,
government, but we'll call
more
in.
of
You
the
might
government.
let's
More
start.
above board government.
Let's maybe start with state police.
Yeah, we'll call the state police. Oh man, this is gonna it's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad for tourism. At least it's end of summer.
Look at it this way. If it turns out well, maybe your town will get a Netflix
Look,
special
if it's-
and be popular.
The fact that a creature like
Vacation
sirens
spot.
is involved, it's most likely going to get largely covered up once it's dealt with. Anyway, I
There-
wouldn't worry about tourism that much.
Well, I could try to see if we can set something up. Like, let's say these sirens don't want to die.
These kind of
Let's
things
say
tend to get
sirens-
handled quieter than you would think.
Okay.
Maybe we can find some way for the sirens to pay some sort of restitution to the town.
I mean, I don't know.
Well, I'm basically trying to be
Can
like,
you said
they've-
it's like when a bear attacks, right?
yeah.
What if can they be relocated? Can you relocate a siren?
I would like to, yeah.
With the right resources in place, possibly.
Yeah, we're
Okay.
working on getting someone to talk with them because they're creatures. Like they're like you and me. They just eat people,
Well,
which is a problem because we're people and we like to be alive.
okay. I mean, I guess if we can just relocate them.
It's
And, like-
it's it's not too much more difficult than relocating any other territorial
know
predatory
what?
species.
Funeral home guy. I want to talk. Who's the guy in charge of the funeral home?
That'd be Alan Calhoun raises his hand.
You wanna talk to
That's
funeral
my
home
brother.
guy?
Yeah, what's up?
So you bury your bodies, right? You don't just like chum them out. I'll
yeah.
just be flat out. with
No.
it.
They're,
come on now.
well, we have a couple
They're
options.
not reported if they're already dead.
Well, we are one of the ways my family has gotten some extra business is we have expanded our death options.
burial at sea.
Well, no, we don't do burial at sea. We have
Yeet to sea.
we have your traditional burial with concrete vault and metal casket.
Organ donors.
Well, there's always organ donors. We have cremation. We have aquamation. Aquamation is sort of
Yeah, I get it. Burial at sea.
no, that's not how it works. It's sort of this.
Pulverize them with water.
No, it's some sort of chemical doohickey. I don't know. I didn't get into that business. But we also do have natural burials. We did address the funeral home for that for natural burials, which is just no
embalming, that kind
no
of thing.
embalming. All cotton clothing wrapped in the cotton shroud.
Biodegradable coffin.
Biodegradable coffins. Yeah,
heard of it,
bury
yeah.
them in the ground.
Psychologically responsible
So
at the
if
very
someone
least.
were to like check up on your work, we would find the bodies.
As far as I know, everything's above board. As far as I know, I'm not in that side of the business.
All right.
I can tell you, I have
You
been
know,
in the house.
I mean, I can tell you
I just
we're
wanted
not
to.
going to.
I just wanted to get that angle.
I
in.
can tell you we're not going to get permission to to dig up that many bodies.
Just want to make sure there's no serial killer.
To
Look,
check.
I'm just covering my
Just to
angle.
check and make sure they're there.
I didn't want to just leave it like, and it was the guy at the funeral home who was cutting corners and just yeeting them into the bay.
But yeah,
Aquamation.
I mean, sure. I mean, listen, it's possible, I guess.
Yeah. So, do we want to end it here?
Are
Is that the end of the
we
mystery?
out of time, or there's
We're not out of time, but like, do you have any thoughts on how you might find who's doing it? Because like all I've heard so far is, we can
A lot of
relocate the sirens.
a lot of rampant speculation? And
well, if there's a way that we can like time jump to we find someone that can communicate with the sirens, I would like to know.
You know what? Fuck it.
I could probably. I mean, David could probably bring somebody in, right?
So you know what? You're going to stay at a B&B for a little bit. We will sort of
Absolutely.
jump forward. You get like the guy who
We
can
get the Angela Lansbury B&B.
Yeah, you get the Angela Lansbury
Has a
B&B. You
typewriter
get
in
some.
it.
You got some more clothes. You've been staying here a couple weeks, but you have found the guy. You have found someone who is like part siren who can communicate to sirens and communicate in human
While we're at
speech.
the B&B, I make David sit down and make him watch the entirety of Death Note. I'm like, well, now listen to me. I think
no,
Angela
listen.
Lansbury
I've seen Death Note.
had a
and that
Death
live
Note.
action was just, ugh.
Yeah, so let's just watch Death Note, and I want to give you my fan theory that Angela Lansbury had a Death Note, and she was, or maybe she was actually a Shinigami.
So
I mean, it's not the first time I've heard something similar. Like that she's the
Gosh,
killer
you're no
and.
fun. You're always so like, yeah, I've already been
So
there,
like
done that,
a couple
done
weeks
it,
later,
I mean, listen, that stuff's not new. That she's the angel of death, or that she's a serial killer. Or these aren't new theories. You're not breaking any ground here. Is all I'm saying.
So fucking. You can't give me this one. Ugh,
No.
I'm done with
okay. So like a couple,
Well, I'm not discounting your theory. I'm just saying it's not new.
So like a couple weeks later, like the guy rolls into town, sort of Mediterranean looking guy. His name is Vincente. He's like, I heard you needed someone who speaks both siren and can a siren translator, if you will.
Yes. I would like to commission a boat No, Sabrina knows people. We get whatever. Everyone has really good earplugs, and we go out and we do the thing. Scene set.
Yeah.
Talking to sirens.
You are back out on the water again, but you have like specific things to waterproof all your shit this time.
You know what? I'm bringing I brought some sides of beef, like whole ass cow parts, like
All right,
really
as
good
long as,
meat.
as long as the people driving the boat have ear protection this time.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah,
just
Everyone has ear protection.
Everybody
this
is siren proof on this boat, which I don't have a name for because
new boat, no
New
name.
boat.
time. SS New Boat.
SS New Boat. SS Naughty Bitch. Yeah, you.
Or I could call it the Comic Sans.
Jesus Christ.
Somebody's little
Pirates?
cabin. We're just out there in somebody's little cabin cruiser.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You're not in a fishing boat this time. This is someone's little Ashley. Do you remember Uncle Rick's boat?
Fuck yes. Love that little
It's
boat.
Uncle
That
Rick's
little zoom.
little boat that you can walk past, and there's a little seating area on the stern of the ship. Adam, you have never seen Uncle Rick's boat.
I have not,
that
but
he has on his
I
kids.
grew up on Long Island, so I've seen
Yeah,
boats.
Yeah. So it's just like a little boat, like a little family boat. It's outboard motor, that sort of thing.
I know the kind of boat you're describing.
Yeah, it's not a fishing boat this time, but you go out. Actually, it's a boat that doesn't even require a name at that point. It's just a family boat, but you go out at night, and he will translate to the sirens for you.
And I also
They
give
are
them
so
food.
fucking confused when you do nothing for their songs.
But I do give them meat.
Yeah, you give them meat, and they're like,
They're not gonna. Yeah, but I mean,
they're like a little
sirens probably don't want to be fed exactly.
Yeah, but I brought snacks. I mean, I'm not gonna be an asshole and just I demand talking
So
to you.
so the older sirens are like, but the teenager sirens
It's I can't bring you humans. It's illegal for me.
but the younger sirens, she is going to town. She is at that teenager age where they will eat the entire refrigerator.
So it's we couldn't bring you human, but we brought you dolphin. Is that okay? No. Sorry.
But yeah, and she's and so Vincente is talking to them. And he's sort of speaking some sort of language you don't really understand because it's
I like to think he's speaking to them in opera.
He's
I like the idea of they communicate
Sounds
through
like
song.
the opening to the original Star Trek.
Oh.
So yeah, they're just fucking singing at each other like they're fucking bards. And Vincente is all right, they're willing.
Great. Suddenly we're in Repo, the genetic opera.
They are willing to talk to us. What do you want to ask them?
I mean, I think
Where
we
are
have
they
that
getting
list of
these?
questions, yeah.
Are these the people that they're eating?
Uh-huh.
Did they draw them in? Did they lure them in like normal, or did somebody leaving bodies?
We
for
know
them?
you're not eating the locals. Where are you getting?
Yeah, is somebody leaving
you're
them bodies,
eating.
or are they hunting?
Literally, they're literally the bodies just sort of come up in the water and we eat them. And the two older sirens sort of indicate, and they're she's a very hungry young siren. She's growing into herself.
No, I get that.
She's going through siren puberty. She's very hungry. So we see bodies in the water, and they're not particular. They're
They're fresh
all-
enough.
they're fresh enough. They're already dead. We do prefer to drown them ourselves, but they're fresh enough. And she's getting some good calcium and good meat on her bones.
Yeah, absolutely.
But
All right.
Because
I don't-
the other humans know about you now, and they're
Look, I didn't want to say anything while we were on the yacht. But are we looking at somebody who couldn't pay their gambling debts? Who couldn't make their markers? Just getting dumped overboard?
yeah.
Listen, they were very nice. They were very helpful.
To us,
But
we had bad.
that is also suspicious. They weren't going to do anything with me on board.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want that kind of heat.
Are there any fun? Did they
Because
have any fun
I can tell
trinkets
you-
on the bodies?
Just the amount of goodies they had on that ship. I can't tell you how fast, if that boat came under scrutiny, you've heard the term civil forfeiture before? Yeah. That whole, everything on that boat goes bye-bye. And they don't want that smoke.
Yeah.
Did any of the meals you got for your kids, did any of them have like weird trinkets? They have different kind of clothes than you would see on normal humans? I describe like a suit.
Like Vincente explains that to the sirens. They're like, they were naked. Sometimes there'd be like shinies on them, mostly naked. Sometimes they had shinies in them. That wasn't fun. That hurts.
Did they have markings on them? I'm like describing like when you do an autopsy or you prepare a body for burial, like any scars like that.
They sort of indicate to Vincente that they've seen tattoos, but not like. They've seen tattoos,
Tattoos?
but just like, but the stripes that humans put on themselves.
Yes.
Oh, tribal tattoos.
Well, no, like the sirens are trying. The sirens don't have tattoos. They're trying to
Right.
explain that they understand humans stab ink into their skin.
Right.
But it wasn't just tribal tattoos. Some of it was, Yakuza. Some of it was just regular tattoos.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So we do what we can to get the best description of like the different skin markings they saw humans have.
It's just a variety of different tattoos. Some are
Can they
older.
draw any?
Were
of
they a
them?
lot of them gang related?
No,
Okay.
no, there wasn't a lot of the same tattoos. The youngest one pipes up. They weren't very juicy.
Meaning they were, meaning the people they saw were slender.
I wonder.
No,
they weren't
no.
juicy, as in Sabrina, the middle-aged vampire,
Oh.
not getting her shit from a blood bank.
Okay.
Damn
Got
it,
it.
Sabrina!
Okay. So, those bodies were exsanguinated.
They don't understand what that means, but they're
There's
like,
no
it
juice
didn't-
in them.
No blood.
But like they work it out that like she was like.
Well,
when I was-
what I'm saying is being translated, so I assume.
So there's some, but they're trying to explain that when they would bite into the bodies that were in the water, there wasn't even like sometimes there's squishy, like coagulated blood. There wasn't even that. Nothing came out when they did the biting, even if they were like still
Yeah,
warm.
we're back to the Sierras, and that's.
Oh, and LA's got to sweep him up anyway.
Yeah, we're probably gonna have to call in a bigger investigative team because you and I, that's too much
You were
for
not
you
gonna
and
be able
I
to
to
take down that
handle.
whole
No,
boat.
no, that's ridiculous. That's why I didn't, say anything
Did
on
you
the
leave a
boat.
tracking device on the boat?
I mean, what am I, hourly?
Well,
I mean, first of all, I would have done if our equipment wasn't destroyed from being in the water.
I'm surprised you don't have equipment that can sustain that kind of little baggies.
Listen, I don't get that much budget for an off-books mission.
Okay.
But you do
Called a
think
Ziploc bag, by the way.
I will put this together for you that you are thinking that the bodies were all exsanguinated, and the sirens were just like,
Ooh, free snacks!
yeah, they were like,
Ooh,
ooh, free
piece of candy!
snacks.
Ooh, piece of candy!
Yeah, they were like, ooh, free snacks, and they were like, oh, the youngest here, growing her up to be a good siren. They like talk like, there's like a lot of talking going on, and like the sirens are like, yeah.
All right,
okay.
so
But we can say if you want that you guys can go back.
those
to the
sirens are still going to have to be relocated because
I
once
wanna-
that food source dries up, they are going to start going after the townspeople. So we're going to have to.
Do we have connections in like any music businesses? Because I would like to see if these sirens could get into like user sing
don't-
for something
no,
else
no.
to get sing for their
No.
supper. No.
No, that kind of stuff is no bueno. They don't.
Then I won't talk to you about it. I'll talk to my vampire friends in Philly.
I am telling you that, first of all, I know most of the Philly vampires. You're not even going to. But, no, I'm telling you that they even if they got a recording contract, that's going to get the kibosh put on it right away. You can't even legally put subliminal messaging in your music anymore. You certainly can't put hypnotic music on out on the radio.
Yeah. No. Well, Vincente's like, yeah, I know some people. We'll figure out a relocation
There's a nature
program.
preserve for sirens.
Yeah.
They release
Something like
death row
that.
inmates.
It's not like we can send.
No, it's not
I mean,
good.
we want to do somewhere in this general area so they don't have to go too far out. But I mean, it's not like we can put them in the Mediterranean. There's so much like offshore oil drilling there that
I
they
mean,
get killed. I mean,
It's probably what drove them this far out in the first
They were
place.
driven out of their natural habitat, their natural
Yeah,
I
territories.
know. Yeah, but probably
oh my
some
God,
sort of
global warming, circling back.
probably some sort of preserve or well, I mean that's industrialization, not global warming. But
I couldn't think of the word. That's
yeah.
the first thing that came
but
to
yeah,
mind.
like we'll figure out a better place for the sirens.
progress, I think, is what they call it.
Yes, progress. But yeah, you'll figure. The Vincente's like, I can talk to some people. We'll figure out a better place for these guys to hang out. You know, where they can live peacefully. We will, you know, sirens don't always have to eat people. They can eat fish.
Yeah, they're
But, you know-
probably like the problem is with they are considered sapient, so
And-
you know
and,
they
like,
it's got to be handled in the right way politically. It's
You
a
know-
whole hullbaloo, but I'm
you know,
sure that the ONLA will figure out
back in the
how to-
day, back in the way back times, you know, in siren history on the, you know, East Coast of the United States, they used to actually eat, like, a group of sirens could enchant a whale and they would just live off that whale for a while.
Mhm.
And it was really great for the environment. But, you know, with the whaling in the, like, 17th and 18th and 19th century.
I know. Yeah, now that whaling's like it's highly regulated, basically illegal.
Yeah. And it's like, and there's just almost no whales left on this coast.
Yeah.
Compared to what there used to be. So a lot of they've gone back to eating humans because they've lost a lot of their habitat. But we can we'll try to find somewhere with better large fish type creatures.
Yeah, I mean that's the only reason it's really hard to hunt humans is we keep too much track of each other.
Yeah. But we can say that, you know, you guys go back to shore and you get it set up with, like, you triangulate with all the agencies to get the sirens somewhere safer so that the townspeople don't be like, yes.
Don't get eaten when their other food source dries up, and then we're gonna have to.
Because, like, there are also the possibility of the townsfolk all wearing earplugs and going out there with harpoon guns.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's not good for anybody.
Yeah, so
Because somebody had to tell the civilians that there were sirens out there.
I mean,
We were literally hired by these people
I
in the
know,
town council
but
to talk to them.
Jesus, discretion.
you know, it's all right. It's probably better that they're somewhere away from people.
Yeah,
'cause
for
it's
sure.
bad for them anyways.
For sure. For everybody, for all parties involved.
Yeah, and like everybody, like you're triangulating with all the agencies, you know, to find the SS Ceres, and eventually, the boat is found, but it has been orca'd. It has been sunken, and everything that had anything to do with the casino, like it has literally been just spot.
Oh,
there's
she was
nothing
taking
left.
zero chances, and she just
Yeah.
pulled up stakes, and no pun
Stakes.
intended. No pun intended.
Yeah,
And,
she pulled up stakes and she is gone. She is
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, yeah, that's a bigger investigation for
Oh yeah.
bigger law
Yeah.
enforcement to handle. That's not us. And this seems precautionary. They won't have any reason to think that we dimed them or whatever. I can't imagine there being any personal retribution. At least not for you. I don't think she caught your name even.
No, but she does know your name.
She
and,
does. She also knows
But
that
she's also
I'm a little too
"Ooh."
fucking high profile
She's
for
like,
that
"Ooh,
shit.
that's a little too chewy.
Yeah.
A little too chewy.
That's too
I'm gonna-
spicy. Yeah, I don't want to.
I do just have this image
Because
in my head.
it's not like she's afraid of me, but being an agent for an organization that you should be afraid of.
Yeah. I just have this image of her watching like the Ceres get like taken apart, and like what needed to be done with the people on board, cleaning up the whole mess, and she's just like sipping blood out of her very warm Stanley cup. Slightly annoyed, but not overly concerned.
Yeah, I mean, really, this can't be the first time that she's had a.
Yeah. I mean, she was on a fucking illegal boat for a reason.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was what I titled 3-Hour Tour.
That's great. I loved it.
That was nice.
You got to the point where I was trying to get you guys, where you were on the boat talking to Sabrina. I was trying to be like, and you guys were just so fucking chill with her. I was like,
She's a straight up vampire.
I was like,
It's like, what? Okay, so vampire. Big deal. Yeah, you were. I know what you were going for. You wanted us to be a little more, oh my God, what did we get ourselves into? But we're like.
But I like that. You
But
were
for
like,
us, it was Tuesday.
but yeah, you guys were like, you know what? No. This is a little bit too big.
Yeah. Oh, you wanted us to throw down.
Oh, yeah.
You thought we were going to. No.
We're not stupid.
We're not stupid. It's not our first rodeo, in games or in real life.
Yeah, like, no, you could have thrown down with her.
Yeah, I'm
No,
sure,
would've
but that
been-
probably wouldn't have ended well.
No, would not have. I'd fight a whole boat of people. No, thank you.
No, well, that's a great question. Would you have had to fight the whole boat?
I mean, I don't think there's any stealth fight. Even in a room that's like closed door murder, there's really no stealth fighting a vampire.
So, no stealth fighting, yes, but how soundproofed is that room, and are just the people...
Yeah, but then we gotta sneak off of a boat that's
Well-
in the water.
Okay, I will say this, that the people working for her, like security, were just her thralls, and as soon as she was killed, it would
Okay.
have snapped.
I apologize both to the gameskeeper and to our audience for a lack of combat in this game.
Oh, no, it's perfectly fine. I love it. Like, you were just like, nah. And I was just
But
like,
if you were here for
bro,
just the
For
story,
us monster hunters, not
There
a
you
single
go.
monster was slain.
hey, you could have. But
no
you didn't, and
no
that's-
supernatural creatures were harmed in the making
And
of this
that's
production.
sort of the great thing of Monsters of the Week, especially how I play it. Like, yeah, you can do combat, but if you don't want to do combat, you can play it however you want. You just want to be like chill. Like Ashley's in one of the games just ate fucking weed gummy bears with a werewolf.
Okay. So I actually was planning to, well, take some warning shots at the sirens, but like, you know, you moved the plot along before I got to
Yeah,
that point.
yeah.
So that was your opportunity for combat,
Yeah.
for almost combat.
I'm happy we didn't hurt the sirens.
Yeah, they're chill. They're just like sirens out chilling being sirens.
I was like, honestly, my thinking was like, I mean, you know, Monster of the Week character David is, I think, a better shot than like ONLA, like Ophelia verse David. But, yeah, my thinking was, I don't need to kill them. I just need them to stop singing,
Yeah.
so that we could potentially rescue Kevin, or that I assume being a fisherman, he can swim.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, he got eaten by sirens.
Yeah. But yeah, that didn't come up. That plot got moved along too quickly. So
It's hilarious how many side tangent you guys went on.
Coin?
Coin, yeah, he wasn't gonna be in here.
We just
I try not to. I've
individually
seen
talk
so
to
many.
every side.
I've seen so many like meme videos and shorts about like people going off on NPC tangents that I try not to. But that
and-
doesn't stop Ashley.
No, I was
She's the person they
transfixed.
make those
I want-
memes about.
I was so happy that like I've wanted to write a net story for so long as an actual novel, but I've just had so many other things I'm writing that I never got to my anti-Hallmark movie book, which is a net story. It's a girl who's living the aftermath of a Hallmark movie and gets so terminally bored she starts like a mini cult. And literally at the end of the book, she stigmatas her feet, basically, just to like fucking show another girl in town that she means business.
Right?
I
That's
love that.
baller.
I love Annette. I love that I gave her unfettered
Like,
internet
because I was
access.
just like, no, you don't accidentally stab yourself with a railroad spike. That's not a.
Yeah.
that was a choice.
Like, everybody
Yeah.
in town was like, "Ooh, it was an accident. Ooh, she
Like,
didn't mean
oh,
to."
that's such an accident.
I
You
like-
know,
I-
kids
No.
running around the woods.
And that's
I'm
just like looking people look Striga in the eyes like,
No.
I
Somebody
stared
you
Trace-
either did that or somebody did that to you. That's a choice.
But yeah, like,
That's not. You don't
Like,
accidentally
I
get
just-
impaled on a railroad
Like,
spike.
I love the part with Annette just looking at Striga like, and I stared that bitch in the face as I stepped on those fucking sharpened railroad spikes
Yeah.
to prove to her that I was the leader.
You are truly the next chosen one.
Once again,
Of what
Megan,
I'm not sure.
you have provided us an amazing adventure to take part in and a wonderful world to play in, and I thank you.
You're
Because
welcome.
always amazing.
Hey Megan, can that magic sword that was on the Ceres make its way back to Annette and she could be the next chosen one of something?
She can be. She's definitely keeping that little card.
You're really making me want. We got to get together, and even if they never get published, which still is a possibility, I think we need to go finish up those stories.
Yeah. But yeah, that has been Monster of the Week, and we didn't take that much longer than usual. We only went a half hour over.
Good job, us.
Yay.
But yeah, basically Sabrina was exsanguinating people and tossing them overboard
Yeah.
as sirens.
I don't really think we have a hard stop time, especially not with TTRPGs.
Yeah,
We
you
stop
never know
when
how long
somebody
it's
needs
gonna
to stop. When somebody taps out is when
Yeah.
we stop.
And for being a two-person adventure, that was not like I wasn't sure.
No, I know.
how-
Yeah, I wasn't sure either how that was going
we
to play.
wouldn't shut the fuck up.
No.
Yeah, if it had been more people, I think you definitely would have probably beaten the shit out of Sabrina. Like, if you had 5 people in that room, you would have been like, a vampire?
Yeah, if it was.
Pshaw.
Bam.
Oh God, yeah. If we had a full TT squad, yeah, it was
Yeah.
like Allie, Gary, and Tony were here too. We probably with the 5 of us, yeah, we would have definitely
Run
done
their
something
pockets.
stupid.
Give me your money, bitch. What's in that
Hold
cup?
on to my pocket. Yeah, I think we would have. Yeah, that's
That'd
kind
been
of the
our
problem.
ship.
Is would have been like, yeah, right. I'm the captain. Look at me. Look at
So-
me.
I'm the captain
I'm
now.
the captain now.
So I would like to say that I really didn't want to make it obvious that it was a fucking vampire ship, name-wise. So in it is.
What were you gonna call it? The USS Sanguine?
No. In the book Dracula, I believe he comes to
Oh,
England on
the-
the Demeter.
Yeah, they're like. Well, there's a new movie about that.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I kind of want to see it. Actually, I haven't seen it either. But
What is the Roman equivalent of Demeter? Or is,
Ceres? I even
There you
what
go.
I named the ship.
that's perfect. I appreciate that. I
nice,
see you.
nice.
I was like,
Nicely
I need
done.
it just close enough.
And it's also part of that Mediterranean charm. Sirens.
Yeah.
Ceres.
Yeah,
Demeter.
yeah.
Love it.
I wrote this at 3 a.m. Saturday.
That's really good for last minute.
I was like,
Yeah, Megan always pulls out the good monsters for
yeah.
her stories.
I was like, just like, I went into one of my discords. She's like, all right, team, give me monster ideas. And they were like throwing out stuff, and I'm like, okay, vampire boat. Yes, we can work with this. Sirens sounds good. I think there's another
Shout
one.
out to Discord for helping Megan.
Yeah.
You want to shout out your server?
Not that particular server.
I see.
no.
This is why I have
Oh,
mixed
okay.
emotions about trying to reclaim my Monsterius compendium from you, because I'm sure flipping through it is giving you some ideas.
Oh yeah. Other ideas.
Because that's what I used it for too.
Yeah.
Was for in the Illinois.
Other ideas that are eventually going to be written that came up during that little imagination session was Burmese python nagas in the Florida Everglades.
Oh, we still got to do Nagas. Yes.
Yeah. And like I do actually want to like, cause like in
Can you develop a Cajun accent on the fly? Because I would
No.
love.
I'm about to make a name for myself up in here.
Woo!
But like I kind of want to add in that like in Hindu mythology, Nagas are actually semi-divine beings.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I want to put that in there.
Well, yeah, they're all over Asia, and by Asia
Yeah.
I mean properly, India
Southeast
and
Asia, yeah. And like everybody in that chat was like Naga, 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 and I'm like, I can't do Naga that quickly, but I can. I've never done vampires in my Monster of the Week games.
Which is hilarious.
Well, like what's funny about that is it's like when you get something as ubiquitous and basic as vampires out of Megan, she'll sneak it up on you, and you're like it doesn't compute because you don't get that from Megan.
Vampires with a B plot.
Yeah.
Yeah, vampires is B plot because it's like it's vampires, right? It's vampires, which is why I haven't used them. Like literally, one of the Monster of the Week videos I watched to like help me become a better keeper was like monsters to use other than vampires in your monster of the week.
Like, yeah, because
stuff.
I mean, I love vampires, but I can't argue that they're not overdone,
Yeah, it's like I
and rarely properly, by the way.
I have different stuff with my vampires. You know, sunlight doesn't particularly affect them; they're just corpses.
Yeah.
But like, one thing that is actually part of a short story I'm writing, related to my Monsters of the Week universe. The story is called Bleed 'em and Weep, which I realize now would be is another thing that would be cool for this one, but then you would know what's happening. But it's a short story about two immigrants who one of them's learning, well, an immigrant and like the grandchild of immigrants in like 1920s Philadelphia, trying to track down a fledgling vampire who keeps killing and robbing people.
So there's actually a movie that brings to mind and let me be clear, this is not a good movie. I'm going to preface this. It's a movie called Razorblade Smile. And
With a name like that, you tell me it's not cinematic
well,
gold?
but here's the thing. Their portrayal of vampires as a species is pretty good. And their the ending is actually good and almost makes the movie worth watching. But the movie itself is not good. But I can't say I recommend it, but if you're looking for something with anyway, its take on vampires is actually pretty decent.
You know, I saw one take on vampires that was really neat. It was from like a short horror movie collection sort of thing. And for their vampires, instead of burning in the sunlight, they exploded in the sunlight.
Yeah, that's kind of ridiculous. Let me be clear about this. That is complete movie shit. There is no mention in folklore of vampires being harmed by sunlight at all. The origin of that, I can tell you the origin of that. Nosferatu. The 1922 silent film Nosferatu is the first mention anywhere of sunlight affecting a vampire at all. In the folklore, they just go back into their coffins during the day.
They're
it's
like,
not that
"Ooh,
sunlight
no, it's
hurts
too
them.
sunny."
It's just nighttime. They're nocturnal. They sleep.
They're nocturnal. Like their eyes are built for the
Yeah.
night. They go sleep time.
They go sleep, and because they're undead when they're asleep, they're basically dead.
Yeah, and like what I found interesting about the short film, that had the exploding vampires was that it was being used as a weapon because of how powerfully they exploded. People, like a group of fucking like, you remember when people like took over that power station somewhere and knocked out all the power in like a huge chunk of one of the states? This was like a couple years ago.
I remember the crazy people that took over a ranger station for like a weekend.
Well, there was people who took over a power station and like knocked out power in a county.
Oh.
But
We've had so many mini apocalypses over the last 4 years. I don't know
but,
where the
like,
fuck I am
that's what
right
it was
now.
supposed to be. It was supposed to be like a bunch of
Sovereign
bunch
citizens?
of rednecks trying to take out like government, like they were trying to like destroy some government buildings.
That sounds like sovereign citizen behavior.
Yeah, it was shit like that. That's what they were trying to do, and they were going to use a vampire because this sort of in this movie canon, vampires exploded aggressively in sunlight.
Aggressive explosions.
I've seen stuff like
Explodes aggressively.
Yeah, like it fucking leveled a building when this guy hit the sun. Which I found interesting. Vampires, I will say, in my universe, they don't get their fangies, their fangerinos, until like they're 6 months old, after like 6 months post turn. Because like in Anne Rice's vampire series, like immediately fangs, and
Damn,
they shit
that's
out.
gonna be painful.
They get fangs immediately, and I remember very specifically in the Vampire Lestat that like spend
They expel
24
all their bodily fluid that is in blood. Yeah.
she described that very well.
Oh, yes, she
of
did.
him just sitting on a rooftop shitting.
Yeah, I read.
Just kept shitting.
I read the first 4, and then I think some of the late. I think I read part of the Vampire Pandora, and I think I read Blood Liminal.
Yeah,
I'm trying to remember which. I
again,
read a couple of the later ones, but the later they got, the quality started dropping.
like some like in,
Like Body Thief was okay, but it was like, this is, as a follow-up to the epic story that is Queen of the Damned, which, by the
Yeah.
way, that movie did not come anywhere near doing that book
No.
justice. That book is epic.
I
And-
think I got halfway through Queen of the Dam and realized that I was not quite a high enough level reader to get Queen of the Dam,
Oh, yeah.
because it was some thick shit
It
for me
is.
in high school.
Yeah, because, that is, it's like the Harry Potter novels. They keep getting thicker as they go on, except for,
Yeah.
like, for the first 3.
Yeah.
And then Body Thief was like, felt like a side story to me. It didn't feel like this epic, Lestat's next epic adventure.
Yeah.
And the first book isn't even really about Lestat. In the movie, they shift focus a little bit to make it more about Lestat.
But it's mostly about Louis.
Yeah, it is.
And him fucking
And-
putting up with Lestat.
Well, the whole reason she wrote The Vampire Lestat was in Interview with the Vampire, Louis was the main character.
Yeah.
And then during the writing of that book, she decided she liked Lestat better, so he became the main character going forward.
Yeah. Lestat is fun.
He is.
Yeah,
He's
in
so
the
good
newest
at
books,
being
he has a
bad.
kid.
Does he?
Yeah. Like came out of him.
I don't know. Like I said,
Okay.
I didn't read some of the later ones.
It was the weirdest thing. Like, some Googling happened to me, because I like, watched a video on, like, Anne Rice's, like, and how she treats children in her works. And there was just like, yeah, Lestat has a biological child because vampire scientists got together and tried to create a biological vampire. And it took, like, a vat of, like, they grew the child in a vat of blood
Mm-hmm.
and used Lestat's biological information. I don't know what woman they used. I just know that,
So
like,
they kind of cloned him?
no, it was like when they do
In vitro
artificial
fertilization?
yeah,
Yeah.
like an artificial insemination, like, yeah, in vitro stuff, where they, like, outside of a body.
I don't know how you would do that because, like, even with Anne Rice vampires, they're still undead and
Yeah.
they're still like
I don't
they're
know.
not biologically active.
Yeah, I don't. Like, I know they can cry, but it's tinged with blood.
No,
I
it
don't-
is blood. The only fluid in their bodies is blood.
Yeah, like, I don't know how it works. I don't
Yeah, it's I don't know either. That's getting a little wacky.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw that and I was like, what the fuck do you mean Lestat has a
But I mean,
son?
yeah, I feel like most series kind of jump the shark in their mythology. When they have to keep expanding it, you run out of ideas. It's
Yeah.
like you don't actually need to keep expanding your mythology. You just need to keep writing good stories within that mythology.
Yeah. And, like,
And-
if you're running out of stuff in your vampire world, like, Anne Rice had witches.
Yeah, and the Mummy, which I think might have been a different franchise altogether.
Yeah.
But but the Mayfair witches I think are in the same universe.
Yeah, they
those,
are.
Those, yeah. I've never read any of those, but I
haven't
hear
either.
they're good. Well, the green-eyed vampires were supposed to be descended from that family of witches, right? In the ones that popped up in Queen of the Damned.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
But, yeah. I mean, I haven't honestly fully decided my vampire canon. I just know that Sunlight, like, I wanted to base it off that they're corpses, so they can't have kids.
Right.
There is one vampire who had kids, and that is a very specific reason. She is an outlier, and that is a whole other can of worms.
Yeah.
But it wasn't like, ooh, it was, like, it's very specific magical shenanigans.
I can't. Yeah. Sometimes with vampires it gets weird. Like I don't even love the idea of dampiers. Like it depends on how they're used. Like
Yeah.
First off, Blade gets a pass because it's just too cool a character.
Yeah.
But I don't love the mythology of Blade. But the storytelling and the characters are so good that I kind of give it a pass. Yes, we have.
We have.
We have devolved into Vampire Chat and we're loving it.
And now
But I was gonna say, like, 'cause in terms of like when your mythology gets wonky, like I'm still liking. I'm not like hating all the new Marvel stuff like a lot of people are. I still like Marvel and the Marvel stuff that's coming out. Okay, the quality has dipped a little, but it's not. It hasn't dipped into bad territory as far as I'm concerned. And the one thing I'll say is I don't love that they're combining the many worlds interpretation with time travel and making it kind of one thing, but not really committing to that. Like, it both is and isn't, because it's like the way you've described it and then the way you portray it are very different. Like, when you're looking at like, oh, every timeline is actually, you're moving into a parallel reality, and it's like, well, then it doesn't look like a branching tree.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, no, those two ideas are not compatible, and I don't like that they've made them the same thing.
Yeah.
It's like I'll go along for the ride. I'll go, okay, that's your world, and that's how you've set up how your world works. But like, I don't like that as a concept.
So, getting back to sort of, because I've never actually discussed this lady whose name I have forgotten, and her 12 sons, 7 sons.
That's a
lot
lot.
of sons.
That's a lot.
Oh yeah, it gets worse. So her whole thing is the reason why she could produce offspring is because alchemists had been working on making the Philosopher's Stone. They were trying to recreate it on their own. Or no, it wasn't that. That was a different idea. They were trying to see if they could cure vampirism, was what they were after. And they used like ideas from like the Philosopher's Stone.
Mm-hmm.
And it partially worked, sort of. She's in this sort of weird semi-alive, semi-dead state now, which is sort of Dampier territory.
Mm-hmm.
So she's sort of this weird experiment, and that's what allowed her to have children. But her other thing is, like, the alchemists who sort of created her sort of sent one of their own to look after her to make sure she didn't do anything weird. And, you know, stuff may have happened. He, you know, married a local woman to where it said pseudo-vampire lady is now living.
Mm-hmm.
And then proceeded to cheat on his wife for every time. All the vampire lady's kids are this alchemist dude's kids that he had with her while he was still married to the other woman.
Mm-hmm.
And then he divorced her. Because he was like, I've cheated on you for this many years. Meanwhile, we have had no children. And she's like, wow, fuck you. And then, so now he's sort of a priest.
Sort of a priest?
So, well, because he's been married. And he has kids. So
But he's divorced?
He sort of got that annulled instead of pure divorce. So
Yeah, because I was... Okay.
So he's like sort of a priest.
Would it make him a reverend?
No, that's just a higher priest.
Oh.
He's sort of like, he can't be a full priest, but he can like bless things, so he still works with like he'll come around, like he does interact with the Devil's Respite.
Okay. Oh, you're talking in game. I thought you were talking about some... I don't even know.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
no, this does connect in game, though. This woman specifically will never show up. It's just like an idea I had that alchemists were trying to figure out a cure for vampirism.
By the way, if anybody out there would like to do fan art of the Devil's Respite,
yes, please do. Megan, I think you're talking to the wrong part of the mic. It needs to be...
that's
You're talking to the center.
the part by your hand that's touching the microphone.
Yes, I know. That's why when I was over here.
Yes.
But yeah, I haven't really used vampires in Monster of the Week. When everybody's like, you shouldn't use everybody uses too many vampires, and I'm like, I haven't used vampires at all. Maybe I need a vampire.
I like the B-plot vampire.
Yeah,
I think that's a great use of vampires because I mean, honestly,
I wasn't expecting it.
That's kind of how we use them. Oddly enough, that is kind of how we use them in the Opheliaverse stuff. They're your entry level monsters. Vampires are like, they're like, oh yeah, okay, vampires. And
Yeah.
then, there's way bigger shit than vampires.
Yeah, like, God, you were spitting shit like were-orcas earlier, and I'm like,
Yeah,
God
yeah.
damn it, that sounds cool. That's not where we're going.
I really wanted like a contingent, maybe some renegades from the Coast Guard.
Were-orcas would just be too big.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like they're
Well,
the,
here's...
but you can have like a
here's the
SEAL
thing.
team of like actual
It depends how you do it.
SEAL.
Because
SEALs.
the size has to be... Like, I mean, I don't... It depends on, like, if you want to go, like, full magical,
Yeah.
right? Then there can be that crazy size shift. But how we kind of do it is, there's a relative size difference. Like, anything that's generally a small creature will tend to be closer to human-sized. And
Hello,
anything
Mr.
that's-
Bunny.
Yes, exactly that. And anything that's like huge like that. I think we had like a giant prehistoric millipede and stuff like that. So I don't know about like going up in sizes.
Yeah, like I would feel like the person would have to be larger. Like you're looking at like fucking Yao Ming.
Yeah, because you can't. I guess going down, it's harder to lose mass than it is to gain.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But yeah, I like coming up with unique monsters for Monster of the Week. Like, like I could use ghosts, and like I am going to use ghosts, but it's gonna be something a little bit more, a little bit more tooth to it. It's not just gonna be there is a haunted
Boo.
house.
Boo, bitch, I'm dead.
No,
Boo.
yeah.
No, this is gonna like.
No, Megan, your story's slap.
You
Yeah.
need to know about coin though.
Well, I'm still writing that story. I will tell you, it's all Fae based. Oh, you know what? I have told this story to Adam. Adam, do you remember me talking to you about my necromancer murder mystery?
Vaguely, yeah.
So essentially, the main character gets, like, in chapter 1, like, they're Coin's best friend.
Mm-hmm.
And then Coin and them part for the night because, it's just, a couple of buds hanging out, smoking. Back in the times when you could still get clove cigarettes legally.
Yeah.
And they just part ways one night, and the main character never makes it home, and Coin finds them in the alley on the way to their, like, towards the apartment where the main character lived, and they had been murdered. It was obvious that there was a sword wound in their chest, but there was no other evidence. Their best friend died. They had a natural burial, no embalming fluid, wrapped in a cotton shroud, biodegradable casket, all that stuff. And then, like, an indeterminate amount of years later, maybe 7, maybe 10, maybe 13, I don't know, I haven't decided. The main character is raised from the dead, and they don't know how. And part of that, Coin's story is their friend died, and then, like, almost a decade later, they come back to life. And then the main character is still the main character throughout the story, but they have blackout periods where they end up killing people, and they're like, what the fuck is going on? And the story is trying to contend with who killed them, who raised them from the grave, why are they killing these specific people, because it's not a murder spree, it's specific people are being murdered.
Mm-hmm.
And why are these people being murdered? So
That sounds really fucking cool.
thank you. I thought it was particularly inspired myself. I worked, like, the amount of mental effort I put into figuring out, okay, they would be naked when they got out of the ground. They need clothes on to go into town. How are they going to get clothes? And I did figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
There's a PVC pipe in the ground just in the woods outside the cemetery. And when you unscrew the top of the PVC pipe, there's a string, and you pull the string, and there's, like, a hoodie and sweatpants and some shoes.
Almost like it was prepared for him.
Almost like it was prepared for them.
So are we continuing chat for a little while?
Can do.
We can.
All right, because I'm gonna get up
That sounds
and get
like
my...
that sounds like you want to wrap it up.
No, that sounds like I want to know if you're about to end it in 2
know
minutes. 'Cause
what?
I'm gonna go get up and get something.
You know what?
I think you've destroyed the flow, and I think we can just wrap it up now.
No, Ashley, I
Petty
was
bitch.
actually going to say we should probably end it now, and then we can still talk to each other.
Oh,
But
okay.
we should end stream.
Oh, you're muted, bitch. Now you're unmuted.
Gee.
But yeah, I
The
think
things I
this
have
is-
to put up with. You know.
We can end here, and then I can talk to them more about my stories and trying to figure out what metaphysical creatures I want to use.
Oh, I can't wait for the next one. Yeah, because when we wanted to, because our 5e stream has been postponed for so long. I'm like, we got to do something.
Yeah.
And then Ashley goes, well, Megan's got a Monster of the Week campaign, and I'm like, yes, please.
Yeah, like when I found out like this Sunday too, we weren't going to be able to play Dungeons and Dragons. I was like, okay, pull out something out of my ass.
Yes. Megan coming into the clutch.
Like I was gonna rewrite some old ones, but I was like, I don't know about this one. This is like colonial era. I don't know if we want to do this one. That one takes a lot of work to like. I have to figure out different guns and stuff, and like how armor would work. If this is like Revolutionary War time.
Because yeah, we're at half squad today. Because everybody else has like life is happening to
Yeah.
them. And
Life
life is punching them in the face
You know,
right
yeah.
now.
Streaming is
and-
great, and we love hanging out with you guys, but real life comes first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's just the way it goes.
Yep.
But I have
And
a
lucky you, I
backlog.
have no life, so you know,
Yeah,
or unfortunately for you, depending on how you feel about me in particular.
I just have a backlog of so many like Monster of the Week things I've done. Like I do want to rework the Halloween Blue Moon Dualahan one.
Okay.
Oh.
That was one of my earlier ones that I didn't really know what I was doing. I want to redo that one.
I love going and not knowing what monster we're fighting, because figuring out what fresh
Yeah.
hell you've unleashed upon us is the best part.
Yeah. It's like I've had there's a few back in my early days I don't need to redo. I should honestly just like make a whole book of them for myself. Eventually I can just go back and be like
a Google Doc.
I have so many Google Docs.
I bet. Now, do you run any games anywhere?
Only at conventions in here.
Okay. You ever think about running any on one of Ali's servers?
I don't know. I would have, if I did that, I would want to do one of my altered Monster of the Week ones, and that's not all the way done yet.
Okay.
Yeah, what are you asking if Megan's gonna do like a paid game for Roll With Us DMs or?
I mean, that's always out there, but I was just even wondering if like you throw one up on the free server if they have a spot available.
That's I did that to practice how to run them online. That I did one of the pre-made ones.
No, she's all ours, and you can't have her.
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. Some of these I get a little. I want to make it a little spicier. Like the one I did last time that was based off of Edgar Allan Poe's Mask of the Red Death.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know how long it fucking took to find those like rooms with all those different colors? It was like, oh god. But like I just want to have something deeper than just. It's like I don't want to do Wendigo. Like
Yeah.
that. Native
It's
Amer-
kind of also been done, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like
you went
it's
all
been
in for
done.
that.
I want something fresh. I want something new.
You even commissioned artwork for your monster.
Yeah, that was fun.
Or something old that isn't talked about that much.
Yeah, or like how I want to work with Naga, but I want to work in the fact that they are semi-divine beings.
Yeah. Or you could even have different branches of Naga.
Yeah,
That could be really fun if someone ends up playing a divine character.
yeah,
Yeah.
and like I just want to.
No, I am all about you doing a campaign with Naga, man.
I just
You got me excited.
like I like
Loves me some
like
Naga.
people they'll use El Chupacabra, and I'm like, I see what you're doing. This is an interesting, sort of vampire-esque situation.
I guess
But
if you
it's
want to
a
have an adventure
dog.
where your main villain is a mangy coyote, I suppose that's
yeah.
it.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, Chupacabra is a small or medium-sized dog.
Yeah, not especially a big threat. Like even the most out there depictions of the Chupacabra are a small reptilian thing, not especially
Yeah.
dangerous if its
I remember
primary food source are a prey animal. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
I mean, you have
And they
a
don't
spike
even
monster
kill
like
it.
The giant skeleton from Japan for starvation.
Yeah.
That's your speed of monster of the week.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it's like there are so many mythologies. I've had thoughts.
Like how dangerous a threat is a chupacabra to a trained monster hunter? That's just like
It's like
David
you call
Maier
animal control.
versus El Chupacabra.
right. That's
really.
that's like calling a big game hunter to get a cat out of a tree. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? It's
Yeah.
like, come on now.
Oh man, doing something like I don't know. Now I'm thinking of doing something Egyptian themed, but I don't know how I would get your asses to Egypt. Like, I don't know.
Ooh.
Just 'cause like
A
in-
plane.
From New Jersey, yeah.
yeah, just like 'cause like why would the Devil's Respite do anything in
Out of
Egypt?
the I feel like
Yeah.
I feel like they're not that kind of a no.
like there are there are monster hunters in Egypt who can handle that.
Like I can't
situation.
even imagine they do much off of the East Coast.
No, they are
Unless there's
mid-Atlantic
like,
region.
well, if there's a network of monster hunters, because
Yeah.
obviously,
Yeah.
like maybe we're just like on vacation, like maybe we're doing something, like there's an exchange program.
Yeah.
Like, you're
I
teaching
mean,
us
if we
some
wanted to do something in a
techniques.
different area, like I feel like, because David working for a government air quotes government
Yeah.
organization, but
Megan.
they do things internationally, so that might
Monster
be a vehicle
Hunter
too.
Convention.
Yeah, there you go. Oh,
Could be a monster hunter
something,
convention.
This
yeah.
year it's in Egypt. You're on the short list of monster hunters going to the convention.
Yeah, you're representing the Devil's Respite.
Something unconventional happens at the monster convention.
But,
I
like
mean, I
also
suppose
like
you could easily like David gets an assignment in another country and then like subcontracts out to whatever
yeah,
other
and like I
players.
like using the Everglades, like too. Like,
Yeah.
Love Supernatural. Love Supernatural. They did do a lot of shit in the Midwest. That wasn't a lot of like there was this one show, I cannot remember the name of it.
Yeah, but it's really easy to replicate a Midwest town, and
yeah,
it's not
yeah,
like the
that's the thing.
populations
Like
are
I got
low.
that.
So like it's easier for monsters to get away with stuff in small
Yeah.
Midwestern towns because
Yeah,
they're
like,
kind of
and
isolated.
that's why I chose the
and-
Pine
yeah.
Barrens, because like who's gonna think about monster hunters in the Pine Barrens?
Right.
And like
So because then it's near enough to the city
yeah, like
and
that's
to
exactly
New York
it.
and Philly. And
Yeah.
but yeah.
If they have to go to DC, like
Right.
ooh, they can do it, but they
That's
don't wanna.
that's a 4-hour drive maybe.
Yeah. They mostly work on the East Coast, but there was this one show in the 90s, late 90s, early 2000s, can't remember the name of it, but the Fountain of Youth was found at like an old retirement community in Florida,
Yeah.
except the Fountain of Youth didn't take you back like 10 or so years, it took you back 10,000 years,
Ooh.
and it turned you into like a sort of, it temporarily made you like a prehistoric man type creature.
Oh Jesus.
But it looked like Sasquatch, so you essentially became skunk ape for a few hours. That was interesting.
So you had like old people turning into a Sasquatch for a few hours and
Yeah.
then going back to being an old person again.
Yeah,
Oh wow.
I found that to be very fun and interesting.
That
I
is
like
that
stuff
is
like
fun.
that. Like, give me something with a little zhuzh.
That's not exactly the
Oh,
Fountain of
okay,
Youth.
are we actually
exactly.
ending
It's
this
the
time?
Yes, yes,
Fountain of
yes.
De-evolution.
We've been in ending mode for like the last
Yeah, okay.
5 minutes.
Oh, what
Okay.
else is new?
Yeah, okay. I'm Megahan. The only thing I have to like really put on blast is Otome O'Clock this Tuesday at about
yes.
6 p.m. We're playing The Good People by Morai Myth Games. It is set in the Great Famine era of Ireland, and you get sent to Tir na Nog. Somebody sends you to Tir na Nog when you're on your way to sell your family's possessions to get food, and then you meet a bunch of fae and get embroiled in political actions and hot people, as you do with these games. That's this Tuesday, August 27th at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard
Be there.
Time.
Yes.
I've been Ashley A. Button, also with the Tome O'Clock. Though they couldn't be with us, I highly suggest checking out Roll With Us DMs on YouTube and Discord. If you're looking for a tabletop game, cannot find a group, they have a free server on Discord. Join them, check them out. They have links on their YouTube page, I believe, or you can message them on YouTube. They will get you set up. They have paid for games available as well. If you're interested in that, check them out. Also, Tony King, who works with us on the show, he is a musician first and foremost, he loves playing games with us when he can. Obviously, like, he's in a completely ass different time zone, and you know, shit happens. So timing gets interesting. But check out his music; it's fucking great. Tony King Hernandez on Spotify. Actually, go to Bandcamp because he gets a better cut that way, and you want to support your local artists. And Traveler on Hope Road is his latest album out.
It's a AP, yeah.
Yes.
Traveler on Hope Road. That's
Traveler on Hope Road is out now. Get that on Bandcamp.
And his
if you're in
Twitch channel is Tony King HGP.
That is correct. Tony King HGP on Twitch. Please check out our cohorts, our fellow streamers, if you will. And then you want to check us out on Tuesday for Atomic O'Clock. Thursday, we're running around in Baldur's Gate causing fucking trouble. Trying not to get killed by the bad people and the good people at the same time, because sometimes we just piss everybody off. Saturday, we have a regular stream. I don't know what the hell we're doing.
I think we're on Fallout 76 for the next few weeks, or until we get really tired of it.
Are we? Okay. We need to have a better idea of what we're
Yeah.
doing, because I don't know. I'm probably Once Human on Friday. Check our schedule. We usually follow that to the T every week unless something happens. But we'll usually communicate that to you if there's a schedule change.
So
But if you're confused, shoot a message. We'll answer it.
Ashley's eye roll indicates that Fallout 76 is tentative. That might change, but there
Well-
will be something on Saturday.
Oh, if you can find something else. It's just like, for some reason, 76 is not hitting like it used to. And I don't
I
know
feel
why.
it. I hear you. We're running out of stuff to. Well, I don't know if we're running out of stuff to
So-
do, but we're running out of
There's
stuff.
only
that,
so many fetch quests I can do in that game.
Right.
Yeah. So
That's the
Ashley,
problem
you
with
have
those
talked
quests. It's
about
like, go clear across the
um,
map, and then go clear across the map, and then go. So it's either time consuming or expensive.
Yeah.
you have talked about wanting to play the new Dragon Age game coming out in October.
Yes.
And like, here's the thing, I want that for you guys so much. But also as a Dragon Age fan, I need you to know the lore. I personally need you to know the lore going into this game. But
Is
like,
this the part where you stream a game and I have to sit here and watch you? And
I don't think that'd be feasible, but if you could just watch some videos. I mean, if you have Inquisition, I can play through it for you.
I've played through Inquisition.
We have Inquisition.
I can
But I know
play-
that's not all the lore.
So here's the thing. I can play through it for you and then tell you the lore.
as you're playing,
Yes.
I'm okay with that.
How
we can do
fast I
we
can
do
play Inquisition is, I don't know.
we can do an episode of that. I'm down for it.
Lore
yeah.
dump with Megan.
Lord-
Lore
Lore
dump.
dump with Megahan.
How many times have I played Dragon Age? Too many times. I'm currently playing Dragon Age Origins again. And
Now, if you want to do a lore dump, do you want to do that with Inquisition or do you want to do a different game?
So here's the thing. Dragon Age Origins and Dragon Age 2, bless their hearts, they are ancient games. Even with me playing them, like I would suggest playing them on computer, and I can't. I don't know if we can set that up with your setup for me to play it on computer.
I give you a controller and I could just have it up on the big screen and you go do your thing.
Yeah, like if we could do that, like I can probably get through at least Origins incredibly quickly. Because I've played it enough times. I would, like, listen, I'm going to be honest with all y'all right now. The Broken Circle quest line, I always use a walkthrough. Listen, that's just a bit of a bitch. But I can fucking eat the Redcliffe quest line just like that. Y'all don't know, Ashley and Adam don't know what I'm talking about. But any of you in the audience who've played Dragon Age, you know the Redcliffe, where you're the eternal spawn of the undead. Yeah, that part. Nothing.
I played most of Inquisition.
I
got up to where you get the castle. I got that far.
That's about the halfway point.
Yeah. I got a
Ooh.
little bit further than that. But
I've beat the game and then I started I beat it with my Kunari and then I started again with a gay wizard.
Mhm.
I did a new game plus and got
Adam,
bored.
do you know what system you had Inquisition on? That
Probably
particular save
360.
file?
might have been the one. It was either the one or the 360. I will dig it out. I think it was the. You might be right. It might have been 360.
Yeah.
I don't know how backwards compatible the X and the X is.
The biggest thing with Origins and Dragon Age 2 is they might crash.
Mm.
bless their beautiful hearts. But it might work better for Ashley's computer because I have 8 gigs of RAM and Ashley has many more gigs of RAM. And she also has a better graphics card than I do. But yeah, you can get Dragon Age. You can get Dragon Age on Steam. And we can go through.
I mean,
the
you're
lore.
going all the way back to the original. You talking?
Yeah, you can get
Alright.
that on Steam.
People
And
like,
we can see how fast I can.
You can burn through 6 games.
Not 6. But I can get through. I could probably get through, depending on how long the streams go. I can get through Origins and maybe Dragon Age 2 because Dragon Age 2 is very linear. Like Dragon Age 2, bless its heart, was made in like 18 months. They didn't have the time.
Well,
Like from start.
I don't know what your stamina looks like, but some of Ashley's streams in Once Human go for about 9 hours.
Listen, I might need to stretch sometimes, but like I memorized the quest line, and like, so if I did it for stream, I'd probably do.
What's the longest we've done? I think the longest
12.
It was
The
12
first
to-
episode of Baldur's Gate was 12 hours.
No, I was gonna say we might have gone longer because those episodes of State of Decay for Halloween where we did a marathon stream where people would change off and stuff.
That was
So-
24 hours.
Did we make it 24?
I'm not sure how the shifts broke out, but one of us is always playing.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we made it the full 24 hours, but we were shooting for 24 hours.
But yeah, I don't think I can get through Inquisition. That's a long one. But I can by October 31st, depending on how long the streams are. I should be able to get Knockout 1 and not with all the DLCs. I don't think we can do all the DLCs unless by October 31st. But we can get pretty far through them. Don't look at me at that tone of voice, Ashley.
I am not looking at you. I'm looking at myself on the other screen.
Okay,
But it
like,
does look like I'm looking at you?
it did when I was looking at the screen.
And tune in later in the week for another 3-hour wrap up of a stream.
Okay. Yeah. We'll discuss amongst ourselves other streaming opportunities.
Discuss.
Backstreet Gaming.
Backstreet. All right.
Oh,
Backseat Gaming Dragon Age Edition.
okay.
But yes, Adam, who are you?
I am Adam in the back. And I do all that stuff they just talked about. So, I mean, there's really no reason to go over it again. And I maintain the studio space. So.
Yeah, I think that's officially it for us. We need to wrap this up so we can make calendars and stuff for what we're doing next.
All right. So thank you everyone for joining us tonight. Shout out to Buffy. Shout out to Mr. Necro. Shout out to Elaine. Thank you so much for hanging out. We'll see you later.
It was great seeing y'all. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.